and welcome to the sixth day of the very special Gratitude Week, a tribute to the health guardians. I am Kamal Narayan, CEO of Integrated Health and Wellbeing Council, a not for profit social impact initiative to promote health for all. We began this extraordinary 60-hour long virtual event on Doctors' Day, July 1, with an aim to express our collective appreciation for people in the healthcare and allied sectors who are fighting this pandemic from the front. Since ages, the healthcare ecosystem has helped us evolve and transform by sustaining or restoring physical, mental, or emotional health and well being. While we enjoy the boons of healthcare, we forget to appreciate the millions of people who work tirelessly to make this reach to all those in need. In past 5 days, we have had the honor of receiving key members of our national leadership, lawmakers such as the Minister of State for Health and Family Welfare, Sri Ashwini Kumar Chaube, Union Minister for Ayush Sripad Naik, and senior MPs such as Meenakshi Lekhi. We also had eminent healthcare leaders of our country, such as Dr. Randeep Guleria, the director of AIMS, New Delhi, Professor Srinath Reddy, PHFI, Professor B.N. Gangadhar of NIMHANS, and many other renowned doctors who have been leading national and global fight against several other diseases such as cancer, heart element, stroke, mental health, among several other. The topics discussed in the past 5 days ranged from professional journey of the doctors, how they have made their passion into the purpose of reducing sufferings of the people in their specialty areas, and also how they are adjusting to the new working conditions due to coronavirus. We also discussed at length how the constant fear of getting and carrying an infection was a stress factor in the past 4 months for these healthcare professionals, which is now also becoming an occupational hazard. We had an interesting day yesterday that discussed traditional Indian medicines. We also saw how practitioners of modern medicines were encouraged by the efforts of government to establish Ayurveda in a modern scientific way. Let's have some glimpse of what happened in the last 5 days of this gratitude week.
जो भी आज के इस कालखंड में हम लोग एक दूसरे से जुड़े हैं, मैं आप सबको हृदय की गहराई से आप सबके प्रति आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ।
Congratulating the Integrated Health and Wellbeing Council for this unique gesture to honor the doctors and other people in the medical community who are the most dependable resources to fight this pandemic. This is also an opportunity to recognize the efforts of those working behind the scene, lab technicians, scientists, pharmaceuticals companies, to mention a few.
There are people out there trying to protect all of us. Life is what is most important. There are doctors in the wards, there are nurses in the hospital, there are auxiliary workers. Everyone has put their heart and soul in saving all of us. And whatever little we can do, we must do. And the more we thank them, the more compassion and gratitude comes out.
I would really say the doctors have actually risen to this challenge in this unprecedented times. And that is something which is very heartening, not only in our country, but at a global level.
We use our skills to serve a social purpose. And we deliver competent, committed, and conscientious service, essentially for the welfare of humanity.
We are extremely proud also of the healthcare workers working with us for fighting this pandemic as they have done in the previous few months that we've seen. We've seen that even in the most advanced of countries, health systems have broken down. There has been shortage of equipment, shortage of PPEs, shortage of healthcare staff. But compared to that, India has done really well for itself.
Our public health system needs to be strengthened. And one lesson from this pandemic, if we have to derive it, is to strengthen the primary, the secondary, as well as the tertiary healthcare system.
This virus mortality with adequate and effective and early treatment, nobody should die.
If are we prepared for next war? Are we prepared for next pandemic? That will be the major issue.
There have been several lessons that we are going to learn, several reassurances that we have already got, and I'm sure all of us have to convey to the public.
First of all, I think I need to take this opportunity to thank the godlike creatures on this earth called doctors. So yeah, real thanks to you guys, because I think you've been the one who've changed our life and helped us lead a very normal life.
Today I am happy, I am proud that I could take care of so many thousands of women to bring happiness and joy to their lives and their families.
Fundamentally, the problem lies with the excessive risk factors, not controlling the risk factors.
आशाएं खिले दिल की उम्मीदें हंसे दिल की अब मुश्किल नहीं कुछ भी मिट्टी में मिल जावा गुल बन के मैं खिल जावा इतनी सी है दिल की आरज़ू अल्लाह के बंदे हंस दे अल्लाह के बंदे हंस दे जो भी हो कल फिर आएगा तुझको आया या ज़मीन और आसमान आएगा जो लक्ष्य है तेरा लक्ष्य दो प्यार दीवाना है
So these were some of the glimpses of the 6th day till the last 5 days of our gratitude week. The 6th day of this gratitude week is dedicated to those who are invisible and unsung heroes in the world of healthcare, and they are playing equally critical role during the ongoing pandemic. When our doctors, nurses, paramedics are fighting at the forefront and are the face of healthcare delivery, these are the people who are toiling hard at labs, at medicine plants, at diagnostic centers, and at different stages of our healthcare supply chain, which help critical medicines, devices, and technologies reach us on time. These are our scientists, researchers, innovators, pharmaceutical professionals, drug makers, medical devices makers, and diagnostic technology and service providers. They are also our policy makers who ensure that the delivery of healthcare continues and endeavor to take it to wherever and whenever it is needed. They are empowering our healthcare practitioners, save lives, reduce sufferings. They are the people who make healthcare effective, accessible, and affordable. Today, we are going to have our focus on these people. We have seen that when the country started responding to this pandemic to put forward the right kind of defense, these healthcare workers and organizations worked extra mile to ensure that healthcare supplies are continuing. We will be joined by our Secretary for Pharmaceutical, Dr. P.D. Waghela, who was supposed to join us on this session, but he has regretted for this session because of some certain urgent meetings, but we expect him to join during the day. So let me introduce our esteemed panel for this inaugural session of 6th day of Gratitude Week, who are representing the pharmaceutical, the devices, and then the entire healthcare supply chain segment. We have Mr. Sanjeev Navangul, who is the Managing Director and CEO of Bharat Serums and Vaccines Limited. Last month, his company received approval from the Drug Controller General of India to conduct phase 3 clinical trials on existing drug for mild to moderate acute respiratory distress syndrome patients with COVID-19. It is certainly a very encouraging development for not only India, but people all over the world. All of us must be praying for a lasting solution to coronavirus and as soon as possible. We have Dr. Gurpreet Sandhu. He is the president of Council for Healthcare and Pharma, a not-for-profit global think tank and advocacy forum. He has over 3 decades of experience in the chemical and pharmaceutical and healthcare sectors, and has earlier worked in senior positions with leading corporations including Tata's, Global Traders, and Daiichi Sankyo. Dr. Sandhu is a strategic advisor to the government and serves on the scientific board of the India on Pharmacopoeia Commission. Dr. Sandhu also runs a pharmaceutical company and understand and contribute to the overall supplies of essential healthcare drugs, devices, and many other supplies. We have Anirudh Rajurkar. He is the CEO of Shield Pharma. It's a Chennai-based integrated pharmaceutical company with the core competencies in the development and manufacture of active pharmaceutical ingredients and finished dosage forms, as well as in drug discovery. So thank you so much, our esteemed guest today, this morning, for our 6th day of Gratitude Week. Let me begin this discussion and would like to hear some of the experiences and stories, as well as what lies in front of us during this fight of coronavirus. And I'll begin this with Mr. Sanjeev Navangul today. Mr. Navangul, you saw, when the government announced lockdown, and in a 4-hour time, I think the whole world changed for 1.35 billion people. Among those, we have a massive number of people who depend on regular doses of some kind of medicines to manage their ongoing diseases. And we know that well that we have an extreme burden of diseases and mortality in many other diseases, which are far, far more than what we see in COVID-19. You, as a pharmaceutical organization, also supply a lot of those essential drugs to the people at any, across the country, across the geographies. How did you manage that during that time? What were the challenges which you faced, and still, managed to ensure that the supply of these medicines is not disrupting and reaching to the people who need it?
So first of all, good morning, everyone, and thank you, Kamal. I think what ISW is doing is outstanding. I've been associated with you for the last few years, and I've seen the kind of quality work that you put out and ensure that society gets engaged in healthcare, which is probably the biggest service anybody can do right now, to engage the entire society in healthcare. So first of all, thanks to you. And secondly, let me echo your sentiment on gratitude to healthcare professionals. I think this is one place where everybody unites and understands the value of health and value of healthcare professionals. Normally, this is a profession where you do good and do well. So it's not like any other profession where you can only do well. So this is really a do good, do well profession which separates healthcare from every other profession. So we must learn to thank the healthcare professionals for what they do, because as a society we owe them a lot. But generally only when there are some errors, mistakes, or some controversy, they come into fore. But normally every day, every minute, every second, they're saving lives. So my gratitude to them as well as along with you. Uh, so let me tell you what happened for us. I think yes, you are right that all this came from a bolt from the blue. But what happened was the earlier couple of days before, when the Prime Minister announced a one-day lockdown on Sunday, uh, many of us got an inkling that this could be just the dress rehearsal, that this could be preparing the country for probably a deeper story, since this was the first response of every country. So the next day, we all got together as management and said, do you think this is going to become like a serious lockdown? And our estimate was, at that time, you can imagine how we can go right and go wrong. I think we were right that this was going to happen, but we were wrong in understanding that this could be 7 to 14 days. So we're completely out of whack. So I think our first response was like, look, if this happens, let's start preparing ourselves, but we have time. Maybe it will be only 7 to 14 days. Let's take time. But let's understand where are we in healthcare spectrum and what we will need to do to support our patients immediately and doctors immediately. And we realize that we are basically a cold chain products manufacturer and supplier. And most of our medicines are in essential supplies. You can imagine if 65% of our medicines are in price control, you can imagine that all of them are probably in essential medicines. The only area probably which was going to be a tough in terms of essentiality was the IVF part. I think the IVF centers, we realized, would close down immediately rather than take risk. And then patients will be left in lurch who are going through cycles. So that was probably the difficult part. The hospital supplies, we all understand it very quickly. The other supplies, we understand very quickly. So I think what we did was, first of all, formed separate teams to go through each one of this and come back. We gave people 24 hours to come back with a solution. Okay, how will we manage if this happens? Then we got our policy people together and said, okay, find out what the government is going to do, how they can help out in this. And let's represent immediately what could be required. Third was logistics. And the fourth part was, talking to doctors and say, okay, don't worry about the chain. Don't worry about the distribution chain. Don't worry about the supply chain in this industry. These are the numbers. These are the people. Just call. Don't hesitate to reach out immediately. And I think everything got reinvented in those few days. We were taken aback when it was 21 days. Our manufacturing operations, we suddenly tried to look at inventories, how we were, are we well placed, what would manufacturing entire program had to be changed. Because you manufacture based on your inventory and your sales planning, but then we realized let's plan based on what could be more essential in a pandemic, and forget what is essential for us from a business point of view for the time being. Just forget that. That's not important anymore. Let's focus only on what is essential for this pandemic. So we realized that even if we run manufacturing operations at 60-70%, we still will be able to provide the entire essential range. And then we focused on getting 60 to 70% up. The next thing was on safety of employees. I think if our employees are not safe, we can do nothing about it. So we immediately got some experts, doctors to consult, and some people who had worked on WHO to get and talk to us about what can happen in a setup and advise us what care we might require to take to ensure that the logistic runs properly. The next was logistics. Just not the drug logistics and the supply logistics, but also people logistics. How will people reach their workplaces? Because suddenly everything was stopped. And then we encouraged people to use their own vehicles. We encouraged them to have their own, even if it was two-wheeler, we mapped our entire workforce on the factory and looked who were closer to the factory and reached them one by one, all employees were reached out. and found out who can come, who cannot come. Then found out, classified them, okay, what is essential, what is not required. So we literally had to think on our feet to get things in operation. And I think every human being who is involved in healthcare, and you can understand you are, the best comes out. The best came out, and people really went out of their way to come together. And in 1 week's time, we were operational, 60% operational on manufacturing. Our supply chain was working, our distribution was working. Everything was on track in terms of what we need to deliver for this pandemic. We said, okay, we'll forget about everything else. In a month's time, we will recover and see what else need to be done, what other parts of the business we need to work through, what other parts of the medicines we need to work through. But then I think the important part was we got up in 1 week and we were completely operational. We have run a very safe operation until now. We have not had much trouble. Government has gone out of the way to improve logistics. I think they fumbled for a few days in the beginning, like everybody else. I think they were not getting it right. What can happen? For example, interstate travel was becoming a problem because, or trucks was becoming a problem because obviously there were no passes and the police used to stop the trucks. But then very quickly they came together. The coordination between our ministries and the home ministry was very good. It didn't take more than a week or 10 days for us to be back in operation. And the rally that everybody has run around is amazing. But it's a big lesson, because this is not the first time world is going to go through a problem, and this is not the last time that world has gone through this problem. So now that everybody understands how to react to a very difficult situation, we have a much better organization which can take care of difficulties. So Kamal, it was a great journey. It was a very difficult journey, but I think we need to do everything to save human lives.
Thank you so much, Sanjeev ji, for describing this. And I'm sure there is too much, in it which you might have not been able to sum up with these few minutes. But I'm sure taking each and every worker from their home to the plant, and at a time where there is a very high fear of infection among their own mind, their own safety, their family safety, and above and over that, the hassles which were there to reach to their plant in form of restrictions, police, booths and pickets and so many things. And I'm sure many of them might have also got that kind, a little bit of a physical, torture also, maybe from these, lawkeeper. But that is, something which was part of that. So let me go to Anirudh, then I'll come to Dr. Gurpreet, because Dr. Gurpreet will give a much wider perspective as well. Mr. Anirudh, you are also, in the same side of this story, where the plants have to continue, the drugs should keep coming out of the plants and should keep reaching to the patient's hospital and anyone who needs it. How did you manage during that time? And also keeping in mind that you are also contributing the APIs for many other companies, so you are very important part in the within the supply chain also to manufacture those drugs within the country. So how was your experience initially and after that?
First of all, good morning, Kamal, and good morning the co-panelists Sanjeev and Gurpreet, and good morning the audience. Thank you, Kamal, for having and providing this opportunity to be part of this discussion. And congratulations for organizing this gratitude week in terms of creating the gratitude for people who have contributed significantly in making the pandemic and living through the pandemic and ensuring that each one of us passes through safely this journey of overcoming COVID-19. As you said, and as Sanjeev also mentioned, pharma industry overall has been on its feet for making the medicines available. Obviously, manufacturing, continuous operations of manufacturing, ensuring that medicines are available to this large population is a Herculean task. It's whenever it happens the way it happened, a crisis of this nature and this scale always poses challenges which none of us have seen before. So the first thing which we, all of us, when we came together slightly before the Janata Curfew and lockdown, we said, and we were honest enough to each other, that we said, look guys, nobody knows what is going to happen, and nobody has an experience of dealing with this. However experienced you are, howsoever wide represented you are in your journey of professional career, this is the first time for everybody. And that itself was a very comforting thought in our teams, where everybody said that let me do my best. Let me bring out what I think I have to do to get things moving. All of us were aware that we have a responsibility to move ahead. We have the responsibility to supply. We have the responsibility to make it available, right till the chemist place. But the way to do it, there was no prescription, there was no precedence, there was no past. So we had to figure out our own way, which many a times was the first time in our lifetime. And this means the hierarchy and the experience doesn't come to play. What comes to play is the passion towards your job, and what comes to play is the passion to serve the needy in this kind of things. As Sanjeev was saying, this is the only profession where you have the opportunity to do good and do well. That's important, but to do good, you need to have a passion to do good and feel the joy of the patient when he gets relief. So in our case, obviously the inventories were helpful. We have a practice of managing inventories slightly more than usual situation, mainly because of the locational challenges. So we were well adequately stocked. But what we figured out that distribution and logistics was going to be a first hurdle to make it available to the patients. So the entire team was focused on making it available. We created a lot of positives for ourselves by ensuring that we had phone numbers, we had reached out to patients directly wherever patient could reach out to us. Our websites were active, our field was completely available on digital platform. We had used social media to ensure that our availability is well understood. We had obviously our network of supply chain logistics points, which were helping us to make things happen across the country. So very heartening to see everyone coming out and doing their best, going out of the way to ensure that the medicines are available for the patients. As you had said, the front warriors of doctors, nurses, the frontline warriors are always celebrated. Who doesn't get celebrated, in my opinion, is the chemist and the supply chain of this country. It is equally or at times more important that chemists of this country were available 24/7 many a times, even during the lockdown. Now that's not an easy task. Obviously, they also had their own set of challenges. So we had managed to reach out to chemists, we had managed to work with the chemists, ensuring their safety and ensuring the safety of our teams to make medicines available. Second aspect for us was safety. As the first week or couple of weeks of pandemic we could live through, safety started becoming much more important as the pandemic started, the virus started spreading. So obviously the safety gear, the availability of safety gear across the value chain, availability of safety gear for our own staff, ensuring comfort of our own staff and their safety through family members, each of these things took precedence. And ensuring availability of employees at work was possible only because we had given paramount attention to safety of our employees. In fact, we went ahead and we were one of the first to get COVID insurance for our employees. The insurance policy for if anybody had to get COVID, all our employees are covered. And that gives sufficient confidence to our employees that, well, the organization is us and while we take care of ourselves, we can move forward. So this initial few weeks of experience was, I would say, crisis creates teams. Was important for us to get the team moving, get the team acting. And the next steps were then relatively easier, as each one was sufficiently charged to deliver his or her best in this crisis times. But happier to say that in every day of the 100 days so far that we have lived through this crisis, we have strived to ensure availability, we have strived to ensure supply, and we are still continuing our journey to ensure that undisrupted continuous supply of medicines is available to the patients.
Thank you so much, Anirudh, for bringing this out, and it's very heartening to know that your company also tried to ensure that you are able to protect them financially, also to encourage that what they are doing is something has to continue, and they need to be back to the work, and they did it. And I believe that apart from many these perks which every company would have tried to give, it is their that deep rooted feeling that this is the time where everyone and every life is at stake, not only because of COVID-19 but because of so many other diseases, and they have to rise up to this occasion and ensure that the supply and then the delivery of this essential commodity is not stopping. Dr. Gurpreet Sandhu, so you had two companies, and how they ensured that things are not stopping. You work with the government also. You have seen that what happened, and you run a pharma company, so you understand that side also, and you have also seen the global practices, how the whole world responded, and we still, I think, it is right to take pride that India has fared much better than any other country across the world. And we have seen that the collateral damage has happened in advanced countries also, where not only COVID-19 but other diseases also took their toll. What was your experience around that, and how did you see while industry responding to it well and in the efficient manner, how did you see the government and the other stakeholders also try to remove those impediments or roadblocks so that things come back on track fast?
Hello, everybody. Thanks, Kamal. Firstly, must congratulate you and your colleagues who've done a phenomenal work in the last week period, getting in and connecting the healthcare community of our nation, not only from senior members of the government, but also from the industry, and working along to ensure that the God-sent angels, which are protecting the entire community, our nation, are respected and thanked, so that the mission and vision moves on, because life is a struggle, and as human beings we know to see how to defend it. I must thank my colleague co-speakers down here, Sanjeev and Aniruddha, who have shared their perspective from their individual company's perspective. I will like to add what Sanjeev and Aniruddha have expressed. See, from the global perspective, since India is an exporting market player with respect to the generics, the challenges which were not being looked upon when the thud fell on us that yes, this lockdown scenario has to commence, the challenges are going to have started and will become very deeper as we walk along. The first big challenge which is being talked about between the private sector and the government is the China impact. Okay, the various trade associations are talking that yes, make in India, blah blah blah, all that kind of stuff. But I think I might have a very different opinion, because polarization will not help us. On a certain stage, we should look into a cooperative approach. Yes, we need to build our industry. We are aware what our weaknesses are, what our challenges are. But challenges and weakness cannot be gapped in a day. It has to be a vision plan, which might be a 3 to 5 year vision plan for us to create that gap. Okay. There are separate challenges which are there for 3 segments of the pharmaceutical industry. One is the active pharmaceutical ingredients manufacturers. So Aniruddha can probably have his own set of challenges from the API perspective. Yes, the challenges are basically the freight, which has gone into a topsy-turvy scenario. Cost escalation supplies from China are going haywire. And not only China, if I look into the other two big players from Italy and Spain, there are price escalations, which I have seen not only to our manufacturing facilities, but also to our global partners across the world. The third is the currency, devaluation is also impacting. Okay, it might impact for somebody who imports larger than a person who exports. Okay, the most important thing which will hit every company is the cash flow management, because the credit tenures are either going to shrink if you're doing the domestic business, all right, or even the export scenario. People are now looking at assured payments, either asking money against supply, which is definitely going to impact the cash flow managements of companies. And this is a scenario where I will request the government or the banking channel partners to see it in such a way that the industry is given a hand-holding scenario for at least 6 months period before the vision and the planning in true reality is known. The situation of COVID-19 is not a situation, I think the dust has not settled. We are seeing the alarming numbers which are happening every day, and the numbers will further surge. We probably might be in a situation that, yes, we probably might have a number of around about even 50,000 patients in a day, which is very, very scary, but that is the reality. Okay, the mission of which our government has started, because to regroup such a large nation, so many communities, so many languages, people moving up every nook and corner, besides the external problems which our country is facing on the borders, which is highly commendable for our government and the respective ministries to put their act together to ensure where we are. So the challenges to the industry are far more. The second area where I think where I like to add, which is something different to what Kamal has expressed, and as industry colleagues sitting down here, all I can say is that, when problems come, people become more, think deeper, because this is one challenge which has come, which will not end, I would say, till December 2021. So we need to regroup ourselves, restructure our vision plannings for our survival. I would say, look into the balance sheets where profits will be less, but as long as we can keep our employees alive, take care of the systems, and maintain the streams of manufacturing going on. See, our plants today are running at around about 55%. We started at around about 25, build it to 55, and we're quite optimistic we'll take them to 80%, right? If you are doing critical care drugs, the challenges are different. If a manufacturer is doing API, his challenges are different. If he's into the research modules, the challenges are separate. But the end of the day, what I request, Kamal, is that, when we have the Mr. Dr. Wagle, okay, we need to tell him, look, his department or his sections have given us support, but the support has to be deeper, right? We need to look into the vision with this epidemic which we are facing, all right? How we can bring in a working module between the private sector and the public sector, and a support coming from the government to build the R&D base, the R&D research and development capabilities and relationship with academia, to ensure that we build a path where we could improve the systems and rebuild the image of our nation, that yes, we have done a great work, but the challenges in terms of structuring have to be done. The de-risking strategy of China should not be provoking enough that our people's current partners run away, okay? But we have to work with a subtle approach and cultivate a bandwidth which helps our nation, builds our industry, builds our export, and we carry and ensure that the flag which we run today as the pharmacy of the world in terms of generic industry gets cultivated. And there is a good vibe, that yes, company like Bharat Serums, we have companies like the other biotech companies talking that yes, they'll be able to bring in a constructive headway with respect to a vial which can save zillions of people on this earth. Let's pray that yes, we as a nation prove our mettle on a scientific basis and build our base as a nation for this industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sandoop. And you highlighted a couple of important aspects. One is definitely, now we are definitely a one world. And the whole world is, under the same distress. And everyone has to fight it together rather than putting up separate fights and weaker fights. But at the same time, this is also a very pitted world. We are pitted in a, small that this is no more a flat word. And I think that was the realization which happened not only during the the immediate aftermath of lockdown, where the imports might have got disrupted from China for APIs and all, but also post our Galwan episode, there is another surge, and which started before that also, to be self-reliant. And that was also one of the important discussion for today morning, that from Swasth Bharat to Ayushman Bharat, how we are going to become Atmanirbhar Bharat as well, and all three things together, because all three are a mammoth task in themselves, and we are trying to achieve all three of them together. You highlighted very aptly that we have been the pharmacy of the world. Are we also going to become the lab of the world or the research center of the world? So, as Sanjeev ji,
I like to add something to what this is a very touchy subject, where a sizable amount of working has been done internally with the government. When there has been a lot of submissions which can be shared across with the industry also, right? See, the biggest pain point, which I think my two colleagues, Sanjeev and Aniruddha, should confirm to me, and that do they agree. See, we don't have a unity in our Indian industry. The mental makeup has to come above board. When you want to fight an epidemic, or when you want to build a nation or an industry, you have to think bigger. The myopic thought intent has to grow, right? The regulatory compliance, which is being practiced by the CDSU, has to change. Yes, they are working for a better approach. When we as a nation support, Japan is the largest market for us. Okay, we are unlike an Indian company, which we've been operating in Japan for the last 18 years, right? The mental makeup of a common company down there tells me, Gurpreet, even including their ambassadors and their diplomats when they live in India, they understand. They move down to our pharmacies and they're surprised how we function, right? We have to change the image of a dual or a triple approach which we are working within our industry, right? So the biggest challenge lies is unity approach, a passion which we have created, and a constructive session of co-alliance and joint working, right? Which is missing. If I since you all have traveled across the world, if you've seen how the Italian mafia, we call them the Italian mafia, but they are separate individual companies. When it comes down to their core focus, they unite for the industry. They might be doing separate technology or independent technologies. They work. That is something which needs to be built up, right? So I think if Kamal, when you have the Secretary Pharma, right? I think we should applaud him for his good work, which his department and his colleague team works are doing. But on the other side, put forward a white paper which you can do on behalf of the industry perspective, and tell him that these are the kind of walks which we need to do. Today we are talking, the whole industry is, talking about, there is no fun manufacturing amoxicillin in India. This is one of the products which has been put on the list of Sector 27 products. We can never do that. Setting up a new penicillin manufacturing facility in India, even if there are good investors to put in the money, you are running against time, you're running against the cost. So I would rather invest into, we look at gene therapy, we look into regenerative medicine, we look into building a mass of Ayush sector, which can add us and put us on a different scale within the community. India lacks, Kamal, I'm telling you, and I think my colleagues will definitely endorse my view, that we lack nutrition. Trust me, we lack nutrition. Why can't we look at building our Ayush model in such a robust way that we create a force the way we did the force for generics, right? Industry has to become mature. You know, what industry size increase doesn't become that you become your understanding of the domain has to change, right? We should not be supplying low quality materials to Africa. Africa, we should look as it's 1 billion people, the largest market which will open up. Chinese have way ahead. Trust me, way ahead. Another thought which I would like to leave, I think this is a very practical approach, which when I worked for the big corporations and now we are running our own industries, okay, and being the president of the Global Healthcare and Pharma Council, which has members right from Japan, from China, from India, you know, and from America. And we are now bringing in partners coming down from Brazil, Turkey, Indonesia, etc. The main issue which is looming for everybody is focus on a certain specific industry. India has paved the way forward, but we are missing that path. So this is my humble request that when you give a submission down, we should request the honorable, you know, the guest of honor today, that yes, he has to look into the myopic subjects and we build ourselves in a greater way. One more thing which I would like to also request before I say, sorry, I'm taking time, is the approach with which the industry can work with the Ministry of External Affairs, which has not been done in the past. Trust me, you know, there are such good officers today in IFS, which are sitting and representing India in various important domain nations, okay? They are very, very helpful. We have to applaud them that they can really, they have supported the industry if they are told to support. And they are now realizing that after the information technology industry, pharmaceutical is the second largest business. And we can, that gap is very large between the two in terms of export sectors, but definitely a lot more can be done, sir. This is all I will try to request you, Kamal, since you are, you know, you are spearheading the show. It will, and there has been numerous requests and thought visions which have come down to on table, but we need to see how best we could compose them and give them a white paper to the respective heads, which can add value to the industry, to the mission that we need to build our nation, not only down as the pharmacy of the world, but also the discovery module going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sandhu. And, you know, all your points are very, very relevant, and definitely they are equally integral, whether we are trying to make Swasth Bharat, Ayushman Bharat or Atmanirbhar Bharat, or we are also, and because what Atmanirbhar Bharat Prime Minister has, you know, kind of explained is not something which is self-centered, which is looking, you know, only within itself. It is something, the India, which will play a global role. And for that, it is important that we are first self-sufficient. We are first, self-reliant as far as at least the health comes. And this pandemic has given that, I think, opportunity. Sanjeev ji, how we are taking this opportunity forward? You are, doing the clinical trial of a drug, which may have, hold a big hope for not only 1.35 billion, but maybe, across the globe. How this is going to happen, and what Dr. Sandhu is saying, how if that plays into the role, it is going to become a really an achievable objective.
Kamal, I think let me answer this in a little bit, a few parts. One is, I think I completely and wholly agree with Dr. Sandhu on everything that he has said. I have been at the helm of big global companies, and I have realized that India has potential, but we'd never exploit it properly, and we'd never come together. We don't do anything in a concentrated way, and therefore it is sometimes we fail. So look, I think if we do something as policy, and if it is long term, and we can contribute to go up the value chain, it is important. Actually, look at it, DPCO 1995 killed API industry in India by trying to reduce medicine price from 1 rupee 40 paisa to 1 rupee 25 paisa and saying a big thing has been done. If we would not have had that, the API industry would have survived very well. I was deeply involved at that time with penicillin G and all other products. So I can tell you how it impacted and how China looked at it like, okay, DPCO 1995 means India will kill its own industry, and how they planned everything. Water, electricity, and land was given free. Three main ingredients for the API industry. Yeah. So they planned it well when they knew that India has made a big mistake. But if that policy of DPCO would have been to say, okay, we will enhance contribution in R&D, it would have helped. Then we are going up the value chain. Yeah. So let me come back to the issue at hand. What we are trying to do as R&D is basically look. I think when such pandemics happen, people live on hope, and people look forward to science to solve the problems. So we got our scientists together, and a couple of things that we understood was that we have platforms and products that can help. There will be new products, and there will be new hope. And remdesivir or some other new hope came along, and obviously they are not tested products. They are experimental products. They do not have still safety profile very clear. So there are going to be bumps on the way. This is not going to be a very easy pathway for them. And 100, 200 patient data is not going to be sufficient to really establish many things. So we realized it very early. So repurposing drugs and repurposing platforms was possibly a much bigger avenue than trying to invent new drugs. Vaccine also we realized very quickly is going to take 12 to 18 months. It's not going to be so quick. So then what do? You find solutions medically to look at what the disease is doing from limited data available. So we realized that the biggest problem of this pandemic is that how can we reduce mortality? Morbidity and mortality reduction can reduce fear and reduce the impact of pandemic. So we looked at ourselves and looked at one of the drugs that we had and said, okay, this is a drug which has meta-analysis on 2,300 patients. So there is well-established data. And what it does is, there is big, I think, noise made on IL-6 inhibitors, tocilizumab, and saying that, okay, it can say, but it is just one of the cytokinins. There are different cytokines, TNF-alpha, there is IL-1, there is IL-2, IL-6, IL-8. There are many, cytokinins that can cause a storm, and that can reduce the survival probability if a patient goes on ventilator. So let's stop people going on ventilator. And we had a drug which we knew works on all these inhibitors. Cytokinins can inhibit all these cytokinins. So we went to the government very quickly and we requested the government will do phase 3. I think this is an important point. We did not request the government for emergency approval or emergency use. We said science should prevail. When people are rushing to get drug approvals, one has to realize that if science doesn't prevail, it's not going to help in the long run. Don't live on hope, live on data, live on evidence. So we took on ourselves to spend money and do research. We are in collaboration also trying to work with big universities in the US so that it becomes a global story and not just an India story. So now we have our trial on the ground on a drug called ulinastatin, which is a serine protein. And we are very hopeful that this drug will work in mild to moderate ARDS patients, not mild to moderate COVID, but mild to moderate ARDS patients. And we improve those parameters in such a way that people don't go on ventilation. So I think that's the whole story there. We have encouraged our scientists to take the full hog, no shortcuts, no simple endpoints, take the difficult endpoints and try and prove that drugs work. We are also working on another platform. We have the equine platform with us, which is we are looking at some polyclonal antibodies with equine, with the antigens, that if you build the antigens, increase the titers through equine route, through horse immunization, and bring it back. So it's been used in rabies, it's been used in many other, diphtheria, it's been used in many other areas. So it's a proven technology, proven platform. So we have got the antigens access and we are trying to work on those also. So it's important for science to work on such things which can enhance possibility of success in a shorter term. At the same time, put India's capability to its best use and improve India's standing in the world, saying that we can do real-time, actual, high-quality research which can impact the world. Don't look at it from a meager point of view. Can we manufacture something, get some, voluntary license and produce something and try and do something? That is supply chain that everybody else in the world can also do along with us. Look at science in such a way that can enhance India's credibility, help Indian scientists to achieve something more, and look at saying that, okay, India can do something which can help and save the people in this world. So I think we have focused more on that area rather than just trying to manufacture something or trying to be part of the global train on supplying drugs which are still untested.
Thank you so much, Sanjeev ji. And this is important point that the science has to prevail, because just going by hope and not by the data may lead to a very different kind of repercussions. But when when companies like yours are trying to take the path which is well proven, which is not shortcut, and when you get to hear those stories that the vaccine will be out by 15th of August, how do you react as a company, and does that somehow discourage people who are trying to go on the a well-led scientific path, that okay, there is something different which is being rushed, and you may get out of this whole I think the movement towards bringing something more reliable, more scientific?
So Kamal, I think Anirudh and Dr. Sandhu will echo my point that look, science prevails. All this can be said, and I think it might be said with the right intention, but we know the reality as scientists, as educated professionals, how this will work and in what time frame it will work. So we don't react to it basically because we know that there could be reasons behind saying some things, and they will fall in place. We don't react at all. I think let me say something which is important for us to realize, that this is the time, as Dr. Sandhu said, for country to come together and solve fundamental problems. If this means that this kind of announcement, this kind of thinking means that vaccine research in India improves, fine. We don't bother about the dates and all because we know what the reality is. So I think we don't react to that. But realize one thing, and I'll give you one stat which will astound everybody. I think what we never realize is that health security of a country is equal to defense security of the country.
Very well said.
Never thought that way. We are the only country in the top 50 countries in terms of GDP where healthcare budget is lower than defense budget. We are 1/5 of the defense budget. In every other country, healthcare budget is much larger, many times larger than defense budget, including the US and China. I don't think this topic gets discussed ever, that why is our healthcare budget 1/5 of the defense budget? Why is health security not treated equal to defense security in our country? Why is the health minister not part of the cabinet committee of security? This pandemic should teach us the lesson that health security is equal to defense security and nothing less. And if we learn this lesson, the amount of money, amount of investment required for industry to come up, for research to happen in this country, to have better hospitals, better infrastructure, which will be possible many times over. Just keep this in mind, that we are the only country, at least I studied the top 50 countries, I didn't study later on, but we are the only country where healthcare budget is lower than defense budget.
Yeah, I think this point has been highlighted multiple times, and we as an organization also, dream of that situation or the time when we will have better healthcare budget, not only more than defense budget, or maybe let's say equivalent to defense budget. But this I really appreciate that this is, and we also time and again try to highlight that. For us, especially, as we try to work that health comes first before even national security. The health of the people has to be taken care of first, because that is one of the most important aspect. And then you quote the same thing. That
I'll just like to add something. Sorry, I'm barging in. I think what Sanjeev ji has expressed, he's actually hit the nail in the right way. Because the true reality is that we as a nation have not put our act in the right way. I'll just give you a live example. I think a year back, I addressed at the Capitol Hill around about 55 legislators and 24 senators with respect to the generic industry. You will be very surprised that half the people were not aware what is the contribution being made from India. We have saved them trillions of dollars on the healthcare bill.
Absolutely.
Because then that is where I called and told our, who's now the, foreign secretary of India, right? He was ambassador there, at Indian ambassador. I said, look, we are not focusing on the missions which industry gets support. And on the other, when I did a lot of homework, I was surprised that China has a dedicated lobbying team of over 25 professionals, which are working on the Capitol Hill across ministries to build the image, right? So until the health and after kind of hit which we are going through, right from every person in our nation, rich or poor or whatever it is, we are suffering, and the pain is not going to end. The pain is going to be a long-standing pain, even if we have a successful vial coming from yourselves or from anybody else. The mission then starts, because you need the volumes, you need to serve the earth. We're not just looking at a district, not looking at a city, we're not looking at a country, we're looking at the world as a customer base. How will that be done? What kind of an education level has to be done? And had there been, we have spent billions of dollars. I'm telling you, if you go back into the last 5-year plans of ours, we have invested money into the healthcare, but it's all gone in the bin. If anyone has the guts to say that, I'm quite open. I had a session with the Honorable CM of Uttar Pradesh, and I told him, this much money has been spent in your state. We are still as a nation are only spending 17 cents. 17 cent हम खर्चते हैं सर R&D पे भारत में, as compared to the industry perspective, versus United States doing around $477. So I think this COVID hit probably is being done by Almighty God to wake up our nation. And if we have good stalwarts, we have very good visionaries in India, people understand the global think tank, let's put our act together. And if we work hard, sir, I'm very sure that it will improve our nation's vision path going forward. If you look into the current two products, Favipiravir and Remdesivir story, it's again a joking story. Remdesivir intermediates are being supplied from India to Fujifilm, Toyama. Sir, are you aware of it? Yeah, I'm one of the guys who supplies that, right? On the other side, right? On the other side, we look at Remdesivir, right, which is being licensed. Gilead has done a beautiful story by licensing it to 4 or 5 people, and there could be another 7 more people which are waiting in the spring. And if Indian industry was strong, this licensing should not have gone to the Pakistanis or gone to the Bangladeshis. Because we as India have proved our mettle in the antiviral landscape on HIV, on hepatitis, on malaria, on tuberculosis to the world. When I say to the world, means the global organized and WHO and the related bodies, that India could offer them accessible, affordable, quality medicines. So if a mission was there, this is only happening because Gilead is playing the Mickey Mouse game of dividing and ruling and building it up. I had a session with their CEO as well, and I was very blatant with him because it's a new team in Gilead which has taken over. I said, look, this is not the right spirit. When my fellow industrial houses from India have supported you and given you the compliances for the 150 countries where we supplied the medicine, why are you going and moving out of India? So and there has been no statement. See, I'm a mid-sized organization. I do not have a global claim, but yes, I would have expected, Kiran or Anji Reddy, Satish Reddy, or for that matter, Dilip Sanghvi to come forward and make a claim. But again, that is only missing because there is no unity in the industry. Sorry, I am blatant and I'm strong in my approach because I feel that until we will not, one of us will not pull each other so that we get a united team, we will not be there.
No, thank you so much, Dr. Sandhu. We need to be strong, and this is the time to be strong. Let me just go to Anirudh, then we will try to wrap this, wrap up this session. Anirudh, so this Atmanirbhar Bharat and this post-Girl One India, almost I think 70% of API import from China, and you are also contributing to the APIs. How do you see this story unfolding, and how much of it we can really be self-reliant when it comes to APIs? And do you see really an ecosystem being built around that?
I will dwell more on the topics which I think which Sanjeev and
Anirudh, is possible to increase your volume somehow?
so I'll pick up the API point, but I will also dwell a couple of points which Dr. Sandhu has mentioned very correctly.
Certainly. Welcome.
API, I think, is very much in the public domain. We are heavily dependent on Chinese supplies for KSMs and a few components of API for us to be Atmanirbhar. So it's a journey, as Sanjeev put it. It's not going to happen overnight. It's not going to be sure that the Atmanirbharta will come in just because it's in the policy document. What Dr. Sandhu was saying in terms of support to the industry is extremely critical to get Atmanirbhar in every aspect of the industry. But what I feel and what I believe more important is one aspect of this pandemic which India could make a significant difference. And this is what possibly was mentioned by Dr. Sandhu is nutrition and immunity. Vaccines is one way to get immunity, but our Ayush medicines, our nutraceuticals have a significant role to play in getting immunity. Keep aside the claims of vaccines and keep aside the launches of few medicines on television. Leave that story behind. But it is important for India to create that space, and this is the opportunity to use with scientific evidence, with right medical protocols, with right trial protocols to design immunity. Because there is one way to defeat this disease. There is another way to handle the complications of the disease. But there is one important way to defeat this disease is to get the immunity levels up. If your immunity is taken care of, I think you are better off as a country, as a society, and as an individual to fight the virus. So what supports the immunity will determine what's the extent of spread, what's the extent of burden of disease that we are dealing with. So we as a company are also working on solutions where it will be an improved immunity provision. And this is not a claim which will be driven out of some trial of 120 patients and launch on a television. That doesn't take us far. That takes it to the news. But if we build it appropriately, if we build it with data, if we build it with evidence, and whenever we build it with proper facts, then as Dr. Sandhu was mentioning, this will be our area to take it to the world in terms of contribution to medicine. And we can probably help the fight against COVID on a very different platform. So it is important for the industry to attack and attract the opportunity at various levels. It is vaccines, it is the in-licensing of various drugs, it is being a part of global supply chain, it is a part of being research, and it is a part of also importantly creating various platforms to boost nutrition status and boost immunity to ensure that the fight is comprehensively beaten when it comes to ensuring the victory against COVID as a word. So I would believe government policies, I would believe incentives to the research, I would believe the support which industry requires, whether it is cash flow, whether it is policies, whether it is supplies, whether it is imports. Because Atmanirbhar, as you said, it is not about self-centered. Atmanirbhar is self-reliant. And that's the difference between the two. So as India becomes much more self-reliant over a period of time, we also have to ensure that the respect we get for our products is much higher than what typically we insource. So that is one area which I would definitely like to make a mention. And as and when Kamal, you get an opportunity to engage the government policymakers, obviously this would be another area where you can probably build further onto it. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Anirudh. So here we, reach towards the conclusion of this wonderful, insightful panel on the inaugural session of sixth day of our gratitude marathon. If I would request my panelists if they would like to add any further remark, I'll welcome, or I'll be moving forward to conclude it. Thank you so much. So we got to hear different perspectives which are echoing the same sentiment, that when it comes to our fight against either COVID-19 or any other disease burden which we are already reeling under or will continue to face in future, or as well as our possible role in the global scenario, we need to put an all-round fight for that. And every company, every organization, and every person in this healthcare system, including the policymaker to the person working in a plant to manufacture a drug, should work aligned to that vision, which is also aimed towards ensuring that we are able to save as many lives and reduce as much suffering as possible. My opinion, and what I will try to echo from what Lenin said, that there are decades when weeks happen, and then there are weeks when decades happen. I believe we are at a stage where we have seen that decades are happening in weeks, and all our stakeholders who are working around this entire health universe are trying to achieve decades in these weeks, and they will also be successful in their objectives, and that is going to be the biggest hope for our country. With this, I would also like to highlight that at ISW Council we are also trying to highlight, as Sanjeev ji also said, that health comes first and has to be looked on equal footing as the national security. We are trying to highlight a very emotional aspect on it, that like our soldiers fight wars to protect our country, our doctors, our medical practitioners, our people at the entire healthcare ecosystem are fighting this war against pandemic, and they have always been fighting a war against some kind of disease which has much more larger toll on lives than the pandemic itself. We are requesting the government of India to set up a memorial for all these health workers, a memorial where people can go and pay their reverence for those who have fallen while providing their services, while doing their duty in the healthcare crisis which we are seeing, but also all those who are continue to provide their services. And we believe that having a memorial for health, like we have memorials for war, will remind our populations, our people, that health is as important as the defense or the national security. We are running this campaign, and we have requested the government of India, thankfully the honorable ministers who joined us during the last 5 days, and even the lawmakers have echoed our sentiments and have promised us that they will be taking this issue to their colleagues in government, and even lawmakers promise that they will be taking up into the next parliament session. You can also be part of this movement, this request, this demand, by signing a petition on change.org, the link for which is available on the chat box of this live program. You can sign your petition, and I would request to also share with your friends, your colleagues, and anyone. This is the respect which we can pay for our healthcare workers working in millions across the country for us. I would request my team if we can play a small video which we have created for this particular initiative. which we are making, and we firmly believe that when the people of our country will start respecting health and will start understanding the health is the first priority of life and for everyone, I'm sure the all the issues surrounding on it in terms of apathy, in terms of lack of support, everything will be taken care of, and it will become a national priority to ensure that health is well taken care of. Thank you so much, our esteemed panelist, Sanjeev Kumarji, Mr. Anirudh, and Dr. Gurpreet Sandhu. And the next panel, which is coming, is going to talk about how we are going to save humanity and the financial cost by diagnosing diseases on time. The next panel will be moderated by my colleague in Equitas Consulting, Dr. Nalini Kaushik, and we will be having an esteemed panel of speakers there to highlight the role of diagnostic industry, and that too is very critical especially during this time of pandemic as well. Before I sign off, I would request my team to play the anthem song which we have created for our doctors as part of a tribute for all the health workers who have been working tirelessly day and night to ensure that healthcare continue to reach to us. Thank you so much, all our speakers. And this gratitude marathon is continuing. We are on the 6th day of this gratitude marathon, and this is going to continue till tomorrow evening when we conclude this 60-hour long marathon event. We are expecting our pharmaceutical secretary during the day who could not attend us our event, this program on this inaugural session, but we expect him and many other government officials and representatives and corporate and industry representatives during the next 2 days. Thank you so much for your time and for watching and to supporting this initiative of Gratitude Week. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Padamji Chelawat, and I thought of dedicating a special anthem, a song for the real Corona warriors, the heroes, doctors, the nurses, the medical staff, for their tireless, selfless service. Thank you. You are the real heroes. जो मैंने लिखा गाया कंपोज किया वही है. काम निस्वार्थ किया क्या बात है, मुश्किल में डटे रहे क्या बात है, खुद की नहीं परवाह की, क्योंकि पेशेंट्स के हेल्थ की चिंता थी. डॉक्टर्स, नर्सेस, मेडिकल स्टाफ, आपका शुक्रिया, आपका शुक्रिया. शब्दों में शायद न कह पाएंगे, शब्दों में शायद न कह पाएंगे, आपके ऋणी सदा खुद को पाएंगे. सांस खुद की भी थी दांव पर, डगमगाए नहीं पर तेरे पांव थे. डॉक्टर्स, नर्सेस, मेडिकल स्टाफ, आपका शुक्रिया, आपका शुक्रिया. You are the real heroes, आपका शुक्रिया. Thank you.
Artist, Asian Research and Training Institute of Skill Transfer, based out of Bangalore, India, has a great mix of specialists, researchers, academicians, advocacy experts, public health experts, and the technology experts bringing everybody on the platform to connect. Welcome to the IHW Council Gratitude Week on occasion of Doctors' Day. The team from Bengaluru, Team Artists, which expands as Asian Research and Training Institute for Skill Transfer, brings to you the ABCDE Health Quiz. A for anemia, B for building contraceptive choices, C for cancer cervix, kill it before it kills you, D for diabetes, don't allow India to become the diabetic capital, and E for essential and emergency services. Answer the quiz questions and be eligible for being declared as the health and well-being champion for the day. We wish you all the best from Team Artist Bengaluru.
Be the health and well-being champion of the day by answering the ABCDE health quiz by artist. Question for the day on E, emergency care. Reaching every girl, every woman. We march towards building Bharat. Death can be prevented if emergency care is offered during the childbirth when the woman is A, bleeding, B, throwing fits, C, collapsing, D, all of the above. Answer now and be eligible to be declared as Health and Wellbeing Champion for the day.
अपना सुकून भूलकर वो सबकी जान बचाते हैं। भूख प्यास भूलकर वो डॉक्टर होने का फर्ज निभाते हैं।
Someone has rightly said, as God cannot be everywhere, so He has sent doctors for us.
You are risking your life at every moment. You are not afraid of this pandemic.
ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦਿਲੋਂ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਸ ਮੁਸ਼ਕਿਲ ਵੇਲੇ ਆਪਣੀ ਪਰਸਨਲ ਲਾਈਫ ਆਪਣੀ ਫੈਮਲੀਜ਼ ਨੂੰ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਛੱਡ ਕੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਲਈ ਔਨ ફિલ્ડ ડ્યુટી તે હંમેશા અવેલેબલ હો
આવી મહામારીએ અમને અહેસાસ દિલાવ્યો છે કે તમે ભગવાનના એક રૂપ છો.
Thank you will never seem enough, but we will say it anyways. Thank you for your countless hours, your unwavering dedication, and the boundless talent that you possess.
माना वो डॉक्टर है, बेशक कोई भगवान नहीं, मगर डॉक्टर का डॉक्टर होना इतना भी आसान नहीं.
I'd like to sincerely pay my gratitude and thank the whole medical fraternity, the doctors, the nurses, everyone who's been working endlessly and effortlessly in this drive to, tackle the pandemic.
Coronavirus, something which we never heard of, something that was totally new to every one of us, even to the doctors. But still, doctors came ahead, they fought this battle, they conquered this battle.
Thank you so much, doctors, that you are there so that we can stay safely at our home.
દિલ સે આપકા શુક્રિયા દિલો ધન્યવાદ ગોડ બ્લેસ યુ થેન્ક યુ
અમે તમારું ખૂબ ખૂબ આભાર માનીએ છીએ. તમારું ખૂબ ખૂબ ધન્યવાદ.
Thank you so much doctors for being there.
And I hope you keep continuing the great work. Thank you so much.
We salute all the doctors out there.
We love you, doctors.
Thank you, doctors.
Good afternoon and a very warm welcome to everyone who is here with us today on the day 6 of Gratitude Week, where we as a collective at ISW Council pay our tribute to the healthcare guardians and everyone else who makes a critical component of the healthcare ecosystem. Thanks for joining us today. So as we all know that most of the damage that we experience on our health is usually irreversible. And more often than not, it is usually actually very late by the time a person realizes the relevance of that one doctor visit that he or she could have made before the damage on their health has aggravated to an irreparable level. And as you've understood by now, that the focus of today's session is to understand that how early diagnosis has a bearing not only on the financial aspects or the financial cost, but also on the overall being of an individual, or to put it this way, the human cost of early diagnosis. And to take our discussion forward, we have a very interesting duo of speakers with us today. We have Ms. Arunima Patel, who is the founder and the managing director of iGenetic Diagnostics. And also we have with us today Mr. Chandrasekhar Sibul, who is the senior vice president of medical division of Fujifilm India. Firstly, a very warm welcome to both of you for joining us today for this critical discussion. Thank you very much. To begin with, my first question is for you, Mr. Sibul, that in a common parlance, most of us, we do understand what early diagnosis is all about. However, if we correlate it to the patient behavior perspective, and if we assess the uptake of services, I think the response or the behavior is very slow and it's very sluggish. And to a certain extent, if I say that, it kind of took us a global pandemic to understand the relevance of diagnosis. So before we move forward to more intricate discussions today, it'll be very helpful that, for our audience today, if you can, very briefly, talk about what actually early diagnosis is all about and what is its importance on from the perspective of that human cost that we are talking about.
Correct. Thank you very much, Dr. Nalini. So early detection is the most important point, as we see that for early detection of the cancers, as Fujifilm makes a lot of products like full-field digital mammography. So early detection of the breast cancer is very, very important. Similarly, early detection of the lung cancer, similarly, early detection of anything. Because if you can nip the bud in the starting, it will not grow that much. And financially also, it makes a lot of difference. If for the management of any cancer, if you see, if we are able to capture the cancer in a 0 stage or stage 1, then management of the cancer is very economical. You don't have to go for a surgery. Conservative methods can be used. So we have seen, and it is proven fact, that once these cancers are detected at a very early stage, these can be managed with a very, very less amount of even the 5% of the total cost they can manage. And in the problem, as you said, that in India, the perspective of the customer, basically that in India, we do not have the methods or from the government side any programs which gives them early detection of the breast cancer. As worldwide, the breast cancer is a very, very important topic. And there in India also around 1.5 lakh women die, detected every year, and out of which 75,000 women die because the cancers are detected late. They are detected in a stage 3 or stage 4. So it's very, very important. And from the data also, it's very clear. And WHO also has given a recommendation that we have to detect those cancers at an early stage so that the life expectancy can be improved for those patients. So this is very relevant. And in this time also, all these early detection is very, very relevant for COVID patients also, because most of the things are happening for the COVID patients. So small X-ray at an early stage can help detect the COVID or the COVID score of the patient with the help of artificial intelligence. Now the tools have come with the AI. And even some of the hospitals have started, when they are taking the patients or any patient is entering, they are taking X-ray of the patient, and they are able to understand what is the COVID score or what is the possibility of that person is having a COVID. So early detection is very important, and now in the new perspective, it becomes even more imperative.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Sibul. And I think you very correctly pointed out the financial and the human aspect of it, and also the role that government needs to play if we assess our situation vis-a-vis a global scenario. But before I move to Ms. Patel, I just wanted also to understand from you that how, as a very significant industry player, your contribution to this entire, the current situation of pandemic, and also because, like you just mentioned, patients with cancer and other chronic conditions, in the time of crisis, of this global crisis, I think our focus, while has been a lot on the diagnosis of, COVID, somewhere have we shifted our focus on the chronic conditions? And if not, then how do you think we can manage those patients much better? People who are already grappling with much more serious and chronic conditions.
Yeah, so this is a problem which we all are facing, that because of COVID, the patients are not going to the hospitals because there is a fear in their minds that they will catch COVID. So basically, we are also finding that there are very less number of people who are coming for, but I think slowly the situation will improve as some vaccine will come, or people will have a less fear from this COVID, because right now there's a lot of fear in the patient's mind, or general public or perception is there that if you go to hospital, there can be some chances. So definitely, the slowly it will go as the situation will improve further, and some medicines and some vaccines will come. So there cannot be a faster solution, means because it will slowly seep in, and the right actions will be taken accordingly. And after this COVID situation is over, then people will take it more seriously, and the hospitals and the government setups, and we are also doing a lot of things in educating the people. Like we have made a very good cartoon from Pari Layegi Parivartan, that we want that the girl child to tell the mother that it's very important for her to take a breast cancer scanning, because it's very important. And once the daughter tells to mother, it makes a lot of difference. So we are also trying from our bit whatever is possible during this time, and we are giving the trainings to the doctors for breast imaging. Our own doctors have written a lot of books, and they are also disseminating the training programs to whole entire world, not only to the India, but to Asian Pacific countries and other many Middle East countries. So we are providing a lot of programs, web seminars, because now the things are changing. Most of the things which we used to meet and provide those things, now it becomes very easy. Now also we are also meeting here, and without any wasting any time of going to the any hotel or anything. So now those times have been saved. So the new innovations will come, which will help us further to improve those things. And there are many people who are working on these lines for developing artificial intelligence products, as well as the products where human interface will be less, and with the help of machines only, and less interface, the people will be able to get to know about their things. Wearable devices, AI, and all these things are under development. And this COVID will actually rather provide a boost to those things. It will be a kind of catalyst for providing digitization of healthcare or smart healthcare in a much faster way, and in very less time. I think within 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, we'll see a lot of change in the way healthcare has been delivered.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Sibyl. And I think you raised a very important point of, how we are moving towards, like decreasing the collateral damage by moving towards the more better technology, artificial intelligence, and, more advances in the technology. And I think this is something where, firstly, I bring in Ms. Patel with us. And also, I think once she's done, I will come back to this point again, because this is a very critical point of where we are headed from here. So thank you so much, Ms. Patel, for being here with us. And I think while Mr. Sibyl has very correctly pointed out on the relevance of diagnostics, you represent a domain of gene testing or molecular diagnostic testing. And I think this is, to put it this way, it is a much more newer domain. It is more intricate, and yet while awareness is slightly low, I would say that at least in the general population about this particular domain, yet the big question of difference between life and death hangs on to in today's time on molecular testing as well. So again, if coming back to breaking the basics of this particular aspect, that if you can, for our audience and for the larger, people who would be watching this video or this session in the due course of time, if you can firstly make all of us understand that what is the entire domain of gene testing or biomarkers or molecular testing is all about, so that we can move in a more intricate discussions post that. Over to you.
I will do that. My company has been working in this arena for last 6 years. I'll give you a small example as to how a molecular test or how a genetic test helps. The traditional way of diagnosing an infection and what is considered gold standard is microbiology method, wherein you grow the culture. You grow the culture and then wait for the culture to give you some results in next 2 or 3 days time. Sometimes it takes maybe up to even 20, 21 days. what you see live growing there is what then you ultimately say is there in the patient as well. Now, these methods are fantastic if the patient has the time to deal with the infection, fight the infection, all of that. But majority of the cases when the patient is admitted in critical care setup, they don't have the luxury of time. And that's where methods which we, for instance, so my company has developed methods for maybe over 40, 50 pathogens. We have been doing Nipah even before Nipah became a pandemic. These tests are done at a very rapid turnaround time. So today I pick up a sample from Kerala, bring that over to Bombay, and by tomorrow night my reports are out. So the turnaround time typically, once the sample has reached our lab, is maybe 8 to 10 hours, and we'll be able to diagnose what if there is a particular infection in the patient. And you deal with all kinds of samples. You deal with pus, you deal with tissues, you deal with blood, you deal with respiratory samples. So we've been talking about it for last 6 years. It's only this particular pandemic COVID that has brought to light as to what a real-time PCR is. And what is the advantage of real-time PCR? First of all, viruses, you cannot grow cultures of viruses in majority of the labs that exist. You need a BSL-4 facility to even work with a live virus. What is a diagnosis available for viruses like that? Then you have to rely on molecular methods. And that's why COVID, nobody talks about doing microbiology for COVID testing. You talk about real-time PCR. The benefits that a real-time PCR or a molecular test or a genetic test brings to table is that it's very, very sensitive. A lot of times, for instance, your culture will not grow. If the person has been on antibiotic treatment, culture will not grow. So you wait for 3 days and then you, at best 20-30% of these samples will have some positive growth. So what do you do with the remaining of the patients? You actually treat them empirically. And if you use molecular methods, more than 50% of the times you'll get an understanding, you'll get a detection, you'll get a positive result, which says, yes, there is a bacteria present, this is the name of that bacteria. And by the way, this bacteria can be resistant to these many drugs. And that result in the hands of a clinician within 24 hours of sample pickup is very, very powerful, because you can then tailor your treatment based on that. Otherwise, the general norm for patient treatment in ICUs is normally that I start with high level of antibiotic and then I escalate within 2 days time if the culture has not grown. And then third or fourth day, depending on the patient condition, I start giving them antifungal. You start bombarding the patient with a lot of drugs. After 6-7 days, the infection has gone away, but the patient then body is fighting with all the toxins that have gone in. In brief, for things where you need early detection, like cancer, you need early detection in cases of infections. You need that's where molecular methods are very, very useful, and these methods are highly sensitive. So even if the cancer, for instance, or an infection is present in very small quantities, molecular methods will pick up.
Thank you, Ms. Patel. And I think the way you explained it, it certainly shows that the level of intricacy which is associated with the molecular testing. And I think you just mentioned the point of it's been 6 years and how it's just now that it's being suddenly everyone's talking about it. It's been 6 years. You are in close association with this domain of science. What has been the challenges, and specifically for this particular industry, or and also from the government side, from the infrastructure side, and how do we move forward? How can we create more awareness, and how can we, because this is where the health systems in India are supposed to move.
Sure.
So how do we pave our way towards that?
So first of all, awareness levels among the clinicians, among the general population is very limited. If I'm a patient and I'm already struggling with my hospital bill, Then if somebody tells me, look, I have a choice of doing a microbiology culture, maybe 600-700 rupees, versus I can get a molecular test done, which may cost to 7,000 rupees. The chances are that the patient will say, look, मेरे पास इतना पैसा नहीं है, let's get a cheaper test done. But the benefit of doing a molecular test, that awareness among the patient does not exist as to why somebody would pay maybe sometimes 8 to 10 times additional for getting a genetic test done. So often, although clinicians are convinced that this test will help the patient, they have always struggled to explain to the patient as to why they need to get an expensive test done. That's one. The awareness among the clinician itself is low, especially in the pockets where if you go to a tertiary care setup, an ICU, the clinician there is fully aware that yes, molecular tests, what do they bring to the table? But you start going into the interiors of the country, it becomes very difficult. So our job has been for the last 6 years is educating the patients, educating the doctors as to what this particular methodology brings to the table. There are pros and cons for every method that is there. What we have been talking about is bringing advanced methodology to the table. And if it's an expensive solution, it takes much harder, much more work to convince a clinician to use this method judicially. So that's been one big challenge. The second big challenge that we have faced always is that this one is regulation wise. There are hardly any regulations as far as diagnostic industry is concerned. So how do you establish your credibility? Anybody can come in, anybody can launch a particular test. Being a quality player, how do you differentiate yourself with somebody else? So that's a second challenge that we face. Bringing your credibility itself takes a far longer runway, because there are 10 other labs which have developed this, and you have to convince people with the usage, with the amount of time that they have been with you. That's the second challenge. The third challenge that we face has always been logistics. Very difficult to bring samples. In fact, even today, we would like to, our work hasn't started. Today, if I want my testing work to come from Bangalore to Bombay, it's just not possible. It's taking 3 days time. From Kerala, there is no logistics available today. So government has to understand that healthcare has its own needs. And these are, your center of excellences are few. They exist in pockets. So you have to be able to allow sample transportation. And you have to actually ease out the logistics in that manner. That sample, you have to assume that sometimes a patient's sample will fly from Kerala to Delhi or a Bombay or a Bangalore. So how do you support that? And third thing is that per se, there should be some more involvement in the training of staff manpower. You don't get these manpower. They are highly trained, skilled resources that we develop in our own lab. People who come out of biotech, BScs, MScs, they have to be given at least 6 months training before they can be put on the job. So these are the aspects where government can help.
I think very nicely put, and I think all that I wanted to cover today, you have very briefly touched upon everything. And I think unlike any other segment of the Indian healthcare, I think this is diagnostics per se, and no matter which arm of diagnostics you're talking about, this is one segment where we need not just strong intervention, but a lot of support from the government, and which comes in form of, policy and regulatory streamlining. And I think that before and once before we move on to that particular aspect, I think one common chord that has also run between the answers that I've received from both of you is about the awareness. How do you think we can tackle the issue of awareness, not only in the clinicians but also in the patients? That is one. And two, I think uptake of any services by the patients. Purchasing power of the patient plays a huge role. A patient may or may not be aware of anything, but whatever we are providing to them has to be conducive with the kind of the purchasing power of that particular population is all about. And if we correlate it to the Indian scenario, I think on one hand, we have a very low funding in the healthcare itself, and on the other, the economic, the purchasing power and the economics of India also doesn't allow people to kind of spend more than a very particular amount to be paid on these services. So where do you think your role comes in terms of awareness and to increase the uptake of these services, and where both of you think that government has a huge role to play, because we are at a very nascent development of this sector altogether?
So I'll go first. I think the role that my company has played so far in the last 6 years is actually developing things indigenously. We use our own R&D capabilities to bring down cost of what otherwise, if I bring these kits from international markets, there's a certain cost that is associated with purchasing those kits, and that then I have to pass it on to the patient ultimately. So we have developed in-house testing. In fact, COVID before in January our test was ready. I'll give you an example. So before even COVID became such a pandemic in the country, we had our own testing methodology ready in January. We applied for license in February itself. We are one of the very few, maybe one or two labs in the country which have our own COVID kit approved by ICMR, because I have the backend capability of developing that. So one, that's a need of the hour. Having indigenous development is something that has to be supported by the government. In terms of, so that's one thing that my company is bringing to the table. The second thing, I think something like healthcare, you don't have GST inputs from the patient. So why do I have to pay GST when I buy kits? Why do I have to pay GST when I buy machinery? I don't get any input credits. Why do I have outputs? So that's something that government should look at. These are maybe two points that I'd like to make on this.
Similarly, from you, Mr. Sibyl, one, like what is your comment on the the cost crisis that that's grappling India, and another is that awareness perspective. Take on that.
Yeah. So basically, doing creating, because India is such a large country. You have said that what kind of a role government can play. Because in Western countries, US, Japan, Europe, they have a program where after 40 years, every woman has to go for a breast examination or a fulfilled digital mammography test. But in India, we cannot do that because the population is so large, and also there are other priorities of the government. So we cannot expect the government should start with these programs, though definitely we would like them to do, but as a practical problem, we will not be able to sustain those programs because there are still food, hunger, basic necessities, education. These are the priority list of a government. So what we are doing from our side is that we are creating center of excellence. So we have now around 56 machines in India and mainly into medical colleges, cancer hospitals, and also we are trying to create a lot of awareness programs. And with the media, we do the press launches and we educate the people, we educate the masses that they should go for a mammography test. Whosoever can afford those tests can definitely go, and definitely the lifestyle changes what they can, the woman can make some changes in their lifestyles to reduce these cancers, and also a lot of training programs for the doctors because the new technologies are coming and doctors are also not aware. So we are also helping with a lot of programs which we are doing with the BusyCon, as well as we are writing many books because from India there was no books, no material was coming from India. But now I would say that there are many of our luminaries or key opinion leaders are there who are not only teaching Indian people, but worldwide they've been top luminaries now, and they are teaching the whole world. So overall, we are trying very hard with our application support, with our teams, to propagate them to the general masses, and whosoever can afford definitely can come. And our charges are also, means the charges which 2,500 rupees for a breast examination for this thing is not very much for middle class people also. So only thing is that awareness and what kind of a benefits they can get, because the women are coming only when there is some kind of a pain or a lump is there. At that point in time, they are coming. But we are educating them. If you can come beforehand, it will be much more better. And those awareness programs are helping. And we are seeing that in metro cities, especially in Delhi, Chennai, Mumbai, Calcutta, Ahmedabad, Jaipur, there are a lot of patients which are coming themselves, and they are willing to get their scans done. So this is changing, but it is a slow process. It will take time, and we know that Indian kind of a country, it is very difficult for government. But definitely, what we are doing in government also, that we are putting these machines in the medical colleges, and medical colleges are doing a lot of programs because they don't charge patient. They are giving free of cost. Like the Assam government, they have also purchasing these machines and putting in a smaller areas for cancer, early detection of the cancer. So many things are happening. Similarly, for the X-rays, like through teleradiology, faster reporting is happening. Early detection of the TB is happening, and in TB program also we're providing a lot of X-ray machines as the CR system. They are connected digitally, and immediately the report has been given to the patient within hours, 1 hour of time. The TAT is very high. We have joined hand with the Krishna KRSNA, and we are putting more than 1,000 machines across India, because India, the magnitude is very high, and the prevalence of TB is very high, and the number of deaths which is happening from TB is very high as compared to even COVID. So in those kind of diseases, we are helping, and through whatever means we have, and our prices are also reasonable. Prices are not very high. So in this way, we are contributing.
Thank you, Mr. Sibbil. And I think you have just pointed out to one aspect on the behavioral aspect that, at least in the in metro cities and in the bigger cities, the uptake of services is different as compared to, if we go down to tier 1, tier 2, and, to much lower cities or villages at a more lower level. This shows that, or just to highlight another aspect of Indian healthcare is the social aspect associated to that. Because, and I think, Ms. Patel, I would love to hear from you that, if especially for women, because we are talking about breast cancer also here and many other diseases, for a woman to also make a choice or a decision to get up and, get a diagnosis done, it has a big social question mark on them, and which gets compounded with the family pressure or the fear or many other things, So how do you think, because while of course everything boils down to the question of awareness, but do you think awareness alone from stakeholders like you is enough? Because we are operating in an ecosystem. Who else do you think needs to just join hands right now to, increase that uptake by making the environment more conducive?
So I'll give examples of some of the countries who are doing this very well, right? An NHS system, for instance, in UK, or some of the states in the US. What they do is, from the very early stage of a person's life, they start educating you that these becomes a pap smear, becomes a part of your life. And it becomes part of your life when you're 16, then it will remain a part of your life going forward. You rightfully said this is a social matter more than, so affordability, once you solve affordability, once you solve distribution, it still remains a social issue. How do you treat, look at it. Today, people don't want COVID testing done because the social stigma attached with being a COVID positive itself is so significant. Same goes for cancer. Cancer word itself, and we've seen that change over the last 7-8 years. It's because of the prevalence of the disease, right? Every family would have gone through cancer, somebody or other. So it's, the awareness is improving. The social acceptability as far as cancer is concerned is improving. We have to bring it in the lives of people at an early stage. We have to bring it, we have to start talking about it in schools. That these are the benefits. This is what's available for you to test. This is how you test, and then let the choice be for the person. But if you start talking about it when a person is 40, then that you've lost the prime years when a person's mind is moldable. So That's something that we should bring about.
Right. Very rightfully said. And I think, while of course, if we break it down, we need to, change the behavior and bring it at a much earlier stage. I think a lot is what governments need, government's responsibility is to do. And especially in past few years, we have seen government, making a lot of changes or working a lot on the regulatory or the policy space, especially in the medical devices sector and the diagnostic sector, and even the medical device act, and price regulation, etc. These are certain instances that we keep seeing, that the government is very closely working on. But government cannot work alone here, and it needs to take help from all the stakeholders. So how do you think, because you both portray a very different segment of the industry altogether also, while you make us part of a single continuum of diagnostics, where do you think each one of you has a role to play with respect to the regulatory policy making in India, and how can you support the government more, and what do we need more from the government? Mr. Sybil, we'll begin with you on this.
Okay, so basically regulatory authority now, because now they are making certain regulations, and also that government is making Make in India very prominent, and they are making some rules that earlier India was kind of an import friendly market. Actually, we have seen that they were more basically promoting the import of medical devices and other things as the policies have changed. And now the government has started taking the steps where they want Make in India, and with the Modi ji's mission of Atmanirbhar Bharat now. And so they are inviting more and more companies to manufacture in India, and also providing certain helps. So I think that regulatory framework where Make in India will become more prominent, and but it will take time. It is not going to be overnight shift, and more help and support will be required from government to see, and also the policy changes wherein there will be some kind of non-trade barriers for imports, and it should not be import friendly country, and it should be a more manufacturing friendly country like China, where they have started manufacturing because they had the overall policies which helped them to make in China. So similarly now government is making those policies, and though it is going to take time because India is a big market, and when the market is there, every manufacturer or seller, if they will not be given a easy access to the market, then it will definitely help. But medical is a very different kind of a market, where if you will not give access easily, then also it can affect the health of the people. So they are taking a balanced view there and trying to improve on that. That is going to be the one help which they are doing, and this will be a long term also. This can affect in a long term. And also, as Arunima has told, that reduction of pricing, because the pricing is very, very important for the end customer. When they ask that, okay, these tests are done in 1,000 rupees, another test, okay, is there which is done in 10,000 rupees. So definitely the people will go for a cheaper test because of their pocket will not allow them to go for a 10,000 rupees or 20,000 rupees test. So once we have Make in India kits, as Arunima is saying that they have already developed Make in India kits, so that will help to further reduce the cost. When the cost is reduced, the people will be able to go for those tests very easily, and that will be a help, and that will help the whole ecosystem to grow further, and we can export also from India. And now in this COVID times and time of crisis, I must say that industry has come up very nicely. And the ventilators, if we see, we used to import the ventilators. Now we are making the ventilators in India, and 50,000 ventilators are made by Indian companies. And like Bell has contributed 30,000 ventilators with the DRDO, and Mahindra and Mahindra. Similarly, there's another company in Noida who's made those ventilators available. So it is there that can be done. But this crisis kind of a situation we should utilize, and we should feel that this kind of a crisis is there always, so that innovation can foster. Because not only that, because COVID was there, then we have made these things, but we should also think that, okay, even COVID will go, but we should have the same kind of hurry and same kind of a collaboration among the government, private, and the teaching institutes to come up with the new innovations.
Right. Thank you. I think you have touched upon a very important point here, saying that crisis is a point where we have shown our potential with respect to innovation, as well. So just before we go further into that particular aspect, moving back to Ms. Patel, to you again on the question of regulatory policy support from the government. What do we need? Because this is a very nascent stage of development for the sector. We need a lot of support from the government. And also moving back to our topic of discussion today, that we need to put patient into the center of everything that we do, because human cost, beyond financial cost, it is the human cost that we are talking about. So what can we do on that particular regard?
So first of all, let's look at COVID itself. Before COVID, government had very little role to play on who does what testing, who's allowed to test what, except for H1N1, there were some guidelines around it. But COVID, how quickly the government machinery came together and worked with NABL and approved labs. The speed was quite heartening. I like us to continue with that and then go one step forward and say, look, these are government authorized or government approved facilities, or at least some checks and balances are being done when somebody runs a particular lab. And that's a that's going to be a very welcome change, because as soon as you are authorized by ICMR, you get a certain credibility in the market, and patient knows that this lab is where I need to go for my testing, rather than going to somebody else who may not be accredited or authorized. That's one. So regulation in diagnostic services is badly needed. We've been asking for it for 10 years now. Some shape and form that has to come in. Every year we talk about it, it's coming, but it hasn't come. I've been waiting personally for 5 years, but there is no regulation whatsoever. That's one. The second change, as Mr. Sibal also said, Make in India. India is affordability will remain a big challenge in the country. So why import at all? As far as healthcare is concerned, why import? You have the talent. You have people who are great engineers. You have people who are great in fluidics. You have people who are great in AI. You have people who are great in designing of molecular kits. Why not support these industries actively? Right now, these are entrepreneurs who are raising money and supporting their own ventures with very limited support coming from government side. China became a manufacturing hub because government supported them with real estate, with electricity, with tax exemptions for years to come. What is the support that we receive in India? It's in my mind, it's very, very limited. That's where government needs to play that role.
I think very rightly put, and I think in last couple of days, since we are discussing a lot of healthcare related issues by virtue of this gratitude week, I think one critical point that has been continuously raised by a lot of esteemed speakers is that in India it is about sick care and it is not about healthcare, because our perception of seeking healthcare does not exist. It's only when we are terribly unwell is when we go to a doctor and think of getting ourselves checked or getting accessing any kind of health services. And I think if this is a matter of perception, we need a 360-degree shift in the way the government is working and in the way the entire ecosystem is operating, so that patient once again becomes the center of the entire policies or the regulations that are being made. So moving on from this particular aspect, in the beginning only we discussed that how we have more potential now, and we have highlighted India in the crisis time. We have highlighted that we have a big path in front of us, where in form of artificial technology, artificial intelligence, and more scientific innovations that Mr. Sibal had just pointed out in the beginning. So moving back to that particular chord of conversation and seeing that the crisis has in the time of crisis, it's the indigenous players who have actually stood up to their potential and shown that what we have actually already in the country. So how do we balance that, in order to move forward from here, because we are nowhere going back to what existed 6 months ago in this country. No, and it's applicable for all sectors that we have now. So healthcare will not return to where it was. It's only going to move forward. So in order to move more constructively forward, how do you think, we need the support of each other in order to, fulfill that component of scientific innovations, and, then we bring in AI, etc. Mr. Sibyl, firstly from you on this.
Yeah, so as you know that government has moved to Ayushman Bharat program. You were talked about sickness and wellness, and they are planning to make wellness centers, 150,000 wellness centers, where they will be doing their basic testings like X-rays, their glucose levels and other things. So basic testing facilities will be available on these PHCs, which will be the wellness centers. So it is very important, because Indian kind of a country, we cannot afford a system for a sick people if 137 crores, 140 crore people are there, because the ratio of the doctors to the number of people, ratio of the beds, everything is too skewed actually, and they are also skewed towards the basically towards the metro cities. In the villages and where the 70% of the people reside, the facilities are very less. So as a India, our country, we cannot afford a sick care system. We can only afford a wellness system where people are good in health. And now, as you know, that our ancient systems of yoga, meditation, pranayama, so all these things are becoming much and more relevant every day, day by day. And even I'm seeing one of the videos from one of the doctors who is doing Jalneti actually during this time, and they are treating the COVID patients, and they are giving a report that from 600 COVID workers are there, or healthcare workers are there, who are doing Jalneti. They have not been caught by the COVID, and just by a small thing, Jalneti, and they said that the people who were not doing, 13 people who were not doing Jalneti, morning and evening, both the times, they have caught by the small thing, but it makes a lot of difference. So wellness is the most important point. Then the Ayushman Bharat, where 150,000 of our PHCs going to be shifted to the wellness center, and proper education, because sanitation, as the government of India started earlier, also Modi ji also started sanitation kind of a drive, where the washrooms and other things were not in the homes, but people used to go out. So that step is over. Now everybody has a bathroom in their homes. So sanitation, education, good level of education. As you know, that Kerala is much ahead as compared to any other state in the country. And what I feel today was I was talking to my friend that why Kerala is ahead, because of the literacy rate is very, very high. So we have to go to the basics of our thing. That literacy rate is almost 100% there, and that's why people are more aware. They know how to tackle the health problems. The healthcare system, even the PHCs, are equipped for taking care of the people, and the people are aware, people are learned, so they are learning. So that helps actually. Overall, the basics have to be improved. Actually, if you want to take the country up from sickness to a healthcare level which is very high, and once you are doing the basics correctly, then you can build a very big empire on that. But basics have to be correct, whether it is our ancient time systems, the yoga, meditation, everything has to be done. People have to remain fit, because you cannot afford to be unfit now in this world, because the medical cost, you can see the kind of cost which is happening in the hospitalization. And also, we do not have number of doctors. We have only 6 lakhs doctors to 130 crore people, 140 crore people now. So how can we expect everybody to fall sick? So we have to be a much more, and also this has to start from the schools, from the schooling, our yoga, our meditation, and those kind of activities have to start from that level. And then if somebody has a diabetes or cancer or early detection from the PHC's level, if that starts, then we do not require such a big tertiary care systems which is available in the world, and which might not be needed, and which not we will not be able to afford those kind of systems also, because we still have the priorities. Prioritization has to be given to those kind of things, to the jobs, to the education, skilling of the people. So those are still the important areas where we have to touch upon.
Thank you, Mr. Sibyl. And I think very well said that, now we will have to bring the distinction of aspects, which is what is the difference between sick care, what is the difference between healthcare, wellness, and holistic care. And I think if we need to shift the entire paradigm of how we even seek healthcare, it needs a 360-degree shift, which needs to begin from how we are educated in healthcare from the time we are in school and to the time we are part of the different sectors that we are working on. Again, so the same question for you, Ms. Patel, that where are we moving forward from here? Because yes, we already knew that we had the potential. We have, in the time of global crisis, we have lived up to that mark. But again, where are we moving forward here, keeping the patient at the center?
So what this crisis has brought about, the mindset shift in people is that people are actively now seeking preventive rather than getting treatments done. So people are getting more and more aware of, let me build my immunity. Zinc tablets or vitamin D's and vitamin C's always existed. This is the first time that my own family, everybody in my house now has an oximeter and knows what to do with it. So what Mrs. Sibyl said rightfully, importance of getting daily exercises done, importance of doing your breathing, your yogas, something which is apart from doing your routine day-to-day work, has been people have acknowledged that that's very, very important. So I hope that's one change that remains with all of us. The second thing that this pandemic has brought to the table is that at least as far as startups are concerned, they know that things can be done very quickly and can be accepted in the marketplace. So more and more players. So today, if people are developing these ventilators, 6 months back, I can assure you, none of them would have thought that they will be developing ventilators or PPE kits and things like that. And that was made possible, at least in the mindset of the startups also. I look at myself and I know that tomorrow, if I have to take a very quick decision on let me get into this particular venture, that seems possible now. So roadblocks have been removed as far as healthcare is concerned, from the mindset of people. People are ready to try out new things. Both doctors, patients are ready to try out new things, and that's a great shift forward. We've seen participation from IITs of the world. There's a lot of innovation that they do, and it is not now. It's not because of COVID that they've been doing this for years. But this is the first time that it's come to the commercial limelight, that the kits developed by IIT is commercially launched and people are accepting that. These are things that are actually quite remarkable that we've been able to achieve in last 3 months' time. Most importantly, this is a mindset shift that has happened, and I hope that continues. People are taking their sanitation, people are taking basic hygiene more importantly now. Social distancing, otherwise the concept just did not exist in the country. People will sneeze on your face earlier and wouldn't be bothered about it, but now they know that that's not okay.
Very well put in. I think as we move towards the closing of our session, any last remark from both of you on a patient-centric policy and on the aspects of financial and the human cost of healthcare?
Okay, so I would say that COVID will bring a lot of opportunities. There are many negative aspects of COVID, but I think we should try to build a robust system now. Seeing that what kind of problems, basically the digital health of the people, we should have the records of the people, storage of those records, giving them the proper information. So all those things can be done. And as we have Aadhaar card, so similarly with the Aadhaar, we can link our healthcare systems now very easily, because accession number is made already. Those systems which are already in work, we can extend those systems for giving a better healthcare and also giving them the proper information, knowledge, and disseminating whatever the information we have. And I think the government has done a wonderful job by giving a phone call. When we do a phone call, you get a lot of information on COVID, that what kind of a things you should do and what kind of a things you should not do, because there is a tune is there. When tune comes, that so these were the innovative things which have been done, and we should continue doing these things. And we should increase the participation of the private and public and the institutions, as Abhima has said, that like IIT has come up with a lot of innovations, and they have been coming for ages. Actually, it's not there, but now they're coming to the people. They are able to make those things and able to provide those things. So I think these kind of things, if we accelerate by taking the advantage or whatever it is now, because it's a crisis situation, because economy is taking a very, very bad hit. So we will have to make a new way how the economy has to be made operational, how the healthcare systems have to be made better, and how the education, what kind of education we'll have to impart to our younger generation, so that once they are there out of this situation, how they are able to cope up with that, how our youngsters, mental health of the people, how we are able to remain happy. And also nowadays, everything has changed. Every weekend we used to go for some kind of a holidays or this and that, always in a hurry to pack your bags and go and all. So all those things have changed. Now people are not even thinking of those things. So things have changed a lot. We have to accept those changes and we have to get best out of it, because it is like a samudra manthan हो रहा है, उसमें से कुछ जहर निकलेगा और कुछ मतलब अमृत भी निकलेगा, तो सबको पीना पड़ेगा, उसको अमृत को भी और उसको भी. So I think we'll have to do a lot of Atman Manthan also, that we'll have to see that how best we can utilize this time and develop our kids and our future generation. This is going to be a lot of work which has to be done on that.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Sibyl, and over to you, Ms. Patel, for your closing remarks.
So I think this particular pandemic has brought to the forefront the need of healthcare, the need of making that healthcare available 500 kilometers away from Bombay. It's time that we realize that these places have so far been ignored by corporates, by government, by everybody. And there are population there are farmers there are people who are ready to afford, and they travel all the way to Bombay for their treatments. So we need to start thinking both from the corporate side, and what we at my company at Igenetic, what we are doing is we are building, we are putting our infrastructure out there. So we are not a Bombay-centric company. We are in the interiors of Maharashtra, from Kolhapur to Nashik to Sholapur, all of these places. And that's needed by hospitals also. So corporates need to start seeing that these opportunities exist, and it's time that we take it to these kind of places. Same goes for government as well. Government needs to start facilitating that more and more. Maybe come up with a special scheme. If somebody is wanting to open up a hospital in a remote part of Sangli, why not give them some incentive? So that's very important. I hope we sort of start working towards that. The second thing that we, as an entrepreneur, I will say that right now, if there was anybody having any doubt on taking risk and bringing innovation, that whole mindset shift has happened. So why not use this opportunity to actually go forward? And we as a country today, if government supports being Atmanirbhar, being independent, then we can achieve a lot more. We don't have to rely on China, or we don't have to rely on France or Germany to bring that healthcare innovation to the country. We have the talent available.
Thank you so much, Ms. Patel, for highlighting these critical aspects. And I think you rightly pointed that, the need of healthcare just does not lie in the metro cities or in the, bigger cities that we talk about. Equally an important need lies in much rural areas and in much smaller cities as well. And there's a lot that government needs to do. And I think all the players in the ecosystem, they have certainly shown the potential that as a country we have, and it's just a matter of time for us to kind of harness it more equally, to bring the question of equitable access and in a much better manner, so that access to healthcare is not a challenge for even the one who is, in a far-fetched area of rural India. Thank you so much for being here with us today and, for this enlightening discussions. Thank you so much to our speakers. To the audience, I would like to say that thank you for being here with us day after day as we have approached the day 6. Stay tuned for our next session as we bring to you much more, detailed discussions of how the ecosystem of Indian healthcare is playing at the time of global crisis. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. Thank you, Dr. Nalini. Thank you, Arvind. Thank you.
Bye.
Hi, my name is Padamji Chelawat, and I thought of dedicating a special anthem, a song for the real Corona warriors, the heroes, doctors, the nurses, the medical staff, for their tireless, selfless service. Thank you. You are the real heroes. जो मैंने लिखा गाया कंपोज किया वही है. काम निस्वार्थ किया क्या बात है, मुश्किल में डटे रहे क्या बात है, खुद की नहीं परवाह की, क्योंकि पेशेंट्स के हेल्थ की चिंता थी. डॉक्टर्स, नर्सेस, मेडिकल स्टाफ, आपका शुक्रिया, आपका शुक्रिया. शब्दों में शायद न कह पाएंगे, शब्दों में शायद न कह पाएंगे, आपके ऋणी सदा खुद को पाएंगे. सांस खुद की भी थी दांव पर, डगमगाए नहीं पर तेरे पांव थे. डॉक्टर्स, नर्सेस, मेडिकल स्टाफ, आपका शुक्रिया, आपका शुक्रिया. You are the real heroes, आपका शुक्रिया. Thank you.
Good morning everyone, I am unsung from class 2C and today I am going to recite a poem on a wonderful doctors who are serious. For the title doctor is an honor, it is true, fruition of life children achieved by just a few. It's a journey that has brought you to this time and to this stage where you can make a difference with each challenge that you face. The knowledge in and of itself is just a part thing that makes you special. Your kind and gentle heart and when your doctor cares as much sincerely you do, the world becomes a better place, no doubt, because of. Thank you.
My name is Siddharth Suri. I am from class 3C of St. Columbus School. Gratitude to doctors and nurses. You are something special. In fact, you are the heroes to the core. With your efforts, we will make it through this war. You comfort this virus through day and through night. Thank you for keeping your compassion alive. We are so grateful and proud. All we want to say it out loud. The world says, thank you for your service, the lives you are saving. Thanks for all storms you braving. The nurses and the doctors, we are stand behind you strong. This fight is long, but from your courage and bravery, we say thank you for your service from core of our heart. Thank you.
My name is Hudail Das. I am a St. Columbus School 20 class. I can't even go to school. This is the new rule. No friends, not even a hug. Be careful strange, but my mom told me, "Hey, the doctor, you see, the Rona say, the Rona. Just toilet it, all will be well." Doctors and nurses work so hard, day and night. From their family, they stay apart. And how they rest and how they rest. Because the sick ones take care. You are healthy, you are wise. Someone, somewhere has paid a price. So remember to do silent prayer when people who have shown such care. Thank you. We love you. Dear God, when the times were dark and the powers fell, they stood their ground and the fight back they led. We all sat at home, knowing not what to do, but they went to work to fight this virus that was new. So many of us fell sick, so many of us died, but through all the sadness and uncertainty, their grit and determination survived. We feared for our loved ones and all whom we called dear, but they left their loved ones at home to hold our sick family members near. So many of us got well and happily went home, but some of them died caring for us and we never took a moment to mourn. So here we are standing and saluting the services they provide. These doctors and nurses, they are your angels in human disguise. So protect them and bless them, God, and their families too. For this prayer might be too small to say thank you. Amen.
Good day to all. My name is Johan Mervin, Class 3 from St. Columbus School, Delhi. I am here to recite a poem to show my gratitude to all the Corona warriors. This is my way of saying thank you for their relentless services, hard work and sacrifices. My poem is titled A Grateful Heart. They call it COVID-19, a tiny virus, but very mean. It took away all the fun and kills people without a gun. I'm scared, full of fear. 2020 has been an awful year. To be safe, do a little task. Wash your hands, wear a mask. We are saved from this curse only by a doctor and a nurse. So do not fret, do not fear. For every devil there's a savior. Say hip hip hooray, for they work night and day. Every day they go that extra mile, so we can be safe and still smile. My grateful heart says thank you for saving me and you and you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Welcome to this session of the Gratitude Week. I'm Anisha Nair Dhawan. From the 1st to 7th July, we have been celebrating the Gratitude Week, an initiative of the Integrated Health and Wellbeing Council to bring everybody together to show a never seen before emotional and social support to our doctors, nurses, and our entire healthcare ecosystem. During this Thanksgiving marathon, it is our endeavor to thank our healthcare heroes for a whole week and carry this gratitude in our hearts forever. The whole world is battling COVID-19, be it arranging for corona isolation wards, supplementing ventilators, or arranging for PPEs for medical staff. While this pandemic is the center of attention now because of all the disruption it has brought in our daily lives, what happens to those who are suffering from chronic diseases like diabetes, cancer, or even kidney disease? How do we address the needs of patients with chronic conditions amidst a global pandemic? To discuss this, we have a very eminent panel with us. Please welcome Mr. Jordan George, Senior Vice President, Cipla. We also have with us Mr. Sandeep Bhatia, the Head India Business of Shilpa Medicare. We have Mr. Amitabh Banerjee, the Director Sales and Marketing, Dr. Reddy's Laboratories, Mr. Prabhat Kumar Sinha, the Head Communications, Policy and Patient Advocacy at Novartis Oncology, and Mr. Poonam Parwani, Vice President, Coe Pharmaceuticals. A warm welcome to all of you for joining us on this session here. We are very grateful to have your perspective on the challenges that a lot of people are facing today, especially patients who have chronic conditions. Mr. George, I'd like to start with you. Now, what, according to you, was the biggest problem for patients of chronic diseases, and even the pharma companies that supply these medicines to these patients during this pandemic time?
Thank you, Anisha. Thank you, IHW Council, for organizing this Gratitude Week. Before answering your question, I would also like to thank each and every healthcare provider, each and every service provider, each and every hospital, each and every public servant. They are endlessly fighting this battle. And it is incredible. And we really, on behalf of myself and my company, acknowledge it and thank you everyone for that. So looking at your question, the lockdown announcement was really a challenge for all of us because pharma company is concerned. Transportation is the key factor for our supply chain. So transportation is not there. It was a big challenge. Initially for us, if you look at, the cold chain medicines, which normally we air cargo from one city to other city. So once the flights are not there, it was an extremely difficult situation to reach these medicines. And also post-lockdown, people started having, stockpiling of chronic medicines. And that also created a little bit of panic buying, which created a short supply, especially hydroxychloroquine and other chronic medicines. But later on, I think it has improved. But I can give you an example. I have received a lot of calls from doctors as well as patients to our company. One example I remember is a doctor calling me from Vijayawada to our company and asking for a cancer medicine, and it was not available. And the team in Hyderabad has to arrange a special vehicle with the help of police and arranging this medicine. So these are all one of the few examples. Our supply chain team and teams in the field are helped out for the doctors to treat their patients.
Right. So, proactiveness was really welcome. The way the pharmaceutical companies reacted to requests from doctors was really noteworthy. Mr. Bhatia, I want to check from you. Did you also see supply side bottlenecks during this time? Because not just medicines, when the total lockdown was first announced at the end of March, people queued up to stock up on groceries on everyday needs, but they were convinced that, we're not going to get them out in a few days. That never happened with groceries, and I don't think it ever happened with medicines also. You walk into a chemist, you would get to medicines. So did you face a supply chain roadblock? Because there were also stories of how, trucks were being stopped at borders, even though essential services were allowed. There was so much confusion that they were being stopped at borders. What was your experience like when it comes to the supply chain?
Yeah, I think wonderful question. I think, Anisha, no doubt about it. I think the way kind of pandemic we are facing. So let me start by really thanking the medical staff, the paramedical staff, and all other associates who were part of this, and they have gone through this phase, rather they are going through this phase, and the kind of resilience they are showing, the kind of confidence they are showing, even if these people are suffering from a lot of mental and physical stress. But the way these people have gone about it, I think really they really need an acknowledgement. And on top of it, I would like to definitely acknowledge the ISW, especially Mr. Kamal, Vivekanand, and the entire team, the way they have put up the efforts, the kind of annual, this month, weekly aspect which is going on. I think it is really wonderful. I must really say the effort which are put in by all of them is really great. Now, when it comes to basically the supply of medicine, and my example somehow really correlates with what George said, but I'll go two steps beyond. There were medicines which initially were in the stage when we saw the month of April, there was some panic buying. There's no doubt about it, especially the chronic medication. And there was no effect on the acute medicine. As you know, that in the industry, we definitely live on the acute and chronic kind of segment. So chronic medication, there was buying. People thought the lockdown will be there, the shops will be closed, there is going to be increased purchases. But we saw the easement coming up in the month of May, and June we saw normalization happening, especially in the chronic area, whether it is hepatology, whether it is oncology or diabetes or cardiac care. We actually, as a company, in fact, here I would like to quote even the Shilpa example as well, because currently we have medication in the oncology segment, and the kind of efforts which were put in, there's a very good supply chain in our industry, which has really helped. If you look at the chemists were open. They were also one of the warriors who have really phase 2, 3. In fact, the field staff of so many pharmaceutical companies, they went beyond their duties and they have been able to serve the patients. Not only that, we have got some of the associates, like this is a wholesaler association, there is a retail association, there are CNFs, and some companies have direct supplies. All these people really came forward and there was a tremendous unity. Therefore, in spite of the fact there were panic buying in most of the essential commodities, we never saw that in the pharmaceutical company. And I am 3 decades in this industry, but I can tell you, I think the efforts which were put in by this group of people was tremendous. Relentlessly, even I would go beyond one step, because the medicines has to get produced, because it is important that we produce the medicine and without any hiccups. So there were people who were there in the factory, there were people who were there in the R&D, there were people who were in the supply chain. Especially, I would like to acknowledge our supply chain system, where we have been really able to take the things forward. There were small wagons which were used. So I feel that the pass through of this phase has been pretty impressive from my point of view. And I don't see that moving forward there will be any further issues when it comes to ensuring the supply of especially chronic medication, and things are definitely getting normalized quite a bit.
Right. Ms. Parani, what according to you was the biggest problem that patients with chronic diseases faced during this pandemic, especially the earlier part of this pandemic? How did you handle it?
With the advent of COVID-19 pandemic, patients with chronic diseases, I think, faced two-pronged challenge, Anisha. One was access to doctors. Second was access to medicines, primarily with transportation being in disarray. In order to address the situation of access to doctors for treatment, we at our organization facilitated doctors with telemedicine tool. The doctors started to adapt these and other telemedicine tools as well as to reach out to the patients. But the challenge for doctors as well as for the patients was in getting accustomed with telemedicine and video consultation. See, you see the chronic patient primarily is elderly. They probably are not very comfortable with computers or usage of smartphones. We as an organization operate in diabetes, gynecology, orthopedic segments. And we saw patients getting stressed out for access, especially so in diabetic management. We realized it very quickly, acted by launching patient support call center helpline numbers for diabetic management. This initiative not only helped patients get the stress relief, but also helped them get medications while they were sitting at homes.
Right. Mr. Sena, Novartis does a lot of oncology products. What kind of challenges did you see? What kind of fears did your patients or users of your medicine voice? Because cancer is a critical condition, and you're susceptible with your immunity already low. So what were the challenges that your company faced to get through to your patients, to get the medicines across to them? Because there were a lot of protocols being laid down.
So thank you, Anisha. Before I talk on the issue, let me first take this opportunity, because we are celebrating a gratitude week, right? And first, I would like to pay gratitude to all these people who are living with this medical condition, chronic condition, what we call, whether it is cancer, diabetes, heart failure, thalassemia, sickle cell disease. I think while we are thanking everyone, the service provider, I think these people who are battling it day in, day out, living with the condition, their caregivers, the patient organizations who work with them, I think I would also like to pay a huge gratitude and appreciation to all of them, because they are surviving, and when we say surviving, there's a difference between surviving and living. they are avoiding death every day in a way. So I think they deserve a big round of applause from all the sections, because they have been equally part of this journey. Now, coming back to what you said is, I think what Jotin has said or what Mr. Bhatia has said is we all have overcome the issues of supply chain and all. But the biggest thing that these people who are living with these conditions were facing is isolation. The depression. The uncertainty. And I think as an organization, while all the pharmaceutical and healthcare companies started battling, and a team I think had worked tirelessly with doctors, with chemists to overcome this. But one thing I think many of the companies, and Vivek is here online, is companies have also started reaching out to these patients and support beyond medicine. We often end up talking about drugs, but there is a lot goes beyond drug when we talk about chronic conditions. And I think I will talk about it going forward, but I think the focus has not only been on medication. Yes, that is critical, but there are a number of other things that goes beyond medicine for people who are living with chronic conditions.
Right. So I would like to introduce Mr. Vivek Srivastava, co-founder and CEO of Healthcare at Home, who's also with us. Vivek, like Mr. Sinha has pointed out, for all pharmaceutical companies, it is not just about getting the medicines across to the patients. The patients are anxious. Just at least at some level, I've seen this in insurance companies. On their platform, they're giving an area for people to vent or to connect with medical professionals so that they get some advice or some clarity and they're not as anxious as they are. Now, what was your experience during the initial bit of the lockdown for patients who had chronic conditions? Were they open to being treated at home instead of in a hospital setting? How did you overcome, if there were any such fears like this?
Thank you, Anisha. So I think, first of all, like everyone did, I would like to thank all the people who have been in forefront of delivering the delivering the care to COVID and actually non-COVID patients as well. No thanks would be sufficient enough for the sacrifices these people are doing. And these includes not only doctors, nurses, but the people who are going and delivering those drugs to the patient's home, because they're also taking that much risk in the process, right? And there are umpteen number of stories available with us, and I'm sure with everyone, where people have gone out of the way. Now, to answer your question on whether the patients are engaging. So as Prabhat mentioned, we have two businesses, right? One is directly working with the patients, where patients reach out to us and we deliver care to the patients. And the other business is where we work with almost all top pharma companies, 40 plus projects around chronic diseases along with pharma companies, right? So we have been in the thick of things from the lockdown period to the unlock period as well. Not only delivering product to about 650 locations in the country, but also delivering services. So if we think of the retail customers who we interact with directly, we at least made sure that whoever we were working with, we continued to deliver the services to them. So we didn't stop any day, any service to any patient, irrespective of whatever lockdowns would have been done, going out of the way, spending, money on cabs, etc., etc. And people were willing, actually people who used to get shifts of people in delivering care, they started, they actually accepted the fact that this is a change situation. So they let people stay in their homes so that, travel is reduced. So people were very appreciative of the situation and the hard work which people were doing, and hence collaborating and cooperating. Now on the services which we do with pharma companies, I think what we saw was a dramatic reduction in new prescription generation, right? So in almost all therapy areas where we work with, there has been a significant drop in the new prescription generation, whether it was through the lockdown period, where it was almost zero practically for almost all disease segments, And even in the unlock period also, there is, it's not that it has recovered back, back to the normal days. It's still, very, very, very less as compared to what we were seeing in the pre-COVID days. That's a point of worry. While of course we are all trying to do something to reach out to the patients, we are also doing a lot of teleconsults and so on. But the patients who have not been in touch with any doctor, for them to be able to reach out to these doctors and get to a teleconsults have been tough. And especially when you, as you go, away from the urban locality, which is a very concerning situation, because all these chronic diseases, if not managed well, can actually lead to complications which can be acute in nature, right? We also partnered with pharma companies on the oncology side, on immunology side, so that we could deliver care to the patients at home, whether those services were being provided earlier or not. So, a lot has been done, but I think a big point which we need to take care of, all these chronic patients are not coming in the system as of now, which, at the rate they should be coming.
Mr. Banerjee, what about your company? What was your experience in the lockdown period and now that the lockdown is open? Were there any, we anecdotally heard, not that I can confirm this, that at least some, like the hydrochloroquine, those medicines were being quoted, they were unavailable, there were price hikes, some black marketing happening. What did you experience in the lockdown period, and what did your patients or those who took your medicine who had chronic conditions, what were their experiences like? Did they relate to?
Right. Thank you, Anisha, first of all, for giving us the opportunity to participate in this wonderful program of Gratitude Week, because this is a effort. I can't agree more than what all the panel members and the past panel members also spoke about, that the doctors, the nurses, the paramedics, the pharmacists, and all the stakeholder who is touching upon the patients and the caregivers, all of them are doing a fantastic job, and definitely they require a standing ovation for from the core of our heart. Second is, you are also doing a fantastic job by bringing together all the experts and encouraging, motivating all stakeholders, including from doctors to government officials to pharma industry to patients. Everybody you are trying to bring together such that people can be motivated and try to find out the newer ways and adapt the new conditions to work and continue to do better. As far as our company and organizations and our working styles are concerned, we have prioritized, and we believe in two things, and we prioritize that. First is the safety and security of each and every employee of the organization, each and every stakeholders. And second is that the medicines, the access should be continued. So these are the two important things that we have taken it up. We ensured that our people should be accessible to all the doctors and pharmacists, hospital management, purchases, etc., such that the medicines should be made available all the time in sufficient quantities. We have also, we deal with mostly, in my business, we deal with cold chain products. And cold chain is a very big problem because, as Jotina also mentioned, that the air couriers have stopped. So that was a big challenge in the first billing that happened, that to make the product available by March end. The stocks were there at the various locations across the country. But then the next step, when it got extended 21 days, 30 days, like that, it continued till May. So mid of April, there was a big challenge. And then we, along with the logistic team, worked out how we can make these products available without compromising on the quality to all parts of the country. And then we have ensured that this product, by 18th of the April, it was almost available all across the countries, from Cochin to Guwahati, from Jammu to Rajkot, all the places across the country, these products were made available. We ensured that the cold box with the refrigerations took the transport route, and then 5 days, 4 days, 3 days, 6 days, whatever it is required, we ensured the cold chain is maintained and all the products were made available. That's a big service because these products are life-saving products, and if it is not accessible to the patients, they are not able to get these medicines. We also developed a toll-free call center number so that patients who require these medicines from any parts can reach out to us in the central number, and then we tried to work out the logistics to make the product available. So this is a big satisfaction when we saw that all the products are available and all the patients are served across the country, and that is what one thing that we did. And when the second piece started, the unlocking the practices and unlocking situations, we are trying to do a lot of training and educational sessions with the doctors and the caregivers such that they should keep their how they should keep their clinics sanitized, safe, and overall they maintain the quality such that the patient should gain the confidence to come back to the clinic. But this is a job at hand. This is still in work in progress, and it requires some more time to gain that confidence. As Vivek was also mentioning, that in spite of unlocking the conditions, the patients are yet not get confident to come to the clinic and see the doctors, especially the chronic ailments like that of kidney disease, cancer are the worst hit because these patients are also vulnerable and sensitive and very, very delicate in terms of getting the infections because these are mostly the immunocompromised patients. So that is
Yes.
overall thing that we are trying to do and work towards making the healthcare better in this
Right.
pandemic situation.
Right. Mr. Bhatia, like Mr. Shrivastava also pointed out, the prescription rate has gone down in the lockdown, and even after the unlock, it hasn't gone back to its pre-COVID days. Now, during the lockdown, and when people were just battling with the certain spot on numbers, many surgeries were being postponed in hospitals to save the immunocompromised patients from contracting this deadly coronavirus infection. These surgeries may have been required for patients who had chronic conditions. So, as a pharmaceutical company, how did you respond to this decision of surgeons to put off these surgeries for some time, which were not, extremely critical at that point in time? What was the company's thought process to these delays?
I think very well said. Just now, Amitabha also pointed out, saying that basically what is happening is when it comes to surgery, there are certain things which actually are lined up by a doctor, and he understands when is the requirement for this surgery to happen, depending upon the condition. If it is a condition like which is very acute and needs to be treated immediately, there is no other option, then the doctor definitely goes forward and does that. But we have seen in this pandemic, most of the surgeries got postponed. The kind of proactiveness which was shown by the doctors, and they started speaking more to the patient, because initially happened when the patient is more worried that if I am not treated, what will happen to me. But when they get assurance from a doctor, I think the patients definitely makes it ease, and he prefers that whatever doctor is saying, he is there to support and help. And the surgery, if it is getting extended, it is the need of the hour, and to manage that need of the hour, doctor has suggested like this. So I think doctors have himself come forward. They have said that if this is not required, we will postpone it, and we will see as the situation eases, we would be able to manage through oral medication. This is again one of the area where we have been able to see a good positive outcome on that. Now, coming the impact on it on the pharmaceutical company in terms of the business and other cases, I believe the chronic medication, one knows that definitely they have to continue, and patient has to take it on regular basis. So there will be some impact on the acute medicines, which we understand that in the acute era, where the injectable sales and other sales are likely to go down, because when the surgeries are not getting performed, the patients are not coming to hospital, they're more worried about how their health, present health, can be taken forward. Because now when you have in a house 4 to 5 members, and if one person gets affected, he may bring the disease to 4, 5. So all these precautionary things are being taken, and people awareness to this and their understanding, I think, has played a very vital role. The doctors have really played a very, very important role. They have given good time to the patient, make them understand the importance and relevance. It has actually given a lot of easement, and that is, I think, is a very right step. And we must appreciate the doctors, and we must also acknowledge the patient's understanding to this. As far as selling of medicine is concerned, I know my colleague here would agree that it is not always the business which we have to really run forward. I think on the human being individual, we must really look at that medicines will definitely sell later on. Today the priority is something else, and we all should come together to that.
All right. Ms. Parvani, what was your experience like? You spoke about diabetes patients. You also spoke about how many of those who suffer from these chronic conditions are elderly. They already feel that they don't really have much time, and they feel that they're suffering because of these diseases. And suddenly the doctor says, why don't you wait a little more? Because you are at greater risk from a now and present danger that you don't realize. How to handle the anxiety of the patient?
Anisha, as I mentioned, that we have this helpline numbers in place where we connect, the telecounseling team connects with the doctors, with the patients, and consults them on the drug availability, the access details of the doctors, do's and don'ts in the COVID scenario for diabetic patient. See, what also has happened, Anisha, is that face-to-face meetings with doctors actually stopped overnight, followed by sudden closure of OPDs. It was kind of a panic situation for patients, particularly for chronic conditions. We've also seen there's a lot of mental illness cases like depression, anxiety, more so staying home, social distancing, nobody to talk to, actually made people feel alone. And these things, in fact, aggravated the conditions. So in a situation like this, our helpline actually made proactive calls to thousands of patients. As I mentioned earlier, we could consult them on the do's, don'ts, what precautions need to be taken, which doctor to access into, what drugs would be available at what counters. We also need to remember that, yes, we have to be thankful to the doctors who actually done a phenomenal job by reaching out to the patients, taking maximum care for them, speaking with them over phones. In fact, I think the doctors have become more more social platform savvy. They have been using various social media tools to reach out to patients and guide them in this chronic condition.
Right. Mr. George, what was your experience when doctors have elected to postpone a surgery? Does it really impact your supply chain? Because you, as a company, have already calculated X number of surgeries happening. Suddenly, many of them are being postponed. Does it really impact your production metrics at all, or you just continue with whatever numbers you were doing pre-COVID? And what about things like exports? So a number of drug companies also export their products. Were they also impacted during this pandemic?
Yeah. See, first of all, you need to understand this chronic patient, they are already immunocompromised. So they also already are very much vulnerable to any of the viral infection if they are not get treated. So on that above, if you postpone their surgeries and treatment, it will really create little bit of mental problem, and that is what other the speakers also addressed. Looking specifically towards our company, what I found is the oral medications, because doctors, especially cancer also, there are a lot of oral medications available. The oral medication usage are really increased, and the injectables. So if you look at the hospital occupancy, especially in the period from April to May, you can see that it is significantly come down. There, it is come down to 30% occupancy, 50% occupancy, because the elective surgeries and immediate transplants, such treatments are being postponed. So, which really created, there is a real hall in terms of hospitals is concerned, and also for the acute treatments. But the oral medications especially was having a lot of surge in sales. So that way we were able to manage the balance between acute as well as the chronic is concerned.
All right, Mr. Sinha, all hospitals came out with their own protocols on how patients with chronic diseases will be treated during this pandemic time, because some treatments can't wait. They have to be given to maintain the well-being of the patient. So, in these settings, did the patients reach out to you for extra information, because you have to get tested for corona before you get for cancer patients who go in for the chemotherapy and things like that, and there was also a paucity of beds. So were patients concerned about getting their chemotherapy on time and other such issues?
Anisha, you are right. I remember the first month or the first 2 weeks when this whole lockdown started. The number of phone calls that as an organization we were getting, even our patient support program partners were getting, was huge, because nobody knew what is going to happen, right? And then the treating physicians were getting a lot of phone calls. Now, and this was such an issue because there was a lot of chaos, there was a lot of uncertainty. And one way is that you address these questions one by one. As an organization, we actually took 2 steps. One was a direct step, and second was more of a working with other partners. So what we realized that in this country, we have a lot of patient support groups and patient organizations who exist, right? Sometimes we don't recognize them, we don't acknowledge that yes, they also have a very solid presence in our country, and they often miss out the forums. But what happened that for last 3 months, I think the way they have come out, they have started their own forums. They have started convening meetings where they have started requesting their doctors to come. And the conversation which has started, I'll give you, and I have multiple examples. One example, if I quote, in Tata Hospital, Dr. Kumar Prabhash and the Lung Connect. Lung Connect is not a group, it's an informal group of a lot of patient groups in Bombay who work in Tata Hospital. They started doing a virtual meeting. They have been doing this meeting. I think I have attended almost 10 plus meetings every week, and the patients started joining from remote of West Bengal, Bihar. And I remember one old patient coming online and asking to the doctor, he said, "Doctor, मैंने आपका चेहरा देख लिया, मेरा 50% problem खत्म हो गया." It's that emotional touch, seeing your doctor, that makes such a big difference. And these patient organizations really stepped up. They have started organizing these meetings, and it was not a usual thing for them. They were not used to doing these virtual meetings. But today, if you see the number of effort that these organizations have started putting together, and the number of patients they are reaching out, and the caregivers and the family is phenomenal. So that is something that we and these things require a little kind of help from you, more of a guidance, bringing these people together, and they learn very fast. The second thing, what as an organization, what we started doing is, as Mrs. Parwani said, that is the connect with doctor and patient. So what we did, that patients who were part of our patient support program, and as Novartis, we always believe that giving these beyond the pill solution to our people who are living with a condition. So we have also started giving a virtual connect, which is a kind of a recurring connect, where all these people, their families, people who are living with condition, they come together and they speak to their doctor. And believe me, that was something that they all appreciated, because first time they all were together and they were with their doctor in a small group, living with the same condition, going through the same phase. And that is something which we maybe yesterday was Guru Purnima, and I think COVID-19 has been the biggest guru for many of us. We have learned things, though they're in a bad way, but for example, this virtual platform, I think has started bringing people together. And this is something that we have started now, and we will continue it, whether COVID is there or not there. So I think a lot of platform and using it to give, as I said, beyond the medicine, beyond the pill solution and support to patients. These were the two things that as Novartis we are focusing and we will continue focusing on.
Right. Mr. Srivastav, as Mr. Sinha said, that, virtual platform, even on a virtual platform, when the patient saw the doctor, he felt so relieved. He felt that, half the disease was gone. But it is becoming increasingly difficult to get, admission into a hospital should you require it in a chronic condition. And your company is giving them at-home service now, be it at-home service for corona patients or for chronic conditions. How are patients reacting to this now? Do they feel they're more comfortable at home? Do they feel less guilty about inconveniencing their family? Is it cost effective for them? Can you throw more light on some of these issues?
Sure. So I think the perception of people about home care has dramatically changed in this short period of time, right? Earlier, things which people, and this includes doctor as well, things which doctors and patients thought will not be possible at home is being done at home. So the everyone, in fact, who I know of, and we get calls on a regular basis saying, can this be done at home? And these could be, very varied things. Some of them which cannot be even, done at home are being called for. So I think the acceptance of people of doing variety of things at home has increased dramatically. I'll give you an example, and I'll comment on what Prabhat said. So we did a conference, or we were participating in a conference which was done by one of the pharma companies on oncology, and there 50% of the oncologists said they were open to doing getting procedures done at home, which is chemotherapies at home and so on. If you would have asked this question prior to COVID, this number would have been much lower. And once the doctor says, look, this is possible at home, it is very easy for the patient to accept the fact. Like Prabhat said that आपकी शक्ल देख ली ठीक हो गया, तो डॉक्टर ने अगर कुछ बोल दिया कि यार ये हो जाएगा घर पे, तो people accept it. And we have been doing, whether it is oncology, whether it is dialysis, home peritoneal dialysis, and so on. The acceptance of variety of services has increased dramatically. And to Prabhat's point, I think we have been partners to 3 of the 5 pharma companies here in variety of programs. And we have ourselves reached out to the patients and solved all their queries, questions which have come in. In fact, we did 18 webinars over the last 100 days where we have reached out. We've got top doctors in chronic specialties to talk to the patients, because like you said, patients want to talk to the doctor, to see the doctor, to ask a lot of questions. So, and each of those would have reached out to about 40-50,000 patients. And hence the new model which Prabhat is saying works very well. And we have seen that with these doctors coming in. So also, I think you touched about insurance. Insurance has become very, very particular about home care. And very recently, ICICI Lombard, HDFC, and few other insurance companies have started covering both COVID and non-COVID at home, right, in these circumstances, which again is a boost for the patients, because now they're not, if they use home care, it's not out of pocket. They can actually, get that done through the insurance channel.
So that's a big relief. Mr. Banerjee, the way things are progressing now, there's a lot of focus on hygiene, on keeping things clean, washing hands. Just these things will perhaps reduce the other diseases that would happen, typhoid and some of the other hygiene related diseases. So does your company then prepare to make available the other disease, other medicines that fight the other diseases? Is there any micromanagement that happens at that level, that you predict going forward a particular kind of medicine will not be required as much as it is required previously?
So, good questions. We have already developed because there was initially there was a huge scarcity of sanitizers and other thing. It's a small thing, but we tried to make it in a very quick. That was not in our core business, but we have prepared sanitizers and tried to make it available to all the places again across the country, such that the sanitizations part of it, the hand sanitizers, we have made it and made it available in the best of the qualities that I can assure you. So that is what one thing quickly we have adopted. We have adopted many things, and recently we have also gone into for some of the COVID drug like remdesivir and other drug. All the both the drugs we have got it. So we are going to get it in the market shortly, and of course these are also available through many other partners. As an industry, we are trying to work on it to get the newer molecules quickly. And as we have heard in the morning, some of the Bharat Serums and Serum Institute, etc., some people are working on the vaccines. So we have currently no, we are that is not our capability, or what you call it, not a core subject for us. But in the long run, we can work it out. But right now, I can't predict all these things because whatever I can tell is whatever we are already doing. So these are the things that we are trying to do. Hand sanitizers and other drugs, whatever is relevant. But more than that, currently our pain is that as the other speakers also spoke about, that the chronic other therapies, they are not getting to the treatment. They are not coming up to come for the treatment. They are having a lot of stress. They are having a lot of problem. In our business, the dialysis is they are not able to get the dialysis on time because of the access problem. These are all the challenges with which we are very much concerned and trying to work it out how we can help the patients.
Where do you think there'll be a larger demand for what kind of medicines? Since CIPA does all kinds. You also have antiretrovirals. You would have regular antibiotics. So where do you think there'll be a greater demand for medicines? And for those who have chronic diseases, would you look to then recheck or increase the output of those medicines, say diabetes or kidney health?
Yeah, see, you know about CIPLA's ethos. We are there for affordable and quality. So when there was an HIV as a issue, our promoter had done a one pill, $1 pricing, which has really reached access to millions of HIV patients. So in COVID also, our endeavor is there to provide whatever medicines at an affordable and good quality to the patient and reach there. So we are working on multiple projects. We have multiple functions, like we have a CHL division, which is having the sanitizers, which is reaching to thousands of patients. And in our business, where the pharma this is there, we are the one of the company which first launching remdesivir this week, and it will be one of the most affordable for the patients is concerned. It is at 1/10 price of US pricing. That's what we are doing for the patients is concerned. And we have a strategic partnership with the multinational company like Roche to reach a lot of products in India for the future treatment of COVID is concerned. So our protocol and our portfolio is reached for treating COVID patients is concerned. However, for other patients, where that is where our topic, which is the chronic patients, I agree with everyone that they need a healing touch from the doctor. Teleconsultation, virtual consultations are created a lot of help. 30 to 40% of patients are able to manage, but they need to, because initial stages the OPDs were closed down and they were not able to reach. So we can see that we lost two Hollywood stars during this time, Irfan Khan and Rishi Kapoor. This we know from media, but there are maybe more and more cancer patients might have lost life because of this. So this is another side of COVID, where end stage renal disease patients, they don't have transplant facility. There are patients who are in diabetes, they might have a difficulties, cancer patients. So this is a difficult time. Beyond COVID fighting, we need to together. So especially this home care treatment, my message to anyone who is attending, any patient who is having a chronic illness, I think they should use the platform of virtual to reach out to their doctors. You have a diagnostic facility, you have a home care treatment. So no need to wait to reach a hospital, consult us quickly, so that early diagnosis is the key factor in a chronic disease. So that cancer, a lot of cancer is curable. A lot of diseases is curable, but you need to early diagnose. So that is what is the key factor which we need to reach out to millions of people in India.
Right. Mr. Patel, then how do you do this outreach about early diagnosis? I'm just scared to get into any laboratory, to any scanning center, because no, everybody with COVID is going to these centers. I don't want to get it. I already have a chronic condition. So is there also an outreach that companies are doing to impress upon the patients to first be proactive about their diagnosis and not wait too long, even though the conditions are not most conducive for you to get active treatment immediately?
I think, Anisha, good question. Basically, if you look at the way last many years these scenarios are changing, not to talk of COVID recently, before that also, if you look at those companies who are able to afford that they will be able to provide each of its employee a kind of annual health checkup. There were so many diseases, ailment, which were getting diagnosed, which individual was carrying with him or her, but was not able to show because sometimes the symptom of those appear very late. So these kind of things which was there in the pre-COVID area, I think this will become more pronounced. What will happen is that people will realize that they need to be very healthy. They would definitely be more hygienic in terms of their approach to the life, to the society. Rather, that will become one of the most important talking point. This is what we have seen. And if you look at the pharmaceutical company, they are also going to play a very, very vital role. There will be a lot of new avenues which will come forward. There may be startups which would ensure that if we are able to have a package which can provide these kind of services at home, so patient need not really come to the pathology or laboratories where there is a lot of number of people available at any given point of time. So there will be a lot of segregation which is happening, which we were not aware. As an individual, we never knew the kind of social distancing to be made. In fact, to the layman understanding, there were blocks which were made. The people have to stand here, they have to keep this kind of distance. So I think all this learning will come into play, and pharmaceutical companies are definitely going to play a very important role. Along with that, the diagnostic company also will have a very, very important role to play here. And I'm sure something of that kind will emerge soon, where we might get the package deal at home itself, so that the proactiveness of diagnosis can be done, because there will be a lot of portable instruments which are being made, which were not there earlier. So I have seen in my last 3 decades of experience, huge things are happening. And here about Chilpa, I would definitely like to say, as an organization, we are talking of so much of hygiene to be happening now. Now, I report to MD, Mr. Vishnukant, and he actually has a very good, clear ambition and clear plan that we should be definitely more into the hygienic areas, treatment option or prevention option in the hygienic areas or nutraceuticals areas, where the proactiveness will play an important role. The support system will come in a manner that not only the disease to be managed directly by the medicine, but there will be other things which will increase the immunity of a person, and he will not become patient and will be able to really carry forward his or her life in a very, very robust and disciplined manner. I think a lot of changes are going to happen, and we will all witness that together.
Right. Ms. Purani, you spoke about diabetes, and you also said that in smaller cities where the transport system was impacted, the supply chain was impacted, there was a little shortage of drugs in the initial bit of the lockdown. Now, have these been sorted out in smaller areas? And what special arrangements are you taking to address this situation, especially for diabetes patients?
Yes, Anisha. Yes, there was, and to some extent, it's still there in smaller towns. In fact, our sales teams has been working tirelessly to overcome all these challenges. We tackled drug access to patients by multiple initiatives. The first initiative, as I mentioned earlier, was activating a special helpline number to ensure drug availability. The same was actually flashed across retailers, across doctors, patients by our sales team, and also through social platforms or digital initiatives. Secondly, we also had assigned designated local state-wise contacts, which we shared with 7,000 plus doctors who are members of RSSTI, which is nothing but Research Society for Study of Diabetes in India. We shared these also on the RSSTI website so that we could facilitate access to medicines for patients through doctors. Most importantly, I think it was the sales team members who went out of the way. We gave them essential service passes, mobility passes, so that they could actually physically go and supply medicines to the needy patients. So we got support from RSSTI because they flashed the contact details of our sales guys on their websites. Two doctors, our sales guys connected with the patients, and the medications were physically made available to the patients.
Right. Mr. Banerjee, what has been the role of some of these online pharmacies in getting medicines across to patients? Do you work with some of these online pharmacies, and are you also thinking of perhaps having your own system of getting medicines delivered at home?
Very important thing. So currently we have tied up with many of the online pharmacies, and which was in a slower pace before the COVID era. After that, we ramped up. We have adopted and got arranged with, got connected with many of the, most of the, I will say, the online pharmacies, and our products are available there. And they have ensured that we also ensured that the supplies will be there, and they have ensured that they will keep the adequate product, and no patient should be deprived of any of the medicine that they require. So that came up very handy. Initially there were a lot of, before the pre-COVID era, there was a lot of question answer, the associations issue was there. But right now, it is the way of life, and making the product delivery, one of the channel is definitely the online pharmacy, which is going very stronger. But we do not, internally we do not have plan to have our own online pharmacy.
All right. All right. Mr. Srivastav, can you tell us how many people are going for, if you see the entire patient as an entire group, in your experience, how many patients are those who are going in for home services are the corona patients, and how many are those who are chronic ailment patients? Do you have any statistics with us? Because more and more people, we see home isolation, home treatment for corona. But for those who need active treatment, my friend's mother has to go for dialysis. She has to take her to the hospital every 2 days. I mean, every other day, twice a week she has to go. So, do you have any numbers to tell us, like how many people are going for home service? Is it primarily for corona and COVID care, or are they going in for the chronic care treatment as well?
It's a mix of both, actually. So on our retail business side, um, when the lockdown started, it was largely uh, patients who were non-corona who were coming to us, because the hospitals were continuously emptying people out, and people were also wanting to come out of the hospitals as soon as possible. And then hospital occupancies dropped down significantly, which means when the non-corona patients stopped coming in, the patients' home care requirements also moved from from non-corona to corona, because hospitals also got flooded with corona patients. So as of today, on the retail business side, a large portion of our patients are coming from the corona side as well, whether it is home isolation packages, whether it is actually needing some support at home. but we still have our patients who were on the with us pre-corona time as well, if their diseases continue. On the work which we do with pharma companies, these are all chronic patients. So we touch about 1.25 lakh lives a month, and all these are chronic patients, and they are they could have corona, but they are interacting with us more on their chronic diseases and not for the corona specific diseases.
And Mr. Srivastava, which all cities are you present in? I mean, how do you tie up your backends of medicines, of equipment? Are you present only in the metro cities or in smaller cities as well?
No, so I think so for delivery of products, you were asking Amitav a question on product delivery. So for delivery of products, we work with, we deliver in about 600 plus locations across the country, which means drugs delivery. For when we work with pharma companies, we work in 70 plus cities and towns across the country. And a lot of things which we do are also done through the phone or through online mechanism now. And on the home isolation packages, etc., we are present all over the country because these are more digitally enabled solutions, so you can treat any patient anywhere. For our own services where someone has to physically go in the home, whether it is for pathology checks, which Sandeep was talking about, or for treatment, whichever type of treatment, ICU setups or step down care, physiotherapy, or any other chronic diseases, we are present in major metros, and then there are certain areas around the metros which we are present in. So we are present in Punjab, for example. We are present in Delhi NCR. We are present in Bombay and the greater Bombay area, Bangalore, Kolkata, and we do deliver services in the nearby locations as well.
All right. Mr. George, for Cipla, going ahead, what are the four disease areas that you're going to be focusing on? One, of course, is remdesivir, which we are going to use for corona treatment. But for chronic patients, what will be the focus area for your company?
Yeah, so today, if you look at the evidence is coming, so we are DCGI and Government of India and ICMR is very careful in terms of looking at the evidence generation. So we are tied up with the DCGI and we are doing evidence for Indian patients for remdesivir, and it will be very regulated usage in India. So we need to also know these are all early stages for patients. So we are working with multiple, we are doing another study with the tocilizumab with to see in Indian patient how it is working, which is a strategic partnership with Roche and Cipla doing. We are also planning to come with the favipiravir, if possible, to generate evidence and coming up. So there are multiple platforms, and it is very, very important. We need to look at other factors also. If you look at a country like Germany, there is an 8 crore population in Germany, and they are done 3 crore population, the test for COVID, and they have around 2 lakh patients positive. So that is the reported case there. So we are far away if you look at our population is concerned. So there is a lot more to do in terms of testing is concerned. And really we have to appreciate the government efforts, especially in terms of medication and testing. Now we are doing 2 lakh tests, and I hear from ICMR and the media articles that they are going to increase that to 1 million tests. So if the day which we hit 1 million tests, you will see more positive, but nothing to worry in that, because it's because of the tests are going up. The tests are going up, you will see most positive, but the important thing in India is our mortality is much, much lower than the reported mortality is much, much lower than what reported in globally. So that is a joint venture of government, healthcare system, the fighters. That is why this entire session is very good, because with such a population density country, we are all fighting together and managing this. Is an amazing work done by everyone who is fighting against it. And I am sure India will come out of it. It's a matter of time. We will have a vaccination and the herd immunity will come. So once the herd immunity is there, more than 50-60% of population is having immunity either by a vaccination or they got the COVID and they got immunity, then we will be able to see the slowing down of this. So I think we are all confident. We need to fight, but the safe distance, self-isolation and testing is very key for the census.
Right. Mr. Sinha, for oncology products, do you think they can be such that you said there were oral dosages for cancer as well? Can these be delivered at home? Can you move more towards that kind of treatment? Because for radiation you have to go to a hospital. So for oncology treatment, what would be the way forward from a patient perspective?
Very good question, Anisha. If you see the way cancer is being treated, in last 2 decades, we have come a long way. There were cancers who was, the lifespan used to be 2 months. Now it has become a kind of, cancer is slowly becoming a chronic condition. Like when I talk about, let's say, CML, chronic myeloid leukemia, from a life-threatening disease, this has become like a chronic disease. So, at one end, we have been bringing a kind of the treatment to make it a kind of a chronic treatment. And now people have started talking about cure from cancer. Now, what you talked about, while there are various treatment options that are available in the country, we still have some of the existing way of treating. For example, let's say when we talk about treating patient with chemotherapy, right? Now we have seen there was an article like the drop in the number of patients who are coming to, let's say, Tata Hospital in Bombay. The number of patients coming to these hospitals, and in India, if you see majority of and especially when I talk about cancer, the cancer care is highly centralized. You have 6 or 7 cities where you have 70 to 80% of the experts who are there, whereas your patients who are in the rest 70% or 80% of the cities. So there is a big imbalance of where the care is needed and where care exists today. Now, when the treatment is, let's say, all treatment which requires hospitalization, what happens that sometimes patients have to travel, and now that is what is happening is patients are unable to travel to these care. Now, if I talk about some of the state government, they have started decentralizing cancer care, right? They have started taking cancer care closer to their towns. Even the targeted therapy. Somebody talked, one of the panel members. Now there are a lot of targeted therapy which are available. When we think from the reimbursement from the provider point of view, sometimes we calculate the cost of one drug, one vial, but there are a lot of indirect costs that is there. A patient has to travel, let's say, from a remote part to come to a center to get care. So it is not only that cost of that drug, there are a lot of indirect costs that is there. Now, in majority of our program, let's say if I talk about, let's say, Ayushman Bharat, which is the flagship program. Now, how many targeted therapies are part of the treatment package? It's a journey that as a country we are on. But I think the condition like COVID-19 has also given us a chance to rethink. What you raised is to see when we come about the treatment options, treatment packages, wherever possible, for right patient, right drug has to be there. We don't hesitate giving some of the advanced therapies, some of the targeted therapies, because as you rightly said, and Vivek was also alluding, that a lot of treatment actually can be given at home. And many of these patients can avoid going to hospital. And this COVID-19 is not going to leave us very soon, the way things are going on. And each day is a heavy day for patients, right? You also talked about diagnosis, but also there is also a chance of patients progressing on the disease. Somebody who is not getting treatment will progress. And then as a healthcare system, we will be under tremendous pressure to again bring that patient back to the same condition. So it's very important to explore and identify what are those options where we can use targeted therapies, reduce hospitalization episodes, insurance, for example, Vivek talked about. In our country, if you are not hospitalized, you are not supposed to get insurance. Now, for a disease where you have a targeted therapy available, the time you get that targeted therapy, you will not get reimbursement. Then what option you have? You have an option is to get hospitalized and continue getting something which is getting reimbursed. So I think this is, I think, one of the very, very valid question what you raised, and I think we don't have an answer as of now, but going forward, I think, and that is where I also say that, when we talk about the need, right, and need of chronic patient, uh, we all who are sitting here and talking about is talking from a perspective from a healthcare organization. Sometimes the actual need also comes from people who are living with that condition. And more engagement, more and more voice from these people on policy dialogue, on a discussion table. I think that is something which we need to put focus on. In this forum yesterday, I was seeing that Dr. Narayan was leading a discussion where I saw some of the patient advocates from Indian Cancer Society speaking about, and I think, we need more such voice coming forward and discuss about these issues, that, how the life is going to continue, how, what is their perspective, what is the need, which is very important.
Right. Ms. Purani, while for diabetes, getting your insulin shots, etc., is very important. Does your company also increase awareness for patients about lifestyle choices and better lifestyle choices that can help them manage their condition better?
Anisha, I think the coronavirus outbreak has actually led to a renewed focus on staying fit and healthy. Right? People are warming up to the idea of building immunity so as to avoid catching any kind of infection. In fact, Google India reports a 5,000 per surge on searches for health products with a focus more on building immunity and more focus of increasing in vitamin C product searches. Actually, consumers across all social segments, more so chronic patients, have become aware about immunity, and they are actually desiring for products which would not add to the cost burden. So in such a case, what is the option that is available to them? It's vitamin C preparation, which is known for immunity booster, and consumers are actually taking it. We as an organization, we are going out of our way to help. See, if you see today, the offerings that we have, vitamin C preparation, it is just a 1 rupee 50 paise cost per day, which is hardly anything when we look at the overall cost of medication for a chronic patient. So as an organization, at many places, we have done free camps where we have given vitamin C samples free to the patients. In fact, one of the approaches which our sales guys have also done is we've given vitamin C supplements free to the healthcare practitioners, because we know that they are in and out trying to see patients. So I think we as an organization are not primarily present in the core therapy areas tackling COVID, but in terms of supplementation, in terms of immunity enhancement, we have gone out of our way to help patients. Most importantly, there are a lot of challenges today with the China restrictions. Vitamin C dependency is huge on China, but still making the product available at a 1 rupee 50 paise per cost. I think our company has gone out of the way to help the Indian doctors and the patients.
Right. Mr. George, wanted to talk to you about, what the situation is like for the pharma industry as such. Now, Ms. Purani spoke about the API situation. The government is encouraging more companies to, create APIs within the country. Plus, there's also a worry about jobs, and a lot of people are saying that this is a golden period for the pharmaceutical industry because everybody's going to be focused on health. So, in this golden period, are there going to be more job opportunities in the pharma sector? Can you touch upon how the pharmaceuticals industry is becoming self-sufficient and the opportunities it's going to create in the near future?
Yeah, it's a very important question. Still, we have a 60 to 70% dependency outside India, especially China and other countries for our APIs. But I think we should appreciate, the initiative of government. There are a lot of incentives governments are announced in last 1 year, so that a lot of scaling up of this thing is happening, and you will see in near future our dependency will come down, so that we will have self-sufficient APIs will be there. So that work is happening by entire industry and with the help of government. Secondly, looking at the jobs, yes, it is going to be a challenge for everyone in the industry, not only in pharma across, but pharma is lucky compared to if you look at a social sector like tourism or a hotel industry or an airline industry is concerned. But what we are ensuring is we as a company, we are trying to protect all the jobs so that, nobody should lose anything. And then secondly, looking at, other, increments and other factors is concerned. So we are very cognizant because these are also all pharma medical reps, all pharma employees are also various in this fight because they are there to educate doctors, they are there to share knowledge, they are there to reach out to medical education. So we need to be part of it. So we have for full commitment towards entire field force and the supply chain and the production. The production teams are working overnight. They are working three time shift, 4 time shifts. So we should not forget their contribution because mass productions are happening in India for self-sufficient usage of medication. And you should imagine, look at the case study of remdesivir. In US, it is approved 1 month back, and the entire US stock is being purchased by US government. So there is no stocks available outside US for a patented country. India, we can be proud about Indian pharma industry because we have 5 to 6 companies are coming out at 1/10 price and with a strategic partnership with Gilead. So that means Indian patients are having medicines available, which may not be available for hundreds of other countries. So these are the good work which our production team, our R&D is doing, our API team is doing. So that we need to contribute and attribute to their contributions, and we should applaud this.
Seriously, I mean, along with our doctors and nurses, we have to give to the pharmaceutical industry to also, come up so quickly with solutions to ever-changing conditions and, not leave customers high and dry. Mr. Bhatia, I would like Mr. George was talking about. He gave an example of remdesivir. Now, India is not widely known as. It is known as the software center for the world, but it's also the pharma factory for the world. We supply drugs, the generic versions, to many countries, and we are very large generic players in big pharma markets like the US. So, what is your prediction of where the pharmaceutical industry is headed when it comes to ramping up production facilities, etc., for once that one or two, it's not necessarily one vaccine, even more than one vaccine can come. So, is the pharmaceutical industry in India geared up to get millions of doses out in short time?
Very rightly asked. If you look at the way I think scenario are changing, I'll just take you back to the history. A few years before, when government announced that we will have special pharma SEZ, and in a lot of cities, the pharma SEZs were open. You had SEZ opening up even in Hyderabad. It is opening up in Patti, Guwahati, also opening up in Karnataka. So these SEZs, which were not so prominent for pharma, are now opening up in a big way. And you see a lot of API players, they exist. A lot of companies which are operating as an API player in India, they have export. Like I'll give you an example. Recently, when I have joined Shilpa, this is a company, I realized 33-year-old company and having an API, bulk drug, intermediates, formulation, and this is one of the world's leading supplier of onco and non-onco APIs. But the presence in India is now coming up. So I think there is an opportunity. There are companies which are present in India, like what Prabhat was talking about. There are companies which are present in India would definitely get more opportunities to have their own API manufactured, and they may become one of the major suppliers outside India, because the dependency definitely on China will definitely get reduced. And who are the players who actually are known for affordability as well as quality? I think India has clearly made its mark that we are one of the country where not only affordability, quality, we will also have consistency of supply, which would be making for our APIs. I think API business is going to boom, and the opportunity for pharma people definitely is going to be there. I don't see, unlike many other industries, there will be any kind of shortages of employment or employment as a whole. It will definitely exist, and API is going to rule us in a big way, make our presence felt in the global scenario in a more robust manner. I'm sure we will be able to see a lot of upside here, and government will come forward because the way last 1 year they have been able to support, there you will find a lot of cities will have pharma SEZ, and these will all be supported well by the government initiative in most of the states.
And what about the production capabilities to ramp up production of a particular kind of medicine? Should there be a global demand for it? Is the Indian pharma sector prepared for this?
Yes.
Mr. Bhatia?
So based on my experience, I can tell you, see, every company is looking forward to have an immediate solution in the form of vaccines. And every country is making its effort. And look at the way we have come forward. In fact, we have multiple Indian companies which are looking forward to have the vaccine in India soon. Surely there will be phase 2 trial, there will be phase 3 trials, and there will be many other things which will happen. But the companies which are coming forward, you will find multiple company will have one solution, like the new antiviral has come. Lot of companies will have one antiviral. So there will not be any shortages. There will not be any supply demand gap. And in fact, one very important point which Prabhat was talking, the targeted therapy which is coming into force, which will avoid patients coming to the hospitals. And the targeted therapy is going to be really very, very economical in the sense that they would definitely not require hospitalization. The cost of treatment will go down. And there are so many targeted therapy which are coming, which will bring easement in the cancer treatment. In fact, recently, we also got an opportunity to introduce, especially kidney cell, and the drug is axitinib, which will be there in the market, and already we have come out with that. And you will see the kind of acceptability for targeted therapy will be there. It will be immense. So I feel very strongly about India and Indian companies that we would be able to face off these things very, very prominently, and we will have sufficient kind of work when it comes to production through our SEZ.
Right. Mr. Sinha, the question to you now is that, because of this pandemic, a lot of people are affected in many other ways other than health. Their incomes, their employability, all that is in question. So sometimes, the treatment cost of some of the oncology products are quite high. That is another reason why they feel hesitant to go in for, such treatment. What can be done here? How can they, first you need to be aware and get diagnosed early enough. You will need to take the treatment. But if the cost is something that worries you, what could there be a solution?
Yeah, I think this is the most important one of the question is about access. So when I say it's more than cost, it's access, and also how what are the hurdles now. If you see, when I talk about cancer, for example, and also for disease like diabetes and all, in India, which has been primarily a self-paid segment, right? Almost 70% of us, for healthcare, we have to pay from our own pocket. 20 to 30% are, blessed to have insured, and whatever they need, the healthcare system is going to pay for that. Now, for last 2 years almost, when the way we have seen the one of the biggest health assurance program, which is Ayushman Bharat, has come up, I think it has given a lot of hope. And if today we see that almost 40% of our population, is getting enrolled as part of that program, and this program is for all those people who were primarily getting a lot of issues getting access, right? Now, and I think that is one of the biggest steps. And if you see the data of Ayushman Bharat in terms of, let's say, cancer patients utilizing Ayushman Bharat or Gold Card, it is phenomenal. And I think that has started reducing the burden from the patient, right? It also stopped, or kind of avoid delay that happens because of getting money to that. And as Mr. Bhatia was saying that currently, this we are on a journey, and Ayushman Bharat, yes, currently it covers a section of population, and disease like cancer, nobody is rich or poor. It breaks everyone, and the cost of treatment is high. Now, it is not only the 40% of that population, but we also have a very big, middle income population. And I think sometimes this is a section of population which often gets, left. If you're very poor, if you're BPL, you can get something. If you're ultra rich, you can get something. But being a middle class, it has its own challenges. And I think one biggest thing that needs to be taken care of is either, slowly we see this coverage from 40% going to, let's say, 60%. And what Vivek talked about is the insurance started addressing some of these cancer treatment, for example, what we talk about. Now, these two things is extremely critical. As the treatments are changing, the cost of treatment or the value that these treatment offers to patients, this is not going to come down drastically. The treatment, as somebody is saying, that the cost of treatment, let's say, is 1/10 of the price that we pay in US, but still it's a big cost for a person who is living with that condition in India. So we need to have a reimbursement mechanism. We need to have a good insurance system. We need to have more and more treatment packages part of the existing insurance or assurance program what we are having.
Right. Mr. Anuji, in the end, I would like you to have the last word for all those who take the drugs from your company, from Cipla, from Shilpa. If they have a chronic condition, what's your advice to them? Going ahead, what can they expect? Mr. Banerjee, you're on mute. Yeah.
In general, for all the patients who are in chronic conditions currently, there is a bigger challenge. So we understand that their access to the clinics are a challenge, as well as getting the medicines. And our job is, being the pharma industry, we have to keep ourselves safe. At the same time, we must ensure that the drugs are available. Doctors are, we should partner with the doctors and ensure that their clinics are hygienic and safe, such that patients should get the confidence to come for the treatment and get the right treatment till we get some prophylaxis or vaccines and all these things, which may be around 9 months to 1.5 years, 1 year, whatever timelines that may come over the period of time. Till that time, we have to live with it. We have to understand and we have to find out the ways and means. We have to adapt it. We are adaptable, we are agile as Indians, and we have done a fantastic job in the last 100 days roughly. And I believe that we will continue to find out better solutions which can help the overall community as a whole to do well, and the good health can prevail. That is what the last thing I would look forward from all the things. I would like to thank all of you and all the panels and the ISW for giving us the opportunity to represent. Thank you.
Thank you to all our esteemed panelists who have taken the time out to share with us their experiences and their advice to patients going through chronic conditions. Thank you, Mr. George. Thank you, Mr. Bhatia, Mr. Banerjee, Mr. Sinha, Ms. Parvani, and Mr. Srivastava. Thank you so much for taking the time out and coming for this session.
Thank you, Anisha, actually for putting forth such valid questions and for actually acknowledging the efforts of pharma in this Gratitude Week. Many times pharma efforts go unnoticed, and with this platform, ISW, I think, has provided an opportunity to highlight, and it gives us further encouragement. We as an industry are actually taking the financial blow with great resilience, but knowing for sure that the industry will recover. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kamal.
Safe time ahead.
Thank you so much, Amitabh ji, Bhatia ji, and Mr. Prabhat, Mr. George, and Ms. Parvani. Thank you so much, Anisha, for conducting a wonderful session on the 6th day of Gratitude Week. And we will continue ahead with our next session, which is going to be how pharma companies and the leaders in pharmaceutical industry put forward all-round fight against pandemic by coordinating among multiple stakeholders. So thank you so much, all of you, for joining us today. And we really are grateful for your work. And I'm sure so is the nation and this humanity. And you are also, India being one of the biggest supplier of pharmaceutical drugs to the world, you are actually serving the whole world. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kamal.
Thank
And
you.
thank you, Anisha, for moderating this beautifully. And thank you all the panel members. Thank you.
Thank you.
So before we go to the next session, I would request my team to also play the anthem song, which we has been created for our healthcare workers who are fighting on the front line of this pandemic.
Hi, my name is Padamji Chelawat, and I thought of dedicating a special anthem, a song for the real Corona warriors, the heroes, doctors, the nurses, the medical staff, for their tireless, selfless service. Thank you. You are the real heroes. जो मैंने लिखा गाया कंपोज किया वही है. काम निस्वार्थ किया क्या बात है, मुश्किल में डटे रहे क्या बात है, खुद की नहीं परवाह की, क्योंकि पेशेंट्स के हेल्थ की चिंता थी. डॉक्टर्स, नर्सेस, मेडिकल स्टाफ, आपका शुक्रिया, आपका शुक्रिया. शब्दों में शायद न कह पाएंगे, शब्दों में शायद न कह पाएंगे, आपके ऋणी सदा खुद को पाएंगे. सांस खुद की भी थी दांव पर, डगमगाए नहीं पर तेरे पांव थे. डॉक्टर्स, नर्सेस, मेडिकल स्टाफ, आपका शुक्रिया, आपका शुक्रिया. You are the real heroes, आपका शुक्रिया. Thank you.
Hi, Siddharth.
Hi, Kamal. How are
Good
you?
morning. How are you?
Good, good. So,
Good to see you.
Himani, should we, are we live? Welcome to the 6th day of the very special Gratitude Week, a tribute for the health guardians. I am Kamal Narayan, CEO of Integrated Health and Wellbeing Council, a not-for-profit social impact initiative to promote health for all. We began this extraordinary 60-hour-long virtual event on Doctors' Day, July 1, with an aim to express our collective appreciation for people in the healthcare and allied sectors who are fighting this pandemic from the front. Since ages, the healthcare ecosystem has helped us evolve and transform by sustaining or restoring physical, mental, and emotional health and well-being. While we enjoy the boons of healthcare, we forget to appreciate the millions of people who work tirelessly to make this reach to all of us and to those who are in need. I would request my team to play a glimpse of what happened in the last 5 days of Gratitude Week for our audience who have joined this afternoon.
भी आज के इस कालखंड में हम लोग एक दूसरे से जुड़े हैं। मैं आप सबको हृदय की गहराई से आप सबके प्रति आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ।
Congratulating the Integrated Health and Wellbeing Council for this unique gesture to honor the doctors and other people in the medical community who are the most dependable resources to fight this pandemic. This is also an opportunity to recognize the efforts of those working behind the scene, lab technicians, scientists, pharmaceuticals companies, to mention a few.
There are people out there trying to protect all of us. Life is what is most important. There are doctors in the wards, there are nurses in the hospital, there are auxiliary workers. Everyone has put their heart and soul in saving all of us. And whatever little we can do, we must do. And the more we thank them, the more compassion and gratitude comes out.
I would really say the doctors have actually risen to this challenge in this unprecedented times. And that is something which is very heartening, not only in our country, but at a global level.
We use our skills to serve a social purpose. And we deliver competent, committed, and conscientious service, essentially for the welfare of humanity.
We are extremely proud also of the healthcare workers working with us for fighting this pandemic as they have done in the previous few months that we've seen. We've seen that even in the most advanced of countries, health systems have broken down. There has been shortage of equipment, shortage of PPEs, shortage of healthcare staff. But compared to that, India has done really well for itself.
Our public health system needs to be strengthened. And one lesson from this pandemic, if we have to derive it, is to strengthen the primary, the secondary, as well as the tertiary healthcare system.
This virus mortality with adequate and effective and early treatment, nobody should die.
If are we prepared for next war? Are we prepared for next pandemic? That will be the major issue.
There have been several lessons that we are going to learn, several reassurances that we have already got, and I'm sure all of us have to convey to the public.
First of all, I think I need to take this opportunity to thank the godlike creatures on this earth called doctors. So yeah, real thanks to you guys, because I think you've been the one who've changed our life and helped us lead a very normal life.
Today I am happy, I am proud that I could take care of so many thousands of women to bring happiness and joy to their lives and their families.
Fundamentally, the problem lies with the excessive risk factors, not controlling the risk factors.
आशाएं खिले दिल की उम्मीदें हंसे दिल की अब मुश्किल नहीं कुछ भी नहीं कुछ भी मिट्टी में मिल जावा गुल बन के मैं खिल जावा इतनी सी है दिल की आरज़ू अल्लाह के बंदे हंस दे अल्लाह के बंदे हंस दे जो भी हो कल फिर आएगा तुझको आया या ज़मीन और आसमान आएगा जो लक्ष्य है तेरा लक्ष्य दो
So these were some of the highlights of what happened in the last 5 days of Gratitude Week from policymakers to the leading doctors of this country to patients to also the people coming from our society, paying their gratitudes, highlighting their thankfulness to our medical force, to our healthcare workers. The 6th day of Gratitude Week is dedicated to those who are invisible and unsung heroes in the world of healthcare, and they are playing equally critical role during the ongoing pandemic. When our doctors, nurses, paramedics are fighting at the forefront and they are the face of healthcare delivery, there are also people who are toiling hard at labs, at medicine plants, at diagnostic centers, and at different stages of healthcare supply chain, which helps critical medicine devices and technology reach to us on time. These are our scientists, our researchers, innovators, pharmaceutical professionals, drug makers, medical device makers, and diagnostic technologies and service providers. They are also our policymakers who ensure that delivery of healthcare continues and endeavor to take it to wherever, whenever needed is continuing. They are empowering our healthcare practitioners, save lives, reduce sufferings, and they are people who make healthcare effective, accessible, and affordable too. So the session which we are going to start in this afternoon is about how our pharmaceutical industry and all other allied industries helped putting up all-round fight by tackling this pandemic with the help and coordination from all stakeholders, from industry to medical field force. And to uh, talk on this and give us the insight stories and the inspiring, courageous work about millions of these healthcare professionals, we have today with us Mr. Marinder Singh Sani. He's the managing director of Lundbeck India. He's a hand-on leader and is recognized for implementing successful business tactics and strategies. Lundbeck India is very extensively working in the area of mental health and providing critical medications in that area. We have Mr. Vishwanath Swarup. He is the Chief Operating Officer at Bharat Serum and Vaccines Limited, the company which has also received an approval from the DCGI recently to conduct the phase 3 clinical trial for a medicine which is useful maybe in treating COVID-19 patients. We also have Gurmeet Singh Chugh, who will be joining us soon. He is the Managing Director of Translumina Therapeutics, a global developer and manufacturer of innovative cardiovascular medical devices. Also with us is Mr. Siddharth Bhattacharya. He is the Secretary General of NAT Health, Healthcare Federation of India. NAT Health is an apex body of healthcare providers, device maker, and pharmaceutical companies in this country, and representing to their efforts to provide affordable, accessible care for all. So thank you so much, our esteemed speakers today. Maninder Sani, Siddharji, and Mr. Swarup. I'd like to start our discussion today, and as we are talking about that, how all stakeholders of our healthcare system, ecosystem, ensured that we are putting up an all-round fight against this pandemic, and this definitely required a lot of those efforts and a meticulous planning to ensure that nothing is impacting the supply of medical and medical products and other important devices and drugs. I'll begin with Mr. Maninder Sani. Mr. Sani, you saw, we see that mental health is becoming, kind of major epidemic in our country. And, this time of pandemic actually added a lot of mental health burden. How did you ensure, and what all is involved in your business and your work, where, how essential it is to ensure that the medicine and the other care keep reaching to the patients who are suffering from it, and how did you manage during this time of pandemic?
Thanks, Kamal, for asking this question. Before going to your question, first of all, would like to thanks to you and the entire council for arranging this gratitude week and inviting all of us to share our viewpoints. Now, see, coming to your question, before that, I would like to mention on the 24th of March, what happened. In fact, when our Honorable Prime Minister, looking into the situation, has declared the lockdown. So we were thinking that, okay, this will go for 21 days, but the experts were saying this is going to continue for a longer duration of time. And that time, what was the question in front of all the manufacturer or the pharmaceutical industry was in front of them? Actually, there are a couple of things those were into stake. So if I say in terms of number one was a raw material, second one is labor, third one was a supply chain, import and export. These all they need to coordinate together, and thereby that the supply of the goods and medicines we will be in a position to provide to the patient. Now, when you come to especially for a chronic disease, because this is a very important and pertinent question you have asked, for the benefit of your viewers, I feel there are a couple of disease those comes into the chronic segment that starts right from the asthma, cancer, diabetes, depression, epilepsy, hypertension, tuberculosis, etc. And Kamal, you know that Indian has a sizable burden of these kind of diseases in India. And if you see that chronic disease account for near about 53% of a total death each year in India. So this is itself is a very, very big chunk. And when we come to especially for depression or the chronic illness like depression, schizophrenia, etc., WHO says around 7.5% of Indians suffers from some of the mental health. However, according to the NIMHANS, which is basically is an autonomous institute, says near about 150 million individual, they need active physiological intervention for depression. So the question was in front of us that how can we continue the supply of medicines, and which were actually on the basis of these 4-5 factors, those I have mentioned earlier. So we need to coordinate all these things and finally to ensure the supply of medicines, because if they disrupt, right, so that can be a fatal in some condition, and can in some condition they can come to square one, because entire treatment will be they need to restart the treatment. So looking into this means that we have ensured the adequate supply from all the 4 points, whether it was labor, raw material, supply, your import, export, because we do import, a lot of import of medicines. So we planned accordingly, and we were little benefited because globally lockdown was imposed little before than what happened in India. So means that these were the few challenges by which we could put all the piece together and could be able to maintain our supply of our products, especially in India. Over to Kamal.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sani, for highlighting that how you ensured, and that definitely there is a massive NCD disease burden which need to be tackled, on an ongoing basis, and you cannot disrupt the supply of medications. Mr. Swaroop, as Lundbeck is, prominently working in the area of mental health, you are, also taking care of multiple areas, and especially critical care, also diagnostics, I believe, and also a big portfolio of your work is in IVF or something like this. So when you make sure that the supply of medicines continues on critical care and something like this, what was your experience also, especially in the with respect to IVF related thing? Because something which we find is not essential, maybe very essential for a patient who is undergoing that. So how did you see that the whole situation emerging, and what was the response of your company and people?
Sure. Thank you, Kamal. I hope you can hear me. I'm having some internet issues today because of heavy rainfall
It's
in
all
my
right.
area.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
We
Okay,
are
great.
seeing a lot of those images from Mumbai. It's raining heavily.
Yeah. So first of all, I would want to congratulate you and the entire council for setting up this gratitude week. I think this is one and hopefully only one in a lifetime event that we are all going through. And it's teaching us new things. It's teaching us how to work from home. It's teaching us how we make sure that little things in life which we had forgotten keep us happy, right? So, and how important it is that the medical and the doctor fraternity, which honestly, over a period of time, we take for granted, and they're always there for us, how important they are, right? And when you hear of, and there are doctors living everywhere, even in our society, there are doctors living. And when you hear a doctor getting infected, and still the commitment of the rest of the doctors to continue to go back to work, it just shows what they have trained for and what they're delivering. I think they're nothing short of warriors for us, right? And we should respect them. And our memory tends to be very short, and I hope this is one learning we have coming out of COVID, that we remember the gratitude that we have for the fraternity, the entire medical fraternity today. So coming to your question, so of course the lockdown came in, and there was literally overnight a shutdown of operations. And I can see Maninder kind of smiling. We just went into a crisis management mode, let's be honest, right? And we came up with two equally important priorities. And we kept talking this to our teams. One, I think in this time, is their own safety becomes very, very important, right? Their safety, their family safety, and their team safety. And we said, let's make sure we are using the proper PPE equipment, maintaining social distancing, etc., etc. And this applies to right from our production facility to right to the field representative who visits a doctor, right? We kind of continued that message. The second, because we firmly believe unless you are well, you'll not be able to serve. So first, personal safety and your team safety. And then he said the equally important second priority is making sure essential medications are available for our patients and customers. Because we have a job at hand. And when you look at the doctor fraternity, they've set the bar so high for us that being a partner in this, it's only logical for us to be able to live towards that standard that they have set. So we rolled out very clear guidelines and managed the production facility of how we are going to continue to run. Of course, we were running at much lower capacity and lower headcount so that we could maintain the social distancing. And then we did a very analysis of which are the products not for high revenue but are essential, and we need to prioritize them. And we kind of went through that exercise. So we had enough stocks of them. And then on the front end, we worked very closely with our channel partners to say that what is it that is required in what entire value chain so that essential medications are available. Now let me talk about the two segments. Clearly, there's one which is the critical care segment, right? And when I talk critical care segment, it is the hospital ICU. And you know what all ICUs in the country are going for right now. Highly sensitive. Core team of how to connect with doctors' needs and be able to ensure those supply lines are maintained, right? While still maintaining social distancing and not going into a COVID facility. And that's the key channel. Digitally connecting through phones, right? The second piece, which is the IVF segment, which is the other, the pregnant mothers, right? That's also very, very important. And if a lady is pregnant during this time, she times when we make it. So we made sure that our field colleagues work very closely with our partners to make sure our medicines are available. The critical ones to maintain pregnancy or something which is as an SOS. So again, right from our production to the field, two priorities. One is keep yourself safe, keep your team safe, keep your family, make sure you're providing the essential medications for our customers and our patients. So that was the simple motto. That yes, I'm happy to say that our team has responded well and have been able to provide the required essential services that we so importantly need. Thank you. Over to you, Kamal.
Thank you so much, Mr. Swaroop. And it was good to hear that the company went on a crisis management mode, and also as you said that managed the crisis quite adequately. I'll go to Mr. Siddharth on this. And Mr. Siddharth, you are representing, from healthcare providers to, device makers to almost the entire gamut of India's healthcare system. What has been your experience? Because we saw a lot of those problems coming in, as Maninderji highlighted, as Vishwanath also highlighted, that initially there were a little bit of a disruption because of multiple things, and especially the logistics, and then the local administrations and all that. Your fight is still continuing. I think pharma has got now settled in much more, but the hospitals fight is still continuing, because the rules are being coming, new rules coming almost I think every week or more than that. What has been your experience, and how did within that your partners, your stakeholders ensure that the care continue to reach to the people?
Sure. So namaste, first of all. I would like to echo the words of my co-panelists and congratulate you, Mr. Kamal, your whole team, and the council for taking up this initiative. We are in the middle of probably the most significant and unprecedented pandemic of our lives, and we should be grateful as a community for each and every of those who have contributed to the little successes we have had. And I think in the last few weeks and the months, these efforts are adding up, and I think India is headed towards a much more resilient effort and response to the pandemic in the way it is going to unfold. So first of all, thank you for the initiative. Let me just take a step back before I answer your question. NatHealth, as being a part of NatHealth, I am right in the center of the ecosystem of the healthcare. So on one hand of NatHealth, you have hospitals, you have all sizes of hospitals spread across India. You have diagnostics, testing labs. You have medical equipment at different parts of the value chain. You have those who are into supplies, IVDs. You also have really critical care equipment suppliers, both domestic as well as international. You have insurance companies. You have digital tech companies. You have home care companies. And you have a whole lot of service providers who are connected to the ecosystem. And NatHealth, being an institution, it also seamlessly interfaces with government on one hand, also other stakeholders, particularly the end services are meant for people. And as a community, COVID is something that entire India is experiencing in one go, along with the other countries around the world. So as the disease has progressed over the last 3-4 months, I think over a period of time, the entire health system has gotten engaged, right? It started with a few pieces of these really thinking what we should do. But over a period of time, all these pieces have gotten enacted. And I'm very fortunate to tell you that right from day one, private sector and government recognized that this is one such pandemic where there is no such delineation between the public sector and the private sector. Ultimately, it has to come together, harmoniously to respond to the scale of the challenge that is being posted. So, right from day one, there was a joint group that were set up, the industry federations, key players in government, other agencies that are going to support the response. They formed a cohesive unit. In the early days, once the lockdown was announced, while the intended purpose of the lockdown was to prevent the spread of COVID, the ecosystem had to deal with 99.99% of the patients were non-COVID patients there. And there was a certain way the care has to be delivered. And, just the borders being sealed, the airports being shut down, people not being allowed to go out of their home, that resulted in a major crisis. And I have to tell you that with the support of the government, district administrations, all sorts of regulatory authorities, they got involved and they tried to ring fence the medical industry as a whole and tried to get it back on its feet as quickly as possible. So at least those were involved, the non-COVID emergencies, non-COVID medical facilities could access it. And it took some time and it took a lot of firefighting, but we got it pretty quickly established in the first couple of weeks. I think the way COVID has, unfolded, right around towards end of March, beginning April, the private sector first got involved in, testing and diagnostics in a big way. And government wanted the private laboratories to get involved, and private sector has significant capacities for RT-PCR, for all sorts of testing mechanisms. And right in March, April, and May, today India is doing about 2 lakh tests per day. 3 months back, it was a few thousand and has been incredible ramp up. And private sector has also contributed into that ramp with nearly 200 laboratories being empaneled by ICMR. The second pieces where the industry got involved was in jointly developing protocols along with government in terms of what is the standard of care, what is the delivery mechanisms, how do you create a dedicated COVID facility, what will qualify for home quarantine, what will require isolation, and what will require exposure to critical care pathways. And those joint forces of industry experts from government working together, many of the guidelines were published by the Union Ministry and adopted by many of the states. The third area where industry got involved early was using technology, and government published telemedicine guidelines, which allowed the home care providers, hospital providers to be able to really gain significant productivity. Here you had a situation where you have significant challenges, you have infrastructure not being available or being totally dedicated and ring-fenced for COVID. Telemedicine tech players came on board, and we are able to take those patients who did not want to come to the hospitals, were being taken care of at home. And the home care organizations, the hospitals, the doctors, they played a big role in doing that. I think the fourth aspect was really the home care organizations. They really took a lot of the load off the hospitals, and they developed significant capacities, first of all, in developing the protocols, and then government eventually coming in saying that 90% of the COVID patients with mild or asymptomatic patients need not be admitted to hospitals. And they were being then isolated and treated at home through remote triage and remote doctor consultation. I think the last part of what you are now seeing is increasingly the intensive care units are being called upon, and many of the states have requisitioned a significant part of the private sector capacity to cater to COVID patients and those who cannot be accommodated in government hospitals, or those who want to come to private hospital to begin with. So I think what the point I wanted to make is, if you've seen sequence all these aspects of the health system, this is only possible. I would like to also mention the medtech companies. And whether it is about oxygen concentrators, whether it is about creating critical care equipment being serviced and being available, ultimately the service delivery happens not only because the infrastructure is one part, equipment is the second part, and the manpower, which is the doctors, the nurses, and the others, they have to come together. And the medtech industry played a huge role, one in ramping up domestic manufacturing in critical supplies, and those organizations who were able to get in a significant capacity earmarked for India and imported into India to help us scale up. I think the result is for everybody to see that in the last 45 days, the caseload has gone up nearly 6-7 times compared to many countries. Our health system has been resilient this far. Our mortality rates are still among are leading in terms of many of the countries around the world. And while this disease is still unfolding, the system is growing at a rapid pace. That has only been possible because some of the entire ecosystem has come together. And this gratitude week is a great way for us to recognize the contribution for each and every of those silent actors who have contributed. So over to you, Kamal. That's a little bit.
Thank you so much, Siddharthji. And you actually highlighted a lot of positives which happened in the last these 4 months. And Gratitude Week is also all about seeing those positive sides and how people have gone beyond their sometime even call of duty, because the risk of life and personal safety has been very, very high, and for everyone. Maninderji, I would like to come back to you and then ask that. So we saw that almost all three of you highlighted that there has been a response which helped addressing the problem, and it was addressed well. But this whole thing works on humans, and you have seen that anxiety which we all underwent during the initial lockdown. And not only lockdown, now I believe that there is anxiety is need to be further building up, because the number of cases which we are seeing now, and though it is just a 2 to 3% mortality, but still it is a big number, because when it comes to a country of our size, this number itself can be a big burden on us. Maninderji, how did you see the whole human resource working in your company, in your industry, and how much they took up this challenge, and what kind of support system you created for them, or industry thought about creating immediately, so that everyone who is working in this ecosystem feel safe and obviously motivated and driven towards doing what best they can do to serve others.
Thanks, Kamal. Before coming to your answer, I feel Mr. Vishwanath has highlighted one very important thing, is that how are we going to protect our employees? Because that was the one very, very important thing. They need to be committed, and need to be people, those who are going to involve into the supply chain. Because initially, if you see in the couple of days, what was the issue was little bit of a supply chain. Otherwise, in terms of a stock, or in terms of a manufacturing, normally the company keeps 1 to 2 months of stock. So for the as you are aware that I also having a responsibility, additional responsibility, as a co-chair of HR committee of OPPI. So one very big question was in front of us, that how can we from the OPPI side give the guidance or the suggestion, so that can that can be applied by all the our member companies, and our employees are the safe. Because the first concern was our employee safety. So first what we did, if you ask me about my organization, in the last couple of months, number one, we given the double the insurance coverage. Suppose we were having means that 3 lakhs as an insurance coverage, we gave 3 lakhs additional for COVID. Then we came up with a clear-cut guidelines. Means that in the OPPI HR leaders, we have segregated 3 groups. One is for the manufacturing, second one is for the office, and was the most critical for us was for the field work, because major chunk of employees, they happens to be from the field. But this group, all the 3 groups, they work so good, so quick, that in a 7 to 8 days time, we could come out with a legally vetted suggestions, which we have rolled out to the entire OPPI members of the company. And it is means that members were having they were free to choose, adopt, modify the recommendation or the suggestion. And by this, that we could ensure safety precaution, safety measurement of a different kind of a staff, whether it was a manufacturing staff, it was a say field staff. Normally issue was for a field staff, because manufacturing, we get a global guidelines. Field staff, India's situation was little different than the others.
Correct.
So this OPI guidelines, they really helped us a lot. And I know that there was a lot of anxiety, but with this guidelines, this kind of a protection given, and making the things easy, because we have asked the employees, there is means that even the field employees, we have given a lot of liberties. Because of that, we could control the anxiety level from all across the Lundberg, from all the employees. And the same is, I feel, is practiced by all other pharmaceutical organizations also. Over to Kamal.
Thank you so much, Maninderji. Yes, so this is good that the industry quickly came up with the guidelines and created that kind of infrastructure and then support system among the people, so that they can feel safe and then continue to their work. We are seeing that Mr. Gurmeet has joined us. Gurmeet ji, good afternoon. So I'll come back to you, Gurmeet ji. I'll first go to Vishwanath ji. Vishwanath, so are you connected, Vishwanath?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. So I think you have to save that internet is not
yes.
hampering you.
I'm trying to conserve.
Yeah. So Vishwanath, you saw that Siddharth ji said, and that there has been a very proactive support from everyone, and the idea here also is to highlight all good work of people who ensure that our response is better and much more empathetic. How has been your experience in terms of your multiple other stakeholders, in that for that matter, your channel partners, or maybe those who were involved in the chemist distribution, and also the doctors cooperation for you, and what kind of incidents you got to see where you might have seen that there is a something where you need to get involved and make sure that this delivery of drug, or the reach of this medication is ensured for somebody.
Sure. So Kamal, I think the point that was made earlier in terms of protecting our employees and enabling them, I think that's foremost. But I think we came together as a country, came together as a sector overall, right? When we started this, and I guess what I'm trying to say is there's not one player in the entire healthcare space that can say, I championed the cause, because no individual or no particular segment did it. We came together in full force, right? When it came to talking, and I'll start with where which all starts, our suppliers, right? So when we start talking to our partners and saying, here are the critical APIs that we need, here's the supply that we need, we got full cooperation with them, and they helped us prioritize those supplies. Then it came to the supply lines, working with the transportation companies. Our supply chain worked overnight on these, saying, what kind of documentation. And again, we are a large country and we are a very complex country, right? So even the simplest of things has so many iterations of it, right? So when the lockdown was announced, how will goods move and which goods would be allowed to move? And the government, I think, did very well in terms of coming out and clarifying things, because there's only so much you can do in one go, and they continue to work with us. So keeping those supply lines running was very, very critical. So, sorry, yeah.
Then Gurmeet, yeah,
Right, yeah.
fine.
No, that's fine. So those supply lines running, right? Then when it came to maintaining the critical equipment, our plants, right? The suppliers, the partners, when we reached out to them in terms of some support, etc., we got overwhelming response. And then when the goods were made, there were some of our goods need to go for approval from the regulator. Our regulators have come and embraced digital outreach like anything, right? Gone are the days when you would think that it will slow us down or anything like. They were proactive in this, right? They helped us there. And then it came to channel partners saying, okay, goods are ready. How do we move it? Who needs what? And then I think there are countless stories, and I've worked in this segment for a long time, where, I've some life-saving drugs, and you would, of course, see in the morning at 6 a.m. when you wake up, there was one baby being delivered somewhere, and there was an essential medication, and the stockist found a way to deliver that at 2:30 a.m. in the morning, right? Now, that's what our sector is about. That's when you read it, you feel proud about what we are contributing to the society as a sector, right? And I think there are countless stories around that. But I do want to make a point that this is not the only time I've heard those stories. When you are working in this space, you hear these stories throughout. It is just that they get accentuated in these times and they get recognized because we are all going through, a little bit of a crisis ourselves, and we're looking for positive outcomes and positive news flashes. And when you read these saying, there is hope, and we will come together as a country, and we will overcome this. And that's the power of us coming together. So yeah, I mean, I can go on and on about this. But
Thank you so much.
It's not the only time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sarup, for highlighting this. And yes, that's what we are also emphasizing, that the role of healthcare industry has always been very, very critical. They have always been fighting this war somewhere, with some disease, and diseases which are much more, much more dangerous and take much bigger toll than what we are seeing in the pandemic. But this environment was a very different environment. It was a very different time when this work was done. So let me go to Gurmeet ji now. Gurmeet ji, you are the champion of Indian-made medical devices, and you have brought some of the very quality product and bringing a lot of good intervention in the area of cardiovascular disease, and one of the biggest killer in our country. And maybe because of various region, and the reach and the affordability is one of the major reason. But how was your experience during this whole pandemic lockdown time, where you also need to make sure the supply chain continues? That's a different thing, that we saw that lesser number of heart attack cases or this kind of cases were reported. So still, what was the scenario which you undergone during these last 4 months?
So thanks, Kamal. So I'll put it in two perspectives. The one were the challenges and the other were the opportunities. So if I talk about the challenge, I think the panelists before me also highlighted a couple of things. And for medical devices, one of the challenges also remains for us is that these are life-saving devices, because we manufacture a couple of these devices and we also market a couple of these devices, which are generally used during when somebody reports with a heart attack. So we couldn't have shut our shop even for a day. And so I think there are two things we had to, and in this times, as they say that these tough circumstances definitely not create your character, but at least reveal your character. So whatever you have done so far as an organization, so it's only that some people who haven't worked on these issues and were not ready for these kind of circumstances, they fell flat. But couple of companies who have sorted out these issues long back in terms of channel partners, in terms of looking at what is the second support system if your plan play A fails. So I think a lot of these things worked for us. The first and the foremost thing is I think the commitment starts from the top. And personally for me, I can't recall since 16th March from the day the lockdown happens, a single day where I would have missed my office. So, because all your colleagues, your employees look up to you. And as long as you give them a bold face, they get confidence and they feel motivated. The second issue which we got into was that we realized this is not a time of marketing. I mean, it's also not a time of survival because there were some increased opportunity. It was a time of sorting out certain supply chain issues to reach out to your end user. And this is where we had an advantage of our flexibility. So instead of me spending time with my foreign counterparts in our marketing and clinical activities, we put all our focus and went back to our drawing board and redid all our supply chain issues. We changed our courier companies overnight. These large courier companies were not ready to pick up stocks. We went with a smaller one. We looked at all the states and tried to look at even the local partners. Like, for example, a state of Jharkhand was delivered by one person, one individual based out of Faridabad, and no daily courier company will take a consignment there. So we went to him. So there was a lot of analysis which we created because we knew that it has to reach there. And the second point is, as we are also manufacturing, there was a huge confusion in terms of the government guidelines. I mean, to an extent that one notification which was shared by MHA almost wrote as if somebody falls sick in your facility, the CEO will be apprehended to an extent of filing an FIR against him. So this was very, very confusing. But anything which is not a logical thing, I think in India you can now take it for granted that sooner or later somebody realizes it. So we were not worried with it. We were in a life-saving business, and I told my team to continue. We did some, as per the WHO rapid response guidelines, we changed all our manufacturing, guidelines. We changed our distribution platform. We changed our warehousing guidelines accordingly and started doing this. And I think with God's grace, things started falling in order, and we rather created some beautiful partners for us in terms of the logistics during these times, who will probably live with us for the rest of our days, even during the peace times. The second part is the opportunities, and this is very important. As Kamalji, we have been interacting for quite a while. In fact, we have engaged multiple times to establish this anti-India or anti-Indian made products impression, which is for high-end medical devices. We have sorted it out at least for the low-end medical devices, but when it comes to implants, when it comes to stents, there is still an impression, not only on doctors, but even the whole ecosystem, that anything which is imported is good, and specifically with the overwhelming reliance on US FDA and American manufactured things. So I think this is where hospitals and the doctors started seeing the difference. They saw the Indian companies not only to come with the quality, but we were there with them during these crises also to support them. And the doctors who were unnecessarily putting pressures on their purchase heads, despite Indian companies being a better partners for them, but there was a lot of pressure which used to come from the doctors to confuse the purchase heads in these large corporates for multiple demands of these multinational products. I think somewhere this equilibrium got reached where the administration started taking a call which really helped us. Now, all the logic which we were trying to play around for so many years with them, they saw it, that when we told them that, look, at a time of crisis, Indian corporations would rise and support it. And once we say the Indian corporation, it is not anywhere where we are trying to compromise the quality. I mean, I have a very firm belief that a patient who walks into the hospital, he wants the best treatment at a lower cost. I mean, he's not predisposed to an idea of getting American, Chinese, I mean, whatever it may be, as long as he trusts his doctors and the doctor is giving him the best treatment. But we were under quite a, last several years we are living under this unnecessary halo of imported products. And I think somewhere this has gone, at least if it is not broken, there are serious cracks in this overwhelming impression. Now they understand the importance of partnership with the local companies. We delivered them products. I mean, to an extent, as everybody, our business also got compromised. As you rightly said, heart attacks have come down. Not whether that is necessarily that patients are living healthier, or is it postponement of the disease, that we will only realize it later. But having said so, I think uh, this has given us, this has given hospitals a new hope with the Indian companies, and it has also, to certain extent, consolidated our relationships. And I also believe that moving forward, this situation will create much higher opportunities for Indian companies, as long as they are focusing of the core principle of quality, technology, and healthcare delivery. As long as their core ethos are correct, I think this will rather create additional opportunities for them.
Thank you so much, Gurmeet for highlighting that. I'm sure there is a lot of those opportunities also being created. One question which we are also trying to tackle, and the reason of creating this whole gratitude week, is that we have seen over the period, and you touched a little bit on that, that there is a growing distrust between the public, the patients, doctors, hospitals, and many times also with pharmaceutical companies. And there are a lot of those things which keep coming on. uh, we are all of opinion that somehow this uh, creates an environment which is not good for pursuing the idea of healing. What is your experience, and what do you believe on that, Mr. Siddharth, about this? This how this trust can be better, where equitable care is reaching, not much of you know uh, are those issues which may sometime lead to these kind of perceptions, which in a way demolish or malign the image of this industry.
So I think, so first of all, thank you for asking me that question. This trust deficit is very real, okay? And we will have to, as an industry, as an ecosystem, have to do something about it. There's no easy way, and there's no silver bullet or a magic thing that if we did these one or two things, the trust is going to build, and you have to make conscious efforts. But I would like to make one or two points here. I think the solution start, the trust would really start building as you recognize that India is a vast country. I mean, when you are really trying to serve a patient in India, you have, a patient, the per capita, income in India is about 10,000 rupees a month. And health is a subject where there's a fundamental right, and governments eventually would have to ensure that any citizen is not left behind, irrespective of their financial status. And there is a need for a system at the upper end that protects, every single consumer, irrespective of their paying ability. And that can only happen as you create some form of whether it's a health insurance or a health financing system, where the premiums for those who can pay fully, they pay. Those who can pay partially, they are able to put in. And those who are not able to pay, government puts in through premiums. I think this journey has already started, right, with Ayushman Bharat, that really looks at the bottom 30% of the population. There's a lot of work to be done, at least in the missing middle class and the upper middle class. But if you really look at the projection of how financing penetration in India is going to go over the next 3 to 5 years, it's going to take up from currently 20-25% of any form of population having insurance access. It will grow to about 50%, to maybe 60-70%. So that's the first point. I think financing and the point Mr. Chug mentioned, financing is also a driver towards, responsible regulations. And also a financer is going to look ultimately in the interest of a patient. And the patient ultimately cares for a better quality or better value, which is a better outcome at a lower cost, right? And that is something that will drive the system towards something that is more accountable over there. Having said that, I think there are opportunities. There are definitely a lot of noise around isolated cases that happens. And I think industry as a whole is becoming more and more conscious, and there is a much stronger dialogue that is happening today between the regulators and industry about isolated cases. I think the heart of it is going to lie in the transparency and the redesigning the system, the health systems, for better financing, where every patient or a doctor, when they treat somebody, they really look at their best possible interest. And as the system matures, I can only tell you health systems mature over 10, 15, 20 years. India has started in that direction, and things will fall in place.
Thank you so much. So, you're quite, optimistic about that, and definitely, I think this pandemic will also change a lot of public perception. We have seen a very, very different image, and one thing is that when you start realizing the importance of the healthcare providers, then you also start empathizing with them. I'll go with the one question with to Maninderji and Mr. Swaroop and to Mr. Gurmeet. Maninderji, how do you see the and this is going to be about your own area of work primarily. So how do you see the mental health piece is growing in India in terms of more people getting to know about this issue, and we are able to provide better care for them, which is largely not there, and maybe a denial, maybe one of the reason of that.
Can you repeat, Kamal, once again your question?
So I'm asking that how do you see that the mental health care, especially we have seen a surge during this lockdown time and the pandemic time. How do you see that the mental health care is going to coming on the priority of the our society, and then it will be gradually reach to a level where we will be having more care available for mental health related issues?
I feel a very, very important question raised by you, Kamal. If you look and compare this mental health illness as compared to the other disease, right? Whether patient is having asthma, diabetes, or other things, they themselves go to the market, to the doctor. But when it comes to the mental illness, mental health, normally means that our patients, they are not that much of a vocal, and this is a very, very important and a bigger issue, because here is that you need to have somebody to support the patient to go to the doctor and get the medicine. There are ample of good treatment is available, but the only thing is that taking patient to the doctor. So here is, I feel that not from the government side, even from the private organization, we need to do a lot of disease awareness activity. We have to conduct. Those will also be able to perceive that mental illness is also as an illness like hypertension, diabetes, and other things. And that is what is very, very important. If we are able to take our patient and we deal with a lot of sympathy and take them to the doctor, the things are going to be solved. So I feel here is that the patient education is going to be key for mental health treatment, diagnosis, and taking care of patient, because burden size is very high. That's means that data suggested by different authority. So disease awareness is going to be a key driver for mental health or mental illness. Over to you, Kamal.
Thank you so much. So Vishwanath ji, a lot of drugs are under trials, investigation, and we hear from government that we may get or not maybe, and then it is also denied later on that we may get even a vaccine by 15th of August. You are also your company is involved in a drug trial, which is the phase 3 trial, and apparently it's going to be one of the hopeful candidate in terms of providing cure for this pandemic. How do you see this whole thing going forward, and how soon we are going to get either a medicine or a vaccine? And also especially when in the context of that, all those drugs from remdesivir to others are also being put under the scanner, that they may not be helping the way we were thinking that they are helping.
Kamal, very, very valid question. I wish I had a clear answer and a date and a time where we would have it. Unfortunately not. I think it's work in progress. And so a couple of things what I can say, right? One, I think I wouldn't like to comment on the drugs which have been repurposed, remdesivir or any other drug. I think there are technical experts to kind of opine on that. It's not my area, not my role to kind of comment on that. I'll stay away from that. Secondly, we certainly hope, and that's why we've requested permission to conduct the trial for one of our drugs which is repurposed. We firmly believe that it can provide a good solution in the ARDS cases. And we feel we are following the government approved protocol for following the process. And it will be a longer process, but again, it is the right thing to do. So we'll go through that process, and hopefully we'll have a solution for this, right? I mean, that's what we are all hoping for. What I would say is I would not look at that from a commercial angle, but more from something that if we can be successful, it'll solve a crisis that we are going through as a country, as a sector, as in matter. So I think that's how we are viewing it internally, saying this is a all critical piece for us, and that's why we're putting our best foot forward. It is repurposing of an existing drug, so and we know a lot about it since we were the first ones to kind of bring it to India and kind of have that product. The last thing I would say in terms of timelines, like you said, of when, I think it's every passing day is a day that we can do without having a solution. So the sooner, I mean, if the 15th August deadline happens, I think all of us, not just me, will be so very happy about that success, because then it'll put to bed. And what better than, our own country providing a solution to the entire world. We are already the pharmacy of the world. We are already the largest provider of hydroxychloroquine when the crisis hit, and we offered solutions to different countries, very developed countries, right? And that's the matter of national pride. And that's what I would look forward to. That 15th August deadline, I think it'll be a new era and the new India, as our beloved Prime Minister calls it, I think will be another milestone towards that. So all power to that.
Thank you so much, and actually, all the best and good luck for you also for the trial which is going on, and we are really looking forward that some important solutions should come to our way faster than later. Last question, remark from Gurmeet ji. Gurmeet ji, you talked about opportunities, and this is the India which is trying to become now Atmanirbhar Bharat, the self-reliant India. And obviously, I think that also include that we need to reduce our dependency on any kind of imports, including the stents and then the devices which you manufacture. How do you see it, rolling out? And do you see that Indian products will be very soon fill those gaps which we were seeing, and will be able to address the problem as well as help making Indian product go globally?
So, Kamal, that's a very good question. Now, I think 4 to 6 weeks, there have been a lot of government committees, which I'm also participating to look at that how this current and also this the last Atmanirbhar Bharat and what is the roadmap to create it. See, one of the thing is that we must introspect to find out that where have we gone wrong in the last couple of years, because that is very important to create a strong platform. Now, what we see as made in India becoming a little bit self-reliant are, and when we talk about whether it's a pharmaceuticals or whether it is medical devices, has been in the low end segment. Even in terms of working on research, it was always a backward research. It was on technologies which have already been invented, are in use, and we created a stripped down version using our Indian innovation, which is also called a Jugaad innovation. Try to look at how we create a mass market out of it. But until we gear ourselves to create technologies, to create pharmaceutical molecules which are created for the world from India, we will not get that space in international markets. So and this is where it is very important. Now, what parallelly needs to follow the journey is that the companies which are currently into the manufacturing have to focus on very high quality. We must understand today when a doctor is using a American made product and something goes wrong with it, he will nobody will blame him, because it may be considered that it's just one off case where the product has gone wrong. Despite several recalls in our field, I've had talk about stents, there have been several recalls by US FDA, but even till today when something goes wrong with a American product, I mean, they would blame it to that to the technique or to the procedure. But if something goes wrong with the Indian product, there'll be a reasonable hue and cry. So one responsibility, I think, as a manufacturer and as an Indian manufacturers, we have on our head is to create very high level of quality. And once we are going for this level of quality, this is not a real reason to start everything from scratch, just on a race to become self-reliant, Atmanirbhar. I'm seeing a lot of young entrepreneurs unnecessarily trying to create everything from scratch by themselves. The world belongs to partnerships. You need to look around. You need to look at the best R&D labs in the world, best hospitals in the world. Go there, create partnership with them. Today, my company represent the highest evidence ever created in drug-eluting stents by any other company in the world. Today, our clinical evidence is stronger than American multinational because this is the longest evidence. But while we were creating it, it was a huge dependence on the German hospital with whom we partnered. So the second point is, the first is quality. The second point is a sense of partnership. Unless you create this partnership, this is a very tough journey to go just by yourself. And a lot of people are wasting government funds by taking these grants, incentives, and just playing a small gamble on someone's else expense, which is not a good idea. The third is government. Now, government has to ensure that Indian companies get market access. Now, you create quality, you go for a tender, and suddenly you see written there that the product must be US FDA approved. And this is a big demotivation for youngsters, the young companies. So when you create your market access, every time a country has forgiven initial mistakes of their manufacturers, even if something goes a little higher wrong, or maybe the quality is at a level of 90 compared to 95, every company has gone through these teething troubles, and Indian companies will also go through, and we will have some supply related issue. But at the end of the day, the government has to come very, very firm on Indian tenders, on government hospitals preferring Indian manufactured products. And the right ecosystem is that the companies deliver the quality and the system gives them a preferred access. Now, until that happens, this will just remains a slogan. And point number 4 is where the patient, the society, and everybody comes into the play. I think somewhere down the line, you must understand that quality is not a birthright of capitalists. So which means that the companies which are young, the companies which are aspiring for a high quality, they necessarily don't need to be American or a Swiss or a European multinational. What is happening internationally? Somebody who's creating a quality, these companies acquire them. So a couple of Indian companies are also capable. So instead of differentiating between imported products and Indian, keeping in mind that imported are good and Indian are bad, I think we need to move up to a line where there are good and bad imported products and there are good and bad Indian products, and give equal chance to Indian manufactured technologies, Indian manufactured pharmaceutical molecules. And until this whole ecosystem becomes positive, I think we will still be facing challenges. But I am extremely hopeful that as we are moving ahead, everybody is realizing it. And I think future looks bright. There are some smart young companies in our sector which are putting all their stuff on the quality, clinical trials, clinical proofs, clinical evidences. And I think as long as we are on the right path, I see a great future for Indian pharma and Indian medical device companies, at least in the next 10 years.
Thank you so much, Gurmeet ji. So here we, come to the end of this discussion, and all four of you, our heartfelt gratitude for all of you for doing wonderful work at your, area of expertise and your companies, and to lead that, a lot of those people who ensured that healthcare keep reaching to the people. So here was our session. So thank you so much, Mr. Gurmeet, Mr. Vikas Swarup, Vishwanath Swarup, Mr. Gurmeet, and also Maninder ji,
Thank you.
Mr. Siddharth, for joining us this afternoon. And it was wonderful to hear from all of you that while we are moving ahead and we are envisioning to become Atmanirbhar Bharat, a Swasth Bharat, Ayushman Bharat, we are this pandemic, we are taking in our stride, and we are also understanding the opportunities which bring this brings to us. And the good part is that the entire healthcare ecosystem, while trying to give the best possible response to the immediate challenges which this pandemic thrown on us, is also visualizing and marching ahead to not only ensure that the equitable healthcare reaches to each one of us in this country, but also we can play a major global role. So this gives a big ray of hope for anyone who involved in this healthcare system and those who get benefited out of it. We are in the ISW Council have started a campaign to request to the government of India that in the memory of all those healthcare workers who has been fighting this war on the front line, as well as all those healthcare workers who do this selfless service has always been doing that selfless service and will continue to do that. We are requesting the government of India to set up a gratitude memorial for healthcare workers, which become something people can always remember, can go, can pray, can show their wishes, their solidarity, and also take this message that health comes first. So I would request all our panelists as well as the people who are watching us that do sign this petition, which is available on the chat box of our this live show for the change.org, to request to the government to set up a health memorial for healthcare workers and to highlight the importance of health. And this has also been endorsed by the key government functionaries as well as the lawmakers who attended this. So thank you so much, all of you, for joining us this afternoon, and we look forward to connecting with all our audience again tomorrow. And now we will go ahead to our musical tribute to our doctors, where some of the artists will come and perform and show their respect to this community. I'll hand it over to my colleague Rajiv, who is visible on the screen here now, so to take that musical tribute forward. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
And to
Thank
all
you,
our
Kamal.
Fantastic. Congratulations on a fantastic
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
event.
It was really a lot of efforts you and your team is making. Great. All the best.
Thank you so much.
Keep up the good work. Really good commitment. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Padamji Chelawat, and I thought of dedicating a special anthem, a song for the real Corona warriors, the heroes, doctors, the nurses, the medical staff, for their tireless, selfless service. Thank you. You are the real heroes. जो मैंने लिखा गाया कंपोज किया वही है. काम निस्वार्थ किया क्या बात है, मुश्किल में डटे रहे क्या बात है, खुद की नहीं परवाह की, क्योंकि पेशेंट्स के हेल्थ की चिंता थी. डॉक्टर्स, नर्सेस, मेडिकल स्टाफ, आपका शुक्रिया, आपका शुक्रिया. शब्दों में शायद न कह पाएंगे, शब्दों में शायद न कह पाएंगे, आपके ऋणी सदा खुद को पाएंगे. सांस खुद की भी थी दांव पर, डगमगाए नहीं पर तेरे पांव थे. डॉक्टर्स, नर्सेस, मेडिकल स्टाफ, आपका शुक्रिया, आपका शुक्रिया. You are the real heroes, आपका शुक्रिया. Thank you.
Artist, Asian Research and Training Institute of Skill Transfer, based out of Bengaluru, India, has a great mix of specialists, researchers, academicians, advocacy experts, public health experts, and the technology experts, bringing everybody on the platform to connect. Welcome to the IHW Council Gratitude Week on occasion of Doctors' Day. The team from Bengaluru, Team Artists, which expands as Asian Research and Training Institute for Skill Transfer, brings to you the ABCDE Health Quiz. A for anemia, B for building contraceptive choices, C for cancer cervix, kill it before it kills you, D for diabetes, don't allow India to become the diabetic capital, and E for essential and emergency services. Answer the quiz questions and be eligible for being declared as the health and well-being champion for the day. We wish you all the best from Team Artist Bengaluru.
Be the health and well-being champion of the day by answering the ABCDE health quiz by Artist. Question for the day on E, emergency care. Reaching every girl, every woman. We march towards building Bharat. Death can be prevented if emergency care is offered during the childbirth when the woman is A, bleeding, B, throwing fits, C, collapsing, D, all of the above. Answer now and be eligible to be declared as Health and Wellbeing Champion for the day.
Thank you, Kamal, for a lovely session. And we had another 6th day of full of gratitude, full of wishes, thanksgiving from various people. We are all enjoying the feeling what we have, all over the nation. Today we had a very, very interactive sessions. Opening session was packed with the pharmaceutical secretary and other leading heads of leading pharma companies. Very interactive. Pharma companies express their concern, their challenges during this pandemic time, and the kind of contribution they're doing, the kind of extra miles they have to go in such situation. Also, their contribution in this healthcare sector. It's amazing to hear them live. We normally don't come to know what is pharma companies and health sector is kind of contributing, but they're doing amazing job. Today, again, we are back in entertainment section, and we have some amazing performance lined up for this next 1 hour. We hope and we are sure that you guys, all of you, will enjoy this. We have some school kids performing today uh, from a primary school, and then we have some senior students also. Performance are amazing. Then we have some live performance for you. So to start with, I will invite Vatsal Vegwal. He's from DLF school, and he has a very good message to give to all the healthcare workers and doctors. So over to you, Vatsal.
I am Vatsal Agarwal from DLF school. मैं कोरोना पर आपको कविता सुनाने जा रहा हूँ। कभी तरसते थे लोग घर में रहने को, कभी तरसते थे लोग घर में रहने को, और आज तरसते हम बाहर जाने को। इस कोरोना ने गजब का आतंक आया, इस कोरोना ने गजब का आतंक बढ़ाया। वक्त क्या घर में क्या रहने का लाया। डॉक्टर नर्स पुलिस डटकर है खड़े कोरोना की राहों में। डॉक्टर नर्स पुलिस डटकर है खड़े कोरोना की राहों में। घर जाकर ले नहीं सकते अपने बच्चों को बाहों में। दूर खड़े रोते हैं नन्हे अपनी माँ की ममता के लिए। दूर से वो देखती है नन्हे को बचाने के लिए। करते हैं लोग उन्हें डॉक्टरों को परेशान, जो डटकर खड़े उन्हें बचाने के लिए, खुद इन्फेक्ट हो जाते हैं किसी को बचाने में। पर बाज नहीं आता लोग उन्हें बचाने में। कोरोना से लगता है उनको भी डर, पर फर्ज नहीं डॉक्टर सरकार पुलिस का। अगर कुछ ना कर सको तो बस इतना कर लो, थोड़ी कोशिश सरकार की थोड़ी तुम कर लो। धन्यवाद, जय हिंद।
So nice, Vatsal. So nice, amazing, so cute. Uh, uh, how young you are, Vatsal beta? आपकी एज क्या है?
7 years.
Wow, 7 years. So nice, huh? What a lovely performance. You look so cute. Thank you very much, Vatsal. So nice of you. I hope everyone enjoyed this. So we are coming up with another kid from Alcon Public School, and she's Kashvi. Kashvi, over to you.
Yes, sir. नमस्कार, मेरा नाम काशवी अरोड़ा है और मैं आइकॉन पब्लिक स्कूल की छात्रा हूँ। आज मैं यहाँ डॉक्टर्स और नर्सेस और हमारे कोरोना वॉरियर्स के लिए एक प्रस्तुति देने जा रही हूँ। नन्ही सी हंसी फूली सी खुशी फूलों सी वो बाहें भूल गए जब देश ने दिया आज हमें, हम घर की राहें भूल गए। हम सोए नहीं कई रातों से ऐ जाने वतन सौ चांद तुझे, हमें नींद उसी दिन आएगी जब देखेंगे आबाद तुझे। तेरी मिट्टी में मिल जाऊं बढ़ बढ़ के, मैं खिल जाऊं इतनी सी है दिल की आरज़ू। तेरी नदियों में बह जाऊं तेरे खेतों में लहराऊं इतनी सी है दिल की आरज़ू। धन्यवाद.
Wow. So nice, Kashvi. Amazing performance.
Thank you, sir.
For how long you been playing this keyboard?
Sir, I started playing this keyboard about like 2-3 months ago.
Oh, so nice. You're catching up very fast.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. And I hope everyone enjoyed this performance of Kashvi. Thank you, Kashvi. So nice of you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you,
Thanks a
sir.
lot. So today this was Kashvi, and now we have Siddharth coming up again from DLF school. As I mentioned earlier, also we had so many schools participating in this gratitude week, and we really thank you. And their excitement, the kids' excitement, and even teachers' excitement, and parents preparing them. It is amazing spirit. During this pandemic, we have realized that although we are facing a lot of problems at home and outside, trying to compromise with a lot of things, but the entire nation has come together. People are having, people are being very nice to each other and helping. So, sitting at home, these kids are performing for our healthcare guardians. We have Siddharth Chadda now from DLF. Siddharth, over to you.
Thank you, sir. So my name is Siddharth and I'm from DLF Public School. I study in 12th standard. और आज मैं आया हूँ यहाँ एक कविता सुनाने जो मैंने डॉक्टर्स पर लिखी थी. तो कविता कुछ ऐसी है. धड़कनें थमने लगी हैं, सांसें दबने लगी हैं, दम निकलने वाला है, आंखें नमने लगी हैं. भगवान याद कर रहे हैं, हाथ जोड़कर फरियाद कर रहे हैं, मगर अब चिंता की बात नहीं, क्योंकि डॉक्टर इलाज कर रहे हैं. ना जात पात देखी, ना किसी की औकात देखी. उन डॉक्टरों के कारण कई लोगों ने एक नई शुरुआत देखी. ना जाने उनके कितने एहसान है हम पर, ना जाने वो कितने कुर्बान है हम पर. शुक्रिया उस खुदा का जिसने भेजा है ना ज़मीं पर, ना जाने भगवान कितने मेहरबान है हम पर. इतनी जानों को जानने से बचाते हैं, बिना लालच सारा काम करते जाते हैं, और इसके बदले हम क्या करते हैं, हम उन्हीं पर इतराते हैं. क्या ये जायज़ है जो हम कर रहे हैं, जो यहाँ मरीजों के साथ डॉक्टर भी मर रहे हैं? क्या ये सही है जो हो रहा है? हम क्या करने आए थे, क्या कर रहे हैं? अपनी जानों को कुर्बान करते हैं, अपने परिवार का बलिदान करते हैं. ऐसे बुरे वक्त में भी डट के रहते हैं और हम उन्हीं को बदनाम करते हैं. दोस्तों, डॉक्टर्स हमारे दुश्मन नहीं, हमारे दोस्त हैं, हमारे साथ हैं. ये और हम मिलकर इस वायरस को हरा सकते हैं. तो मेरे और 125 करोड़ भारतवासियों की तरफ से धन्यवाद. जय हिंद. थैंक यू.
Lovely, Siddharth. Lovely. Amazing performance. Good words you have used. ना जात देखी ना
ना जात पात देखी, ना किसी की औकात देखी.
ना किसी की औकात देखी. That's really nice. The kind of work our healthcare workers are doing, I think, is amazing. Remarkable.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Siddharth. Thanks a lot for performing here. Gratitude Week. You are in 12th class. You're going to be 18.
Yes, sir.
Or you're already
Next
18?
year.
Next year?
I'm 17. Yes, sir.
Oh, you're 17. Okay. Ask your parents to sign gratitude memorial petition we have launched. You can search and change gratitude memorial petitions. This is to pay
Definitely,
tribute
sir.
and giving thanks to all the healthcare workers. We are requesting Government of India to build a memorial for all the healthcare sector and healthcare workers, doctors, nurses. So your family, not you, maybe you are not 18. Your family signs, your relation are at because.
Yes.
Thank you, Siddharth. Now we have Naveen with us. Naveen is an amazing singer, and he's been playing music in various forums and many events. Now these days events are not happening, but he is still doing a lot of gigs on his YouTube channel, and he's doing a lot of live shows online. So today we are fortunate that we got some time. He got some time for us for healthcare guardians, for doctors and nurses. So without wasting much time, I'll give it to Naveen. So Naveen, please, people are waiting for you.
Thank you, Rajiv. Hello, everyone, and I hope that you are doing good. You are safe at home. So before we start, the first thing that we'd like to mention is that please sign the petition that's been followed by IHC, a good initiative. And without wasting much time, I'll just start with the songs. Hool la la le, la 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 la. 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 डूबा डूबा रहता हूँ आँखों में तेरी, दीवाना बन गया हूँ मैं चाहत में तेरी. डूबा डूबा रहता हूँ आँखों में तेरी, दीवाना बन गया हूँ मैं चाहत में तेरी. अब दिन गुजरते नहीं, रातें कटती नहीं, तस्वीर से बात बनती नहीं, तो आजा ना जा बेवफा. भूल ला ला ले, ला 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 ला. भूल ला ला ले, ला 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 ला. शाम सवेरे तेरी यादें आती हैं, आके दिल तो मेरे यूं तड़पाती है. ओ सनम मोहब्बत की कसम, So, on this gratitude week, I would like to sing one more song, especially dedicated to doctors and everyone who left their home to be with the patients and be with the warriors. So, आशियाना तेरा साथ मेरे है ना, ढूंढते तेरी गली मुझको घर मिला. आबोदाना तेरा साथ मेरे है ना, ढूंढते तेरा खुदा मुझको घर मिला. तू जो मिला तो हो गया मैं काबिल, तू जो मिला तो हो गया सब हासिल. हाँ, मुश्किल सही आसा हुई मंजिल, क्योंकि तुम दर्द मैं दिल.
Nice.
Thank you, Rajiv.
किसका रास्ता देखे ऐ दिल है सौदाई मीलों है खामोशी बरसों है तन्हाई भूली दुनिया कभी की तुझे भी मुझे भी फिर क्यों आह भराई हो किसका रास्ता देखे ऐ दिल है सौदाई कोई भी नाता नहीं चाहूं मैं कोई भी आएगा ना बाहों में तेरे लिए मेरे लिए कोई नहीं रोने वाला कोई भी नाता नहीं राहूं मैं ही क्यों डूबा रहे वहां में कोई किसी संग मरे ऐसा नहीं होने वाला कोई नहीं जो यूं ही जहां में बाटे अपनी पराई हो किसका रास्ता देखे ऐ दिल है सौदाई हीरो है खामोशी बरसों है तन्हाई भूली दुनिया कभी की तुझे भी मुझे भी फिर क्यों हराई किसका रास्ता देखे ऐ दिल है सौदाई
So nice, Naveen. Good number, nicely sang.
Thank you. My system just got logged. Just give me a minute. So yeah, I got a song just been an anthem for the warriors, the doctors. So I would love to sing a paragraph of it.
Oh.
मजबूर हुई जब दिल की दुआ तो हमने दवा से काम लिया वो नफ्स नहीं फिर हमने दी जिस नफ्स को हमने थाम लिया तू बीमार है वो किस धर्म का है हमने न कभी ये भेद हुआ सरहद पे जो सर्दी खाकी थी अब उसका रंग सफेद हुआ इतनी मिट्टी में मिल जावा गुल बन के मैं खिल जावा इतनी सी है दिल की आरज़ू तेरी नदियों में बह जावा तेरे खेतों में लहरावा इतनी सी है दिल की आरज़ू
Nice. You're getting a lot of requests, Naveen.
Okay, I'm not actually seeing the link, so if you can like forward Rajiv any request, so I might try and sing it. So meanwhile, meanwhile, Rajiv provide my request. I'll sing one more song, which is like written and composed by a doctor who is not in service right now, but everyone know him by his song. So. बिंदिया लगाती तो कांपती थी पलके मायरी, चुन्निया सजा के वो देती वादे कल के मायरी, मेरे हाथों में था उसका हाथ, थी चाशनी सी हर उसकी बात, मायरी आप ही हंस दी, मायरी आप ही रो दी, मायरी याद वो आएरी, गल्ला कर दी मायरी, अखा नाल लड़ दी मायरी, याद वो आएरी, बारिशों में लिपट के माँ आती थी वो चल के मायरी, देरिया हो जाए तो रोती हल्के हल्के मायरी, फिर से मैं रोऊं फिर वो गाए, ठंडी हवाएं बन के छाए, मायरी हीरे गांधी, मायरी गिद्दे पौंधी, मायरी याद वो आएरी, भूल गई मेरा प्यार माए बस लगे महीने चार, मायरी याद वो आएरी, याद वो आई मायरी, याद वो आई मायरी, याद वो आएरी, याद वो आई मायरी, याद वो आई मायरी, याद वो आएरी.
Very nice, Naveen. It's amazing.
अब क्या करूं कैसे कहूं ए मायरी, अब क्या करूं कैसे कहूं ए मायरी.
Lovely, amazing. Have you received something?
No, I'm not able to see the live session, so
You can play some R.D. Burman tributes.
Yeah, sure. Though it's not the right time, not the right time to sing the song, but yeah, everyone would wait that the pandemic will end soon, so everyone could go to their favorite places and dance to these numbers well. So for R.D. Burman. बदन पे सितारे लपेटे हुए, ओ जाने तमन्ना किधर जा रही हो, जरा पास आओ तो चैन आ जाए, जरा पास आओ तो चैन आ जाए, बदन पे सितारे लपेटे हुए, ओ जाने तमन्ना किधर जा रही हो, जरा पास आओ तो चैन आ जाए, जरा पास आओ तो चैन आ जाए. है बनने संवरने का जब ही मजा, कोई देखने वाला आशिक तो हो, ये दुनिया के जलते हैं बुझते दिए, कोई देखने वाला
आशिक तो हो, बदन पे सितारे लपेटे हुए, ओ जाने तमन्ना किधर जा रही हो, जरा पास आओ तो चैन आए, जरा पास आओ तो चैन आए। ओ ऊंचे ऊंचे पर्वत जब चूमते हैं अंबर को, प्यासा प्यासा सागर जब चूमता है सावन को, ऊंचे ऊंचे पर्वत जब चूमते हैं अंबर को, प्यासा प्यासा सागर जब चूमता है सावन को, प्यार में बसने को, बाहों में कसने को, दिल मेरा ललचाए, कोई तो आ जाए, ऐसा कोई साथी हो, ऐसा कोई प्रेमी हो, प्यास दिल की बुझा जाए, नीले नीले अंबर पर चांद जब आए, प्यार बरसाए, हमको तरसाए, ला 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 ला, हे 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 हे, su 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 su.
Wow, that's amazing.
Thank you.
These days, Arijit Singh is quite famous among young generations. So
Yes.
you can play some of his best numbers. I think everyone will like it.
Great, great, great. So in fact, Arijit and like one of his finest album who has recently been received 1 million plus views on YouTube. So रातें देंगी बता, नींदों में तेरी ही बात है, कैसे तुझे, तू तो ख्यालों में साथ है, बेख्याली में भी तेरा ही ख्याल है, बिछड़ना है जरूरी ये सवाल आए, तेरी नजदीकियों की खुशी बेहिसाब थी, हिस्से में फासले भी तेरे बेहिसाब आए, मैं जो तुझसे दूर हूँ, क्यों दूर मैं रहूं, तेरा गुरूर हूँ, क्यों फासला मिटा, क्यों ख्वाब सा मिला, ये ख्वाब तोड़ दूं,
Amazing.
Thank you.
You really played very well.
Thank you, Rajiv, and I hope that people are liking it too. So, guys, yeah, as it all started, the Gratitude Week, please don't forget to sign the petition so that we can help the people and to ask the government of India to make a memorial in the capital of India, which is in NCR, Delhi, for the workers, the doctors who have been doing a great job in helping us to get over this pandemic real quick. So don't forget to sign the petition, guys. It's in the comment box. And
Thank you,
meanwhile,
Naveen.
like, thank you, Rajiv. Meanwhile, Ajit is like the favorite of not many people. I would love to sing a song of Mohit Chauhan as well.
Oh wow, he's one of my favorites.
Great, Rajiv. ना है ये वादा, ना खोना ही है, तेरा ना होना जाने क्यों होना ही है, तुमसे ही हर घड़ी सांस आती है, जिंदगी कहलाती है तुमसे ही ना है ये गाना ना खोना ही है, तेरा ना होना जाने क्यों होना ही है। So in continuation with this, a very famous song from Mohit Chauhan for all those people who love mountains and are not like getting the time to go through it. This will end soon, guys, and we'll again relive those moments. So माहे नी मेरी शिमले दी राहें चंबा कितनी दूर माहे नी मेरी शिमले दी राहें चंबा कितनी दूर ओ शिमले नी बसना कसौली नी बसना शिमले निवसना कसौली निवसना चंबे जाना जरूर आए चंबे जाना जरूर माहे दी मेरी शिमले दी राहे चंबा कितनी दूर माहे नी मेरी शिमले दी राहें चंबा कितनी दूर। Thank you, Rajiv. Hi, Rajiv, are you there?
Sorry, I was a little away.
No worry. Thank you.
You can sing, Mohit Chauhan, that Fir Se Ud Chala is a nice song.
I can try, but I'm not sure about the chords and the stuff. So I'll try one more song. From Mohit Chauhan for the same movie.
Yeah, definitely. He has all good numbers.
जो भी मैं कहना चाहूँ बर्बाद करे अल्फाज मेरे oh yeah 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 oh. कभी मुझे लगे कि जैसे सारा ही ये जहां है जादू जो है भी और नहीं भी है ये फिजा घटा हवा बहारे मुझे करे इशारे ये कैसे पूछूं कहानी मैं इनकी जो भी मैं कहना चाहूं बर्बाद करे अल्फाज मेरे अल्फाज मेरे yeah 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 yeah
Thank you, Naveen. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much for an amazing performance, starting from Marijit to Mohit Chauhan, the favorite, one of my favorite. Even Marijit is also favorite these days. And Mardi Berman, like you were so versatile. I hope everyone enjoyed it. Your tribute to the doctors and our healthcare workers during this time. Every word counts. Thanks a lot. Would you like to say something before we sign off?
Yes, like we have been doing it quite oftenly now that from the month of July, the starting of July, we have been promoting this event so that a lot of petition can be signed through this, and people would be able to say thank you to doctors, to helpers, to workers through this platform which IHC has provided. So guys, do sign the petition and just be safe, be home for just quite some more time, like for a month or max. And meanwhile, we'll have the vaccine super soon. As like in the channel, a lot of doctors have been commenting that we'll have the vaccine super soon. So it's just a little too away now. So don't lose hope, guys. Be safe and be home.
Thank you, Naveen. Thank you. So kind of you. Lovely words. And look forward to seeing your performance live sometime.
Sure.
Thank
Thank
you
you,
for
Rajiv.
entertaining all of us and healthcare workers. So, ladies and gentlemen, all the health workers, today this was a closing day after the entertainment of day 6. Tomorrow is a grand finale, and we have a power-packed day with a lot of big people coming. We have ministers joining in. We have managing director of pharmaceutical companies, and we have top hospitals and the owner of these hospitals and the leading chief executive officer of these hospitals sharing their experiences during this COVID time, how they're managing the crisis. It will be very informative. Stay tuned. Till the time, stay safe, and thank you very much for joining us. And we'll see you tomorrow again in the morning, 11 o'clock, and we have a great tribute in the evening grand finale. So stick to ISW Council's Facebook page. And good evening and good night. Thank you very much.